Section 26 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 1, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Outward Changes in Rome, a Retrospect on the City under the Empire, Part 7. The oldest city churches, the Tituli. The earliest churches in Rome of which we have any information are the so-called Tituli. These were churches in charge of presbyters, to each of whom a portion of the city was assigned, after the manner of our modern parishes, the rest of the clergy of the district depending on this mother church. In the 5th century, 25 such titles were already in existence, and this continued to be the normal number, sanctioned by both custom and law. Excepting a few slight alterations, it remained unchanged till Callistus II, 1119 to 1124, definitively fixed the number of titles at 8 and 20. We are not prepared to state with the uncritical author of the Liber Pontificalis that all the Tituli had already been established by the Roman bishop Evaristus at the beginning of the 2nd century. The progress of the Church of Rome was less rapid than he supposed, but in the 5th century their existence is guaranteed by the signatures at the Roman Council of March 1st, 499. Among them figure the names both of the churches and of the attendant presbyters who took part in the council. Nearly 100 years later, under Gregory the Great, another council was held on July 5th, 595, among the signatures to which we again find mention made of the Tituli of the city. The latter list confirms the earlier, at least the names of 21 titles coincide, whilst the 4 others of 595 can also with great plausibility be identified with titles mentioned by the Council of 499. Waiving all question of detail and making no account of the legendary origin ascribed to these churches, we shall give a list of them, assigning each to the date at which it first appears in history. For this purpose, it will be best to group them according to the 14 regions we have already described. All these titled churches figure on our plan of Rome. In the first region, Porta Capena, stood the Titulus San Zisti. It was dedicated to the memory of the famous pope and martyr of the catacomb of Callistus, at no great distance from this region. This church, San Sisto, makes its first appearance as a title, and under this name, at the Council of 595. Perhaps it is the same as the otherwise unidentified Titulus Crescentiani, mentioned in the Council of 499. In the second region, Caeli Montium, were 2 Tituli, that of Byzantus or of Pamachius, also known as the title of Saints John and Paul, after the 2 illustrious martyrs, whose bodies lay in the mansion. It is first called by the name of Byzantus on an inscription of the time of Innocent I, 401 to 417, by the name of Pamachius at the Council of 499, and by those of the 2 martyrs in the Liber Pontificalis, 530. The other title situate in the region was the church still dedicated to the Quator Coronati. As far back as the 4th century, a church stood here, according to the reliable notice in the so-called Martyrology of St. Jerome. It appears to have been at first called Titulus Aemiliani, a name which appears in the Council of 499. In 595, it is described as Titulus Sans Quatuor Coronatorum. In the third region, Isis and Serapis, 4 titles existed. The Titulus Clementis, or San Clemente, is proved by one of his own inscriptions to have been standing here at the time of Pope Damasus, 366 to 384. The Titulus San Marcellini et Petri is first mentioned in 595 and was probably transferred to this church from the neighboring one of St. Matthew in Marillana. Its present name is San Marcellino et Pietro. The Titulus Apostolorum, or Advincula San Petri, was also called Titulus Eudoxiae. It appears first at the Council of Ephesus, where Philip, delegate of the Roman bishop and one of the presidents, signs himself priest of the Church of the Apostles. Under Xistus III, 422 to 440, this church was restored at the expense of the imperial family of the East, particularly of Eudoxia. It was for the first time called Avinculus San Petri in the Liber Pontificalis, 530. It is still known as San Pietro in Vinculi. The Titulus Equiti, or Silvestri, erected under Pope Sylvester I by the priest Equitius upon his own property. A good deal of the early structure still remains in the hollow near the present church of San Silvestro e Martino ai Monti. The fourth region, Templum Pacis, has no title to show beyond that of Saint Praxedes, or Santa Praxedi, at a distance from the Forum. The earliest certain allusion to it is found in an epitaph of the year 491. The fifth region, Esquiliae, also contained one title, the Titulus Eusebii, Sant Eusebio, which is mentioned in the Martyrology of Saint Jerome, and therefore existed in the 5th and probably even in the 4th century. The sixth region, Alta Semita, had 4 titles, the Titulus Vestiniae, later called Saint Vitalis, which the noble Roman matron Vestina founded under Pope Innocent I, 401 to 417, now San Vitali. The Titulus Gaii, or Susannae, a church mentioned in the Martyrology of Saint Jerome as standing beside the 2 mansions adjoining the Thermae of Diocletian, or Santa Susanna. The Titulus Syriaci, which has disappeared, the first certain mention of it occurs in the Roman Council of 499, and the Titulus Pudentis, or Pudentianae, or Santa Pudenziana. This appears indisputably in 384 on the epitaph of Elector de Pudentiana. In the seventh region, Via Lata, there is only one title, the Titulus Marcelli, or San Marcello al Corso. According to the Liber Pontificalis, this was founded under the Roman bishop Marcellus, 308 to 309. This church is alluded to in the year 418 in an epistle of Symmachus, prefect of Rome. The eighth region, Forum Romanum, contained not a single title. The ninth region, Circus Flaminius, possessed 3 titles. The Titulus Lucinae, or San Laurenti in Lucina, appears already in the history of Pope Damasus, his elevation to the chair of St. Peter having taken place in this church, or San Lorenzo in Lucina. Another title even bears the name of this pope, Titulus Damasi, or San Laurenti in Damaso, because he rebuilt this church and, according to the Liber Pontificalis, established it as a title. Damasian inscriptions confirm this historical character of the church, now known as San Lorenzo in Damaso. The last title belonging to the region was called Titulus Marci, because it was founded in 366 by the pope of this name, San Marco. The 10th region, Palatium, had no title. The 11th region, Circus Maximus, contained one, the Titulus Anastasiae, the well-known church at the foot of the Palatine in the Velabrum. It is mentioned under Damasus, and its baptistry was erected in 403 by the Roman city prefect Longinianus, Sant Anastasia. 2 titles stood in the 12th region, Picinia Publica. These were, first, the Titulus Fasciolae, later called Titulus Sans Neriae et Achilleae, which appears as a title in 377 in the epitaph of Elector Cinemeus Oppas, and soon after, in 400, in 2 other inscriptions, Sans Niero et Achilleo. Secondly, the Titulus Balbiniae. This is first mentioned in the epitaph of one of its titular presbyters. There are also 2 titles in the 13th region, Adventinus, namely, the Titulus Sabinae and the Titulus Priscae, or Saint Sabina and Saint Prisca. In the first we can still see the magnificent dedicatory inscription in mosaic, which speaks of the foundation of the church in the pontificate of Celestine, 422 to 432. The name of the second we learn from the epitaph of a presbyter belonging probably to the 5th century. The Titulus Tigridae, appearing in the Council of 499, may possibly be a different name for this Titulus. Finally, 3 tituli fell to the last, or 14th region, Trans Tiberim, and complete the number of 25. To begin with, there was the Titulus Iulii, or Iulii et Callisti, sometimes called Santa Mariae, that is Santa Maria in Trastevere. Its founder was Pope Julius. 337 to 352. At this stage, we are not at liberty to allude to the origin assigned to this, as well as to other churches, by tradition. Next comes the Titulus Caeciliae. This certainly existed in the 4th century, as may be inferred from the so-called Martyrology of Saint Jerome, or Santa Cecilia. Lastly, the Titulus Chrysogony also stands on the farther side of the Tiber. Setting aside legendary accounts of its origin, it is first cited in the Council of 499, or San Chrysogono. These tituli, which by rank and age are among Rome's most hallowed sanctuaries, in spite of many alterations, have survived through all these centuries, with the one exception of Titulus Syriaci. Even in this case, its rank has at least been preserved and transferred to Santa Maria in Via Lata. Such was Rome's attachment to her old titular churches. Their maintenance is in large measure due to the ecclesiastical institution of cardinal priests, an institution which depends entirely upon the tituli. From the remotest times, the cardinals were the holders of the titles, that is, practically the incumbents of the parishes. Even in the 5th and 6th century, they might well have been styled Roman cardinals, in all the force of the word, though this designation had not then come into use. The very style of the titles show that these churches possessed the distinction of great age. Many, at least at first, did not bear the name of any saint or even of any martyr, but were merely called after their founder, as was usual with secular buildings during classical times. At a later period, such designations after the founder, for example, Titulus Vestinae, Equiti, Byzantii, etc., could not have arisen, for later on, only martyrs, and then later still, only saints in general, had the privilege of seeing churches named after them. Further, let this be observed. Though a number of the ancient titles have taken their name from a saint, the adjective sanctus was omitted even in the formal description of the churches. For example, in accordance with the most ancient form, we spoke above of the tituli Caeciliae, Presciae, Sabinae, and not Sanctae Caeciliae, and so forth. The word sanctus, in such connection, became an indispensable adjunct only after the 5th century. Moreover, other indications lead us to infer that the whole system of titular churches, as it existed in the 5th century, reflected an institution already existing in the 4th and to some extent even in the 3rd century. There are preserved a quite unusual number of allusions to restorations effected in these very churches prior to the 5th century. This would insinuate that these churches had already existed long previously. The choice of situation also speaks in favor of their antiquity. The titular churches held themselves markedly aloof from the center of Rome, where most of the great sites and monuments of public pagan life were established, and where forums and temples paraded their splendor. The central regions of the Forum Romanum and Palatium had not a single title. The Templum Pacis never had but one, and the same being true of the Circus Maximus, with the Titulus Anastasiae, and this one was probably erected only on account of the imperial palace on the Palatine, which had become Christian. The rest of the tituli must all be sought within a certain radius outside these centers of classical and heathen life. This circumstance allows us to infer that the Roman Church, with the wisdom and reserve which have so often distinguished her, refrained from taking advantage of the liberty accorded to her by Constantine, and from obtrusively erecting titular churches in the center of a city still in great measure devoted to idolatry. It seems as though she had from the first avoided choosing these regions for her places of assembly. Had the topographical distribution of the titles taken place in the 5th or 6th century, the arrangement would have been widely different. Thus all points to the very high antiquity of the titles. The origin of the name Titulus itself, with its classical ring, has never been clearly explained. In the center of Rome, the absence of titular churches was, moreover, compensated by public oratories and chapels, at least from the 4th century. Yet it was only in the 5th and 6th century that the Christian Church took actual possession of the central city in the neighborhood of the Forum Romanum by establishing local deaconries. These, as is well known, were centers of Christian works of mercy, distributing the alms, taking care of the sick and needy. It might therefore be said that Christianity first penetrated into the heart of Rome and into that select corner of classicism by means of Christian charity. The civil government soon handed over public buildings which might serve as churches in connection with the deaconries. Saints Cosimus and Damian is a case in point. This church began in a public hall. So, too, did the Church of Santa Maria in Cosmendin, which in the 6th century was established in a portico not far from the Ara Maxima of Hercules. The further step of appropriating temples was only taken later. In no case can it be proved that any one of the early titular churches began in a public building, let alone a temple. The titles had doubtless, some of them, been erected in places where the faithful, from the very earliest times, had been wont to unite for the celebration of their liturgy. The Roman Church, even in its official capacity, was in possession of certain recognized places of worship, even before toleration had been granted by Constantine. It is no longer possible to doubt that Christian churches existed in Rome prior to the time of Constantine, though we have no information as to what they were like. They were confiscated during the Diocletian persecution in 303, but in 311, Galerius gave orders to restore to the Christians those houses where they had been wont to meet. They were probably mansions belonging to distinguished persons who gave both their service and their substance to Christianity, and allowed the interior of their vast homes to be adapted to the requirements of the liturgy and of places of assembly. This circumstance, upon which in recent times stress has rightly been laid, throws an important light upon the outward form of early Roman churches. It enables us better to understand the so-called basilica style with which we intend dealing elsewhere. Here we shall confine ourselves to observing that Christian basilicas at Rome during the period under and after Constantine can never have struck the inhabitants as something strange or novel, their form being, so to say, a natural outgrowth of Roman soil. In their further development and decoration, the basilicas appropriated the best that was provided by the art of the period, and with their rich designs and ample dimensions, were soon harmoniously blended with the surrounding classical buildings of the city. End of section 26. Section 27 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 1, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Outward Changes in Rome, a Retrospect on the City under the Empire, Part 8. City churches without parish titles. Within the parishes belonging to the 25 titular churches, we find, in the 4th and 5th century, a number of other religious edifices which are not titles. Among these, the first in dignity was the Lateran Basilica, the leading church in every way, because it was the cathedral of the Pope. Next followed the Basilica Liberii, now the Basilica Santa Maria Maggiore. It was founded by Pope Liberius, 352 to 366, on the Esquiline, near the Macellum of Livia. After having been restored in the following century by Xistus III, it was dedicated to the Blessed Virgin and received the name of Basilica Santa Mariae. Third among the churches which were not titles came the Basilica Jerusalem, or Basilica Caesariana, or Helleniana. It owed its origin to Constantine the Great, who founded it in the spacious hall of the ancient Palladium Caesarianum, where his mother, Helena, had dwelt. It still exists under the name of Santa Croce in Gerusalemme. In a similar manner, the Basilica San Andrei on the Esquiline was begun in an ancient hall near the Liberian Basilica. Its founder was Valila, Magister Militum, from 471 to 483, and the secular hall had formerly belonged to the distinguished family of the Unii Bassi. This church, now vanished, was also called San Andreas Cata Barbara. Among other churches belonging to the 4th and 5th century were the Basilica Julia, which, according to the Liber Pontificalis, Pope Julius built in the 7th region, nigh the Forum of Divus Traianus. It was restored, circa 561, by Pelagius I and John III, who dedicated it to the apostles Saints Philip and James. It is now the Basilica of the 12 Apostles. The Church of St. Stephen and that of Bibiana, both due to Pope Simplicius, 468 to 483. He established the former in the ancient Macellum Magnum on the Caelian, in the second region. The latter was built beside the Palladium Lusinianum on the Esquiline. Both are still extant. This is also the case with the Basilica St. Agatha, about which we already know that it traces its origin to Ricimer the Arian and was only later on consecrated for Catholic service. On the other hand, another church belonging here, the Basilica Theodore, has utterly disappeared, nor can its site be now determined. We only know that it was mentioned in 418. Among other sources of information regarding ancient Rome, we mentioned a list of station churches dating from the beginning of the 7th century. From this list, we add the following churches: Santa Maria Antiqua, Santa Maria Rotunda, as the Pantheon was known from the beginning of the 7th century, Saints Cosmas and Damian, Saint Hadrian, also from first part of 7th century, Saint George in the Velabrum, Saint Michael the Archangel, very probably identical with the Church of San Michele e Magno near St. Peter's, enlarged by Pope Symmachus when the flight of stairs was added in front. Finally, St. Boniface the Martyr, where, as the list states, the body of this martyr rests. These, with those previously described, are the most important churches which can be proved to have existed in those days. They were not titles, but they stood inside the actual city. Though not parish churches in the same sense as the tituli, each had its cure of souls and its clergy to administer the sacraments and perform divine service. Another type of church was the mortuary chapel. These chapels stood outside the city walls and were primarily intended as shrines and monuments to the honor of distinguished martyrs belonging to the Roman Church. These basilicae, quaemeteralias, formed a series of sanctuaries, many of them famous, under the control of the ecclesiastical authorities of the city. End of section 27. Section 28 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 1, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Outward Changes in Rome, a retrospect on the city under the Empire. Part 9. Extramural churches. As, according to Roman law, the dead were to be buried outside the city, we must seek the resting places of the early Christian martyrs outside its walls. Even before Constantine, many oratories or cellae had been erected above ground over the graves of martyrs in the catacombs. Constantine himself had, however, erected splendid basilicas at the points in the suburbs to which Christian Romans had been wont to flock for the veneration of their saints. The two tombs of the apostles, Saints Peter and Paul, were singled out by the emperor for special honor, though he also built basilicas for St. Lawrence, St. Agnes, and St. Marcellin and Peter. The first four basilicas owe their origin to the prominence of the martyrs to whom they were dedicated, all four being highly venerated in the Roman Church. The last seems, however, to have been erected owing to the proximity of the emperor's villa ad duas Lauros to the cemetery of Saints Marcellin and Peter. These extramural cemetery churches showed considerable likeness in their structure. The rule was that they should stand exactly above the undisturbed tomb of the martyr, the high altar being placed vertically over it. In many cases, this rule naturally necessitated leveling operations and structural alterations in the galleries of the catacombs below. Such adaptations can sometimes be traced even today. They account for certain arrangements otherwise inexplicable. Some of these basilicas, such as that of St. Agnes and the older one of St. Lawrence, for instance, lie far below the level of the ground. The drawbacks inseparable from such a damp situation explain why these churches in particular have been so frequently restored. In considering these earlier extramural churches, almost without exception cemetery churches, It will be best to class them according to the main roads leading from the city. We shall start from the north, turn thence to the west, and once more make the circuit of Rome. The reader will thus be able to learn at the same time the topographical sequence of the principal roads of the Campania. In the list of these churches we shall, moreover, include only such as are mentioned in the first and original part of the Liber Pontificalis. As this part was written circa 530, an allusion made in it is a guarantee of antiquity. We must, however, observe that the Liber Pontificalis is not complete in its data and might be supplemented by the pilgrim itineraries of the 7th century, even in what concerns very ancient churches. But it is not our intention here to go too far into details. On the Via Cornelia stands the Basilica of St. Peter, the Prince of the Apostles. This building was erected by Constantine under Pope Sylvester and was restored by Leo I. Pope Damasus had already erected the baptistry. On the Via Aurelia, Pope Symmachus built the church of St. Pancras above his grave, now San Pancrazio, and a church to the Virgin Martyr, St. Agatha. On the Via Portuensis, which leads to Portus Romanus and the sea, stood the Basilica Julia, built by Julius I. This was probably the one named also after the martyr Felix, which stood at the 3rd milestone on this road, above the Coemeterium ad Insulatus. On the Via Ostiensis, also leading seawards, on the left bank of the river, towers the world-famed Basilica of St. Paul. The Constantinian building was completely transformed as early as the 4th century. The new basilica was consecrated in 390 by Pope Siricius. On the same road stood the church of the martyrs Felix and Adoctus, above the Coemeterium Comedile, restored by John I, 523 to 526. On the Via Ardeatina are 3 churches, the Basilica Marci, after the pope of that name, then the recently discovered Basilica Sans Nereae et Aquilae, called also after St. Petronilla and restored by John I. Finally, the Basilica Damasi, erected by Damasus. The Via Ardeatina also led down to the sea, near which the ruins of Ardea can still show some of the best constructed walls of the Roman period. 2 much frequented churches stood amongst others in the Ager Romanus, on the Via Appia, which passed along under the Alban hills and across the Pontine marshes to Terracina and Naples. First, the extensive Basilica Apostolorum above the site ad Catacumbas, where the remains of St. Peter and St. Paul were concealed for a time. It was built or restored by Pope Damasus and exists to this day as the Church of San Sebastiano. Further, the Basilica of St. Cornelius above the cemetery of Callistus. 2 oratories built above ground existed at this spot, but are omitted from the Liber Pontificalis. One was dedicated to the martyr Pope Xistus, the other to the female martyr Soterus. In the large subterranean crypt of this same cemetery, 15 popes and several celebrated martyrs were buried. This is the special point of attraction for modern visitors to the cemetery of Callistus. The Liber Pontificalis, which we are following, is particularly deficient with regards to these churches on the Appia and Ardeatina. Above this most important of all the Roman catacombs, we shall later meet with many other famous shrines, which came into existence even before the 7th century. To proceed, the Liber Pontificalis mentions the Basilica of St. Stephen on the Via Latina. This was founded as early as Leo I and emerged from the ground in consequence of recent excavations. The Via Latina, passing close to it, traversed the declivities of the Alban hills and went on through the Triris Valley by Agania and Frusinum towards Capua. The next road, the Labicana, went only a short distance into the hills and ended in Labicune, in the vicinity of the places now called Colana and Monte Compatri. On the Via Labicana, our authority records that the Basilica of Saints Marcellin and Peter was founded by the Emperor Constantine above their cemetery ad Duas Lauros. It must be looked for beside the mausoleum of St. Helena, or Torre Pignatara. On the way to Tibur, or Tivoli, by the Via Tiburtina, there stood quite close to Rome a renowned church, the Basilica of the Roman martyr Lawrence. This small building was erected by Constantine above the martyr's grave in the cemetery of Syriaca in the Ager Veranus. Pope Xistus III added to it another and more spacious basilica. It was termed Maior, while the first, situated lower, was called Basilica ad Corpus. Both have come down to us with their venerable outlines almost unaltered. Under Felix III, a basilica of St. Agapitus, and under Simplicius, another of St. Stephen, were founded near to the double church of St. Lawrence. The venerated basilica of the Roman martyr Agnes is mentioned at an early date as lying not far from Rome on the Via Nomentana, which terminates at Nomentum, or Mentana. It dates from Constantine. Restorations of the low, damply situated building were early undertaken by Popes Liberius, Innocent, and Symmachus. Still later followed its greatest restoration under Honorius I. The Via Salaria leads to the Sabine territory. Within the precincts of Rome, this road contained an oratory to St. Felicitas, above her tomb in the cemetery of Maximus. It was erected by Boniface I and restored by Symmachus. There was also a basilica of Saturninus above the cemetery of Thrason. The existence of the great catacombs of Priscilla on this same road was made known to visitors by a basilica erected by Pope Sylvester and restored probably by John I. Its remarkable remains have only quite recently been temporarily brought to light. Finally, the Via Flaminia is the last great road to which our ramble round the town brings us. It crossed the Tiber at the Milvian Bridge and went north, passing by Prima Porta and the Soracte. As it generally skirts the Tiber, it served to link Rome with the North Italian provinces. About midway between the Flaminian Gate and the Milvian Bridge stood the largest church adjoining this road anywhere in the neighborhood of Rome. This was the Basilica of St. Valentine, founded by Julius I. It stood immediately in front of his cemetery among the steep crags of the Parioli. The foundations and some remains of tombs and columns of this basilica were brought to light quite lately, in 1888. The surprisingly vast proportions of the triple-aisled church demonstrate afresh how the traditions of earlier Roman architecture, delighting in spacious, imposing, and dignified buildings, have been transmitted to the Christians of the 4th century. Taken collectively, we must admit that the sepulchral churches on the roads leading out of Rome reflect the grandeur of the ancient metropolis. We must now cast a glance on the magnificent roads themselves, which cross the Campagna in every direction. Wherever these have been preserved, they offer to this day masterly specimens of the Roman talent for technical enterprises on a vast scale. The boldness of their design and extent is only rivaled by the durability of the work, which seems to have been so fit together as to last forever. The roads are laid with huge, almost imperishable polygonal blocks of basalt. On each side they have a raised border of stones, or crepidines, on which, from point to point, other stones were set up to mark the distances, short or long. At every 1,000 paces stood a marble milestone, or a miliaris, giving the distance from Rome. Lying between the Christian churches and oratories, an immeasurably larger number of heathen sepulchral buildings of every description line the sides of these roads. Recalling to ourselves the constant use of idolatrous decorations, the pagan invocations on the inscriptions, the surrounding villas filled with statues and works of art, saturated with mythology, polytheism, and sensuality, we can understand how the quiet, unpretentious mortuary churches of the Christians, even on this classical ground of the Campagna, prognosticated the coming transformation of Rome. Returning once more to the interior of the city, the eye naturally seeks the center upon which all these places of worship, both inside and outside Rome, depend. Where was the headquarters of the church to be found in the days previous to the peace under Constantine? The answer to the question is not easy to give. It may be assumed that the Roman bishopric of the Christians was permanently attached to some one church or meeting place, but for deciding which this was, only two indications exist. First comes the claim of the Titulus Pudentis, where St. Peter is said to have labored. But apart from the fact that the traditions of this church, however venerable, presuppose sundry apocryphal documents, they refer exclusively to the period of St. Peter and his first successors, and fail to state that this titular church was the residence of the popes until Constantine. In the second instance, we have the catacomb of St. Priscilla, where we are told Peter baptized. However venerable this claim, it is not established, nor does it afford any information about St. Peter's successors. Thirdly, it has been argued that the catacomb of St. Callistus, in which is the crypt containing the remains of the popes of the 3rd century, was at that time the headquarters of the papacy. This view, which has little to support it, has against it the distance which separated this cemetery from the city. A possible clue is an inscription formerly adorning a building beside the Basilica of St. Lawrence in Damaso, and due to Pope Damasus in the 4th century. The Pope, 366 to 384, herein states that he had destined the aforesaid building, flanked with columns, as a new place for the custody of the archives. Here he himself, as well as his father, had spent their lives in the service of the church. His father, he continues, beginning as a notary, or acceptor, and lector, had risen to the Levite's office, that is, to the diaconate, and to the priesthood. From this spot he himself, Damasus, had been raised to the apostolic throne. Now it seems that by archives, the ancient archives of the Roman Church are meant. If, therefore, they were preserved at this spot even before Constantine, it might easily be supposed that this was the center of church government. Still, this is only a supposition and nothing more, and it is based upon an inscription of which the sense is not perfectly clear. Damasus himself, as pope, like his last 5 predecessors, resided at the Lateran Palace. His consecration he also received in the Lateran Basilica. Unfortunately, we are not informed of the place where the archives of the Roman Church were deposited at that date. The Lateran first appears in history as a papal residence in 311, that is, from the beginning of the time of peace. It was Constantine who bestowed the spacious, ancient palace upon the Church. As early as the year 313, under the precedence of the Roman bishop Mittelates, a synod was held there to deal with the Donatists. There, too, under Pope Sylvester, the Emperor Constantine erected the Basilica Lateranensis to our Blessed Savior. It was also called the Basilica Constantiana. This was the biggest monumental work that the emperor carried out in Rome for the benefit of the Church. The Liber Pontificalis has preserved the authentic inventory of the rich endowment he bestowed upon this chief basilica, of the revenues and estates, and the gold and silver vessels. From its dazzling store of precious metals, marble, and mosaics, it later became known among the people as the Basilica Aurea. The Lateran Church and Palace have served to immortalize the name of the family of the Laterani. The Laterani had once owned the palace, though at the time of Rome's great transformation under Constantine, it was already one of the imperial demesnes. The Domus Lateranensis was then in the hands of Fausta, daughter of Maximian, the Church's relentless persecutor. In consequence of the emperor's gift, the Roman Church succeeded Fausta in the ownership of the palace. Recent excavations have brought to light remains of the spacious habitations composing this Roman palace, which lie below and beyond the present walls of the basilica. It appears as if a considerable part of the older buildings in the vicinity of the Aurelian Wall has been preserved, some being actually incorporated in it. Ancient leaden pipes have also been found on the site of the palace, stamped with the name of the Laterani, and quite lately one has been recovered with the name of Julia Mammaea. End of section 28. Section 29 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 1, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5 continued. From the Lateran to the Vatican, a walk through Rome at the period of its transformation. Part 1. From the Lateran to the Roman Forum. A walk from the memorable palace of the Lateran to the Basilica of the Apostle Peter will complete the picture sketched in the preceding pages. The road leads, if one may so express it, from one focus of ecclesiastical Rome to the other, from the seat of the hierarchy to its world-famous symbol, the tomb of St. Peter. The road has the advantage of acquainting us with some characteristic features of the Rome of that period. It divides the whole length of the city from southeast to northwest, leads past the most splendid monuments of its fading grandeur, and reveals to us new aspects of the vigorous Christian element which has won itself a place within the walls. The streets to be followed, which may be seen on our map of Rome, are indicated by the Einsiedel itinerary, which, as we know, retains the ancient classic denominations. It names the monuments standing right and left, to some of which so far we have not had occasion to refer. The road connecting the Lateran with St. Peter's was so traditional during the Middle Ages, so constantly traversed by the popes in solemn procession and by ordinary bands of pilgrims, that even towards the middle of the 12th century, the first half, as is evident from the processional of Benedictus Canonicus, was precisely the same as of old. But at its second part, in the time of Benedictus, the course was interrupted by accumulated ruins, and the way accordingly deviated from its time-honored track. A Via Papalis, however, exists to this day, being the survival of the old connecting link between the two principal churches of Rome, the Lateran Basilica and the Basilica on the Vatican Hill. The two halves of the road are, first, the line from the Lateran past the Colosseum and across the Forum Romanum up to the back of the Capitol. Secondly, from the latter point from the Campus Martius to the Basilica of St. Peter on the farther side of the Aelian Bridge. The two halves joined in the center of the city, or more exactly, at the spot where formerly stood the Servian Porta Ratumina, at the southern end of the Via Flaminia below the Capitol. The triumphal arch of Domitian was later on erected here, and was known during the Middle Ages as the Arch of the Fleshy Hand, or Arcus Manus Carniae. 4 ancient streets meet at this topographically important spot. The first half falls of its own accord into 2 sections, one leading from the Lateran to the Arch of Titus, near the Roman Forum, the other across the whole length of the Forum to the Capitol. Let us join a group of foreign pilgrims, who, having greeted the Bishop of Rome at the Lateran, now start to do honor to the Apostle Peter in his church. In the great cities of antiquity, for instance at Alexandria, where they were called Peria Getae, there were men of education, grammarians, or ludi magistri, who explained the monuments to strangers, and who, when required, could produce the text of public inscriptions to satisfy the cultured curiosity of visitors. We may suppose that the better educated pilgrims to Rome were accompanied by such guides, for grammarians certainly abounded at Rome. Indeed, the earliest collection of Roman inscriptions and the itineraries to both the city and the catacombs seem to have come from men such as these. Our 6th century pilgrims in their varied dress make a picturesque group. Among them, perhaps, there are Africans from the home of Fulgentius, the writer whom we met previously with his brother monks on the Roman Forum. Orientals, too, in strange attire, long since familiar to Rome. Stalwart Gauls, or people from the yet remoter north, drawn hither, even in those early days, by their piety or curiosity. The pilgrims first crossed the great Lateran court, or Campus Lateranensis. This was bounded by the Pope's residence, called the Episcopium, and later Patriarchium Lateranense. Then by the long side wall of the basilica, with its grand line of round arched windows, and the baptistry of the Lateran, Baptisterium or Fons Lateranensis, with its numerous outbuildings, such as the Chapel of the Cross and the portico of Pope Hilary. On the northern side of the Claudian aqueduct formed the fourth boundary. The picturesqueness of the last may be judged from the few arches of the Aqua Claudia still standing with their lofty and finely proportioned brickwork. The broad area thus enclosed probably corresponded to the Campus Martialis on the Caelian hill, which is found mentioned in Ovid. At least the Einsiedel topographer points out a church of San Gregorius in Martio, and it may well be that this name of Martius retains an echo of the old name Campus Martialis. The church in question stood at the commencement of the ancient Via Marellana. The Marellana went northwards from the Lateran Piazza through an arch of the Claudian aqueduct. It is not identical with the modern street called Marellana. Supposing the pilgrims to be interested in the monuments on the Lateran Square, they would first of all notice the bronze equestrian statue called after Constantine the Great. It does not, however, represent Constantine, but Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius had been born in this neighborhood, which accounts for the presence of his statue. The site of the monument must be sought near the modern Scala Santa. It continued to embellish the Lateran Piazza throughout the Middle Ages, and now stands at the top of the Capitol, whither it was transported in 1583. Having been from early medieval times supposed to be a memorial of Constantine, the great patron of the Church and founder of the Lateran Basilica, it was treated with greater respect than most other works of art. The pilgrims, quitting the Lateran field, passed through an arch of the aqueduct into the ancient road leading to the Colosseum. This is not the present Via di San Giovanni in Laterano, but a road to the left, that is, to the south, of it along the slopes of the Caelian. In yet earlier times, it had led from the center of Rome to the Servian Porta Caeli Montana. Over a large portion of its course, it coincides with the present Via di Santi Quattro Coronati. At the Lateran Square it, so to speak, solemnly opened with the arch of the before-mentioned Claudian aqueduct, which there crossed it. Later this arch was called Arco di Basile. The traditional importance of this high road to the Colosseum appears from its 12th century names of Via Maior and Via Sancta. The latter name was at least applied to its lower part, lying near the Colosseum. These appellations occurred in descriptions of the Pope's solemn processions from their Lateran residence to the Basilica of St. Peter. The most ancient Christian places of worship along this road are the Basilica of the Quattro Coronati, that of St. Clement, and the Oratory of St. Felicitas. Their origin can be ascribed with more or less certainty to local associations with the history of the respective saints. In Rome, many of the earlier houses of worship owe their erection to the titular saint being in some way connected with the locality. In many places, legends forged later have largely hidden the true facts. In some instances, criticism can disentangle the facts from fiction, but more often, investigators must rest content with only partial elucidation. The first of the sacred fanes mentioned above rises on the left of our road. This is the fascinating medieval group of edifices of the Sans Quattro Coronati, one of the most eloquent Roman monuments of the piety and the power of the past. This convent stronghold, castle, and venerable church, all combined, breathes even now the atmosphere of a departed age. At the time, however, of the pilgrims we are accompanying, the spot seems to have been occupied by only a modest little basilica. Pope Honorius I, in the 7th century, commenced a church of exceptionally vast proportions, of which the side aisles and chapels are preserved in the precincts of the present convent. The existing church of the Santi Quattro Coronati is a reduction of the ancient Honorian building and dates from Paschal II at the beginning of the 12th century, the earlier central nave having been made into a new basilica. The Coronati, according to St. Jerome's lists of saints, had already, in the 4th century, a shrine at this spot. Ad cielo monte, says the manuscript. The martyrs, 4 in number, had been buried outside Rome on the Via Labicana, and had even, according to the oldest tradition, been known as the Coronati, that is, crowned by their martyrdom. Their names have not been handed down. They are said to have been soldiers and of the rank of corniculari. It is said that they were put to death for their faith beside a temple of Aesculapius, near the church in front of Trajan's Baths. In the year 1872, remains of a 4th century Damascene inscription were found in the ground under the apse of the present church. All that could be gathered from it was that it was written in honor of several martyrs, the reference being doubtless to the 4 Coronati. At any rate, we may infer from the early existence of an important titular church on this spot that it was linked with some special historical association in remote Christian times. We must further notice that the title was early called after the Coronati and not after the name of the founder. If these saints were really martyred in the immediate vicinity, then we have a natural explanation of the church being built as a memorial. It is also possible that the bodies of the martyrs were exposed at this part of the road, as was often done to intimidate the faithful. It is equally possible that the ancient buildings, of which we still see remains near the church, served as their jail. The history of these martyrs offers other unsolved problems. The cult of the 4 Coronati was associated with that of 5 other martyrs, as is shown by the earliest written documents. The story of the 2 groups becoming gradually confused, there resulted a curious tangle of historical traditions. The 5 martyrs just alluded to were not Romans, but Pannonians. They were brought to Rome and buried at the same place near the city where the Coronati rested, hence the error in the traditions. History has more to say of the Pannonians than that of the Coronati. They suffered on November 8, 305, and their names were Claudius, Nicostratus, Symphorianus, Castorius, and Simplicius. Their acts, recently investigated by both Catholic and non-Catholic scholars, have been proved to be contemporary and reliable. These saints, who were stonemasons, refused to further heathen worship by their work, and for their refusal were put to death. Later on, when legends became the order of the day, this story was transferred to the Quatuor Coronati, the stonemasons of Rome even adopting them as their patrons. A chapel of this church belonging to the Guild of Roman Stonemasons, and decorated with early pictures, was dedicated to the Coronati as brother craftsmen. It is now time to move on to the second and still greater monument of local sacred history lying on our line of route. Almost opposite the church of the Quatuor Coronati, in the hollow of the valley to the right, stands the titular church of St. Clement. It belongs to the Caelius, the second Augustan city region. Inscriptions and monuments conspire to make us believe that a church founded by Clement, bishop and martyr, and the 3rd successor of Peter, stood upon this very spot. Writing in 392, Jerome says that, down to his time, the memory of the name of Clement was preserved by the church built at Rome. From this century, too, dates the inscription of the iron collar of an escaped and recaptured slave, which refers to an acolyte, a Dominicu Clementis. The Dominicum of Clement can be no other than this church. Dominicum was the usual name for a Christian church as House of the Lord. Besides, an inscription of Pope Damasus, one of the time of Pope Siricius, and an epistle of Pope Zosimus confirm the age and importance of this titular church. The original church, which our pilgrims would have seen in the 5th century, has been only excavated since 1858. The new church, erected by Pope Paschal II, was built above it. The same pope who restored the church of the Quatuor Coronati, subsequently to the destruction of this whole quarter by Robert Guiscard's Normans, also built a new basilica of St. Clement. This he did by partially filling up and partially demolishing the older one, which stood somewhat lower down in the Caelian Valley, setting up another in its place. The new one was on a smaller scale than the old, for the ancient side aisles below extend considerably beyond the aisles of the 12th century church. Modern excavations, conducted with zeal and judgment by the Irish Dominican Moluli, laid open the whole interior of the ancient edifice. We may now inspect, more than 16 feet below the upper church, halls adorned with choice antique columns and early medieval paintings. It seems to have been built soon after the time of Constantine. At the back, it is connected with a still deeper hall, which might be considered an oratory, already existing either on or near the dwelling of the titular saint. From pieces of masonry belonging to the earliest days of the empire, it may be gathered that a dwelling house stood there at a very early date. It is worthy of note that among these remains appear foundation walls belonging to the period of the Roman Republic. Distant and widely separated epochs have thus left their traces upon this remarkable site. Our interest in a spot where so many memories meet is further enhanced by the discovery, behind the above early Christian oratory, of a well-preserved Mithraeum, still containing a statue of Mithra and the stone benches for the initiated running round it. Seeing that paganism was fast nearing its end, the superstitious worshippers selected this place of concealment, approached from another side, and there tauntingly displayed their banner in close proximity to the Christian sanctuary. Since the excavations of recent years, the venerable church of St. Clement has become almost a museum of Christian archaeology and art. But even before the excavations, we possessed, in the upper church of Paschal II, an exquisite and impressive example of the interior arrangement of early Roman basilicas. In Paschal's time, basilicas were still decorated in the ancient manner. In this edifice, moreover, the Pope seems in many points to have imitated the earlier church of St. Clement. His basilica, of which the ground plan is given in our illustration, is the only one in Rome which has been able to preserve its interior arrangement with tolerable completeness down to the present time. There is a quadrangle surrounded by a portico with a central fountain, or cantharus, forming a passage to an atrium set traversely. The columns are probably those of the more ancient quadrangle, erected upon the new and higher level. We still see, on either side of the main entrance, leading to the central nave, the two side entrances, now walled up, leading to the two aisles. The circular open tribune, or apse, still stands at the end of the interior, flanked by the two smaller apses of the aisles. There is also the choir fronting the altar, with its pillared canopy, the chancel surrounded by a square marble balustrade for the lower clergy and choristers, or scala cantorum. It is connected with the sanctuary by a doorway and still contains the ambones, or lecterns, for the epistle and gospel. The balustrade, with its ornamental work in relief, is much older than the time of Paschal II. It is in greater part the same marble screen that had stood in the lower church since the 6th century, and must have been brought up into its present position by the above-named pope. The style of the decoration points to the 6th century, whilst one monogram of a name, deciphered as Ioannis, would indicate the reign of Pope John II, 533 to 535. Other monuments from the lower church of St. Clement also refer to this pope, formerly known as Mercurius. Near this early sanctuary of St. Clement's, Roman matrons might have been seen in great numbers, taking the path which went up towards the baths of Trajan. It was a road much frequented by the pious women of early Christian Rome, for it led to the neighboring oratory of the Roman matron and martyr Felicitas, the third Christian monument lying on our road. According to an inscription, the saint was worshipped here as foster mother of Roman women, or cultrix Romanorum. The still existing chapel, of very modest dimensions, is decorated on the wall behind the altar by a picture of the 5th or early 6th century. It represents Saint Felicitas as an orante, surrounded by her 7 sons, all martyred in the presence of their heroic mother. The valuable picture has been almost ruined through the moisture. When the chapel was excavated in 1812, this picture exhibited other characteristic details besides those just mentioned. Amongst others, a figure which seems to afford some welcome information regarding the local associations which led to the erection of a church on this spot. Below, on the right, was figured a jailer holding a key. It seems, therefore, probable that Felicitas was imprisoned here before suffering martyrdom outside the city. The scenery surrounding the figures of the martyrs in the center bore an entire likeness to the mosaics in the large churches of the same date, and therefore deserves special notice. Christ appears in the clouds above the principal personage, that is, Saint Felicitas, placing the crown of victory and trophy of martyrdom upon her head. On the upper border, 12 lambs, symbolizing the 12 apostles, are making their way from either side from the cities, or folds, of Bethlehem and Jerusalem, to the lamb standing in the center upon the conventional hill, whence flow the fountains of living water. The symbolic picture is completed by 2 palm trees, right and left of the saint. On a branch of one is perched the mythical phoenix, betokening the new birth and eternal life. All these details, either singly or variously amplified, recur repeatedly on Roman mosaics from the 4th to the 7th centuries. This simple yet precious oratorium vividly portrays other artistic customs and pious practices of its age. On the walls of the equal-sided interior, besides the customary imitation mosaics, frescoes were found of early Christian subjects, several of them painted under the influence of the then prevalent symbolism. Thus we find the 3 youths in the fiery furnace, and Daniel in the lion's den. The apostles Peter and Paul stand beside the Savior. Many names of persons and acclamations, some Christian but mostly pagan, had been scratched upon the wall. A calendar showing the deities of the days of the week was evidently also inscribed in the classical period. The whole edifice must certainly have, in heathen times, formed part of a dwelling house, distinct from the neighboring baths of Trajan. The question has even been raised whether the actual residence of Saint Felicitas may not have been preserved here. In default of information, no answer can be given. Were this the case, it would, however, explain the great reverence felt by Roman matrons for this shrine, and expressed by them in many an inscription scratched upon it. Only very few such small oratories dating from early Christian times are known in Rome. An oratorium of the 4th century was discovered in 1876, not far from the railway station and near the Thermae of Diocletian, below the so-called Monte di Giustizia. But most unfortunately, it was demolished. The apse was ornamented with pictures of Christ and the apostles, whilst underneath were depicted cheerful scenes, fishermen and boats on a river which ran round the semicircular vault, just as in the mosaics of the Lateran and Santa Maria Maggiore. Another oratory is also known, of which remains were visible, besides St. Prisca's, as late as the 18th century. This, too, possessed Christian pictures dating from the 4th century. In consequence of an earlier inscription found there, relating to a certain Pudens Cornelianus, one is tempted to connect the house with that family, Pudens, so famous in tradition. A third oratory, discovered long since and possibly belonging to the 6th century, is mentioned as existing in the vicinity of St. Peter's ad Vincula. Yet a 4th oratory, covered with 6th or 7th century paintings, has recently been found under St. Sabas, and may be that of St. Sylvia, the mother of Gregory the Great. Though primarily occupied with Christian antiquities, we cannot refrain, during our archaeological ramble, from some cursory notice of the Thermae of Trajan standing to the right of our road. The central building, a creation of the emperor's love of art, was surrounded by an immense square. It contained the customary porticos, open spaces, and halls for sport and conversation. A portion of this mass of buildings appears on a fragment of the Severian marble plan and gives an idea of its vastness. These Thermae have not yet been examined at all fully, and until recently were so little known that they were erroneously called after Titus. The place is, however, very famous in the history of art, for it was here that in 1506 was found the priceless group of the Laocoon in the remains of the reservoirs of these baths, or the so-called Seti Salae. The underground chambers of these baths, towards the church of St. Clement, are a part of Nero's Golden House. Trajan partly erected his Thermae above the site of this absurdly huge palace. Nero's memory had been execrated by the state, and his architectural freaks devoted to destruction. Yet ever since the revival of art, the classical frescoes adorning the great dark halls of Nero's buried splendor have formed a center of admiring wonder, and justly, for they are the most perfect specimens of decorative painting bequeathed to us by antiquity. Michelangelo Buonarroti and many other artists after him made these famous groups their models. how far these products of luxury and taste surpass the early pictures in Christian oratories and basilicas. Church art strove to edify by simply depicting a spiritual or historical subject. It was eminently unpretentious and shared the shortcomings of the age, which was already showing traces of decay. On the other hand, here, in these pictures of the 1st century, we see all that classic refinement and beauty of form peculiar to the Golden Age, which followed Augustus. The execution is light, and the very outlines, all instinct with harmony and grace, though the subject, replete with worldliness and luxury, are such as no Christian artist, out of regard for the susceptibilities of his co-religionists, could have adopted. Trajan's Thermae extended backwards nearly to the Basilica of St. Peter ad Vincula, which we previously mentioned as an early titular church on the Esquiline. Anyone going from the Lateran to St. Peter's on the Vatican would have seen in the distance this other church of St. Peter looking down from its height. The name ad Vincula was adopted by the Esquiline Church on account of the fetters of St. Peter, a relic venerated from very early times as a memento of the apostles' captivity at Rome. Here again, conformably with our object in this chapter, we must ask the reader to pause. In the first half of the 5th century, under Pope Sixtus III, there was at Rome a general conviction that the chains had been preserved at this spot for many years. This is evident from this pope's public inscription on the newly restored church ad Vincula, in which he extols the undamaged chains of Peter as a treasure of the church, adding that this blessed iron is more precious than any gold. The existence of this chain is therefore proved some time before legend began to associate it with the Empress Eudoxia. By the beginning of the 5th century, it had become the custom for foreign bishops to solicit particles of the fetters as relics and to expose them for special veneration in their churches. About 419, Bishop Achillius of Spoleto placed a long inscription commemorative of one of these relics on the staircase leading up to the Basilica of St. Peter in his city. The text of this epigraphic poem has been preserved. In it, Achillius, addressing all who passed through Spoleto by the Flaminian Way, either to or from Rome, informs them that, not only in Rome, but also in Spoleto, in St. Peter's Church upon the hill, the Prince of the Apostles has his seat, and this by virtue of a relic from St. Peter's chains, and by virtue of the sacred memorial of his martyrdom, which the Basilica of Spoleto thus contains. Continuing our way towards the Colosseum, before reaching it, we see to the left, on the Caelian, the buildings belonging to the Caput Africae quarter. The name came from an imperial Pydagogium, which once stood here, and the court pages educated here were called Caputa Fricensis. In modern times, the name has been revived and bestowed on an adjacent street. Originally, no doubt, the name arose from a portrait, or signboard, depicting an African woman. At Rome, there were many similar signs and escutcheons, which gave their names to streets and quarters. Still farther up the Caelian hill, lofty perpendicular substructures support the temple of the Emperor Claudius, occupying a commanding position in the present gardens of the Passionist convent of Saints Giovanni e Paolo. The ancient road by which we have now reached the Colosseum passed round the amphitheatre to the left, and thence, as the Einsiedel itinerary expressly notes, between the triumphal arch of Constantine and the Meta Sudans. After this it leaves the temple of Venus and Roma on the right, and the angle of the Palatine on the left, and under the name of Sacra Via, ascends the rising ground leading to the Arch of Titus. This stands, in ancient parlance, in Summa Sacra Via. What a combination of magnificent monuments, what an intermixture of Christian monuments with the proud pomp of pagan Rome! Doubtless the arch in honor of the Christian Emperor Constantine would then have been pointed out as one of the greatest trophies of Christianity. The inscription speaks of the emperor's victory over the tyrant and his whole faction, indicating the overthrow of the heathen Maxentius at the Milvian Bridge, that great event which brought the emperor to Rome and gave Christian Rome for all time the predominance over her heathen rival. In the aforesaid inscription, The Roman Senate alludes to the religious question with great caution and reserve, merely stating that Constantine freed Rome from the yoke of the tyrant through divine guidance, or instinctu divinitatis. At the time of its dedication in 315, such an expression might have been used even by pagans, so that it can certainly not be taken as a profession of Christianity. It is far more probable that the inscription was so framed as to offend neither the emperor and his Christian friends, nor the still largely preponderating heathen party. The Senate, of which the majority was still pagan, evidently strove to adapt itself to the new general situation. The decoration of the triumphal arch bears strong witness to the decadence of sculpture at that epoch, and also to perfectly inexplicable haste. Such of the statues as are new are devoid of feeling and heavy to degree. A quantity of work in relief was, moreover, brought from earlier monuments, for example, from an arch of Trajan standing near, probably beside the Circus Maximus, and which it was thought seemly to despoil. The style of the latter sculptures is utterly unlike that of Constantine's own era. The exquisite work in relievo, setting forth the exploits of Trajan, and even depicting his sacrifices to the gods, seems here peculiarly out of place, and seems to lift its voice in helpless protest at being associated with the productions of Constantine's debased age. In those early days, the visitor's admiring gaze could better revel in the Colosseum than now, when the building seems cramped by its surroundings. With astonishment, he would look at its elliptical enclosure, nearly 164 feet in height, at the three boldly superimposed colonnades, each with 80 openings lightening the massive structure, and in their turn, surmounted by two other tiers of masonry. The open arches of the second and third stories now look down upon us empty. Formerly, throughout their circuit, they were tenanted by bronze and marble statues, while between the pilasters on the outside of the fourth story flashed a long line of bronze shields. The latter decoration was really scarcely necessary to enhance the impressiveness of the whole building, the majestic regularity being quite sufficient. The harmonious choice and variety of the arches and columns in each story tempered agreeably the almost overwhelming impression produced by the vast size of the structure. Well might the Roman poet Martial exclaim, "Every work of art yields to the Caesarean amphitheatre." At that time, no one thought of ascribing the work to a Christian master. Only in the 14th century was an inscription fabricated mentioning a Christian, Gaudentius, as architect of the amphitheatre. The forgery betrays itself both by the wording and the form of the letters. The tablet is preserved in the crypt of Santa Martina in the Roman Forum. The Meta Sudans, beside the Colosseum, was a fountain set in the midst of a pool, rather meant in comparison with its surroundings. At present, its brick cone, surrounded by the restored border of the basin, may still be seen. In better proportion to the grandeur of the amphitheatre was a colossus of Nero, not far from the Meta Sudans. As is perfectly well known, this statue originally represented Nero and towered over 100 feet in height, on a lofty pedestal, of which the square base can still be seen. This masterpiece of Zenodorus was changed by Vespasian into a statue of the sun god, while the Emperor Commodus turned it into his own portrait, adding to it his divine attributes. After Commodus, it again became a statue of the sun. The Constantinian Legionary Survey calls it simply the Colossus, and mentions that it bears the attributes of the god's soul. 7 rays, it tells us, encircled the head, each 22.5 feet in length. The legend of the martyrs, Abdon and Senna, tells us that after they had suffered for their faith in the amphitheatre and had been slain by gladiators, their bodies were exposed for 3 days at the base of this statue. Whole series of heroic Christians are mentioned in martyr legends as having suffered in the Colosseum or its immediate vicinity, and it is indubitable that the amphitheatre was the scene of many martyrdoms. Those condemned to be thrown to wild beasts, as many of the Christians were, paid their penalty in the arena used for wild beast shows, that is, the Flavian amphitheatre. It can be proved by ample reliable testimony that this building witnessed the sufferings of St. Ignatius of Antioch, But when we come to lists of other martyrs who, Christian martyrologies allege, suffered like him, the historical confirmation of the report becomes a matter of difficulty. The main objection is that the acts which tell us of these Roman martyrs are not reliable records belonging to the period of the persecutions, but pious legends compiled during the 5th and 6th centuries, if not later, and full of anachronisms and improbable details. The statement that death occurred in the amphitheater through wild beasts or other cruel means easily grew into a sort of formula in the so-called Acts. At least in individual cases, one would like stronger testimony. Sometimes, however, these documents describe executions at this spot under circumstances evidently derived from trustworthy sources. Such, for instance, is the case with regard to the death of the above martyrs, Abdon and Senna, whose bodies, as we stated, were exposed at the Colossus of Nero. It is equally difficult to pass judgment upon the frame of mind in which Christians visited the Colosseum during the 5th and 6th centuries. Many must have felt moved when recalling these martyrdoms brought before them in the Acts only just set in circulation. Yet, as we know, the public sports in the arena continued, though minus the gladiatorial combats. Many others continued, therefore, as of old, to regard the Colosseum merely as a public theater worthy of Rome's colossal grandeur. This point of view was predominant throughout medieval times, when the building for long served as a fortress. No service in the Colosseum to commemorate its martyrs is ever mentioned. Not before the 17th and 18th centuries was an attempt made to revive the memory of the willing victims who laid down their lives for the Christian faith within these stately ruins. If the Flavian amphitheater seemed the embodiment of Roman grandeur, but also of its coarse deterioration in force and feeling under the empire, the neighboring twin temples of Venus and Roma mirrored the Romans' existence in a picture far more seductive and flattering. There the goddess Venus was worshipped as an ancestress of the Roman race and mother of the gens Julia, whilst Roma, mistress of the world, was there accorded a place among the gods. What proud self-consciousness might thus swell in the breast of a Roman, but also, alas, what degradation might be veiled under the name of Venus? This twofold temple, built by the Emperor Hadrian, with its square artificial platform, was the most extensive in Rome. The outside colonnade enclosed an area no less than 528 feet in length and 337 in breadth. This and the inside colonnade contained 200 majestic pillars. Some idea of their size is given by the marble or granite shafts and bases still strewn over the almost bare site. We still see how the lofty celle of the two temples touched each other, having a common axis. The temple of Venus faced the Colosseum, that of Roma faced the Forum, from which it was entered. Of all the magnificent columns shown on the ground plan, not a single one is now standing upright. The Einsiedel itinerary calls both temples together Trajan's Palladium. This description is a beginning of the medieval habit of ignorantly bestowing on so many temples the title of palaces. In the 8th century, when the itinerary was written, classical monuments in general were steadily lapsing into oblivion. During the period of Rome's transition, the twin temples stood silent and with closed doors, shunned by Christian pilgrims as haunted of demons. The Arch of Titus on the Summa Sacra Via is, as we know, the triumphal gateway erected to commemorate the taking of Jerusalem and the subjugation of the Jewish nation. We have already had occasion to institute a comparison between this trophy of heathen triumph over the chief city and the religion of Palestine, and the triumph of Christianity as exemplified in the destruction of the Capitoline Temple, that is, over heathenism, summed up in Rome's most sacred fane. At the present juncture, the proximity of the Arch of Constantine and of the Jewish symbols on that of Titus again invite us to a comparison. Just as the Arch of Titus immortalizes the fall of Judaism, according to Christ's prediction, the work of the Romans, so the Arch of Constantine figures in some sense the collapse of Roman paganism on the advent of a Christian-minded emperor. Both arches bear witness to the power of the God of the Christians, then engaged in preparing a new era for the mistress of the world. The vessels from the Jewish temple represented on the arch deserve close attention. The 7-branched candlestick carried by the soldiers in the pageant would seem to be a true copy, though on a lesser scale, of the famous Lychneucus, and the same may be said of the table of the showbread and of the trumpets crossed in front of it. The then custom in art was, when possible, to depict such important objects as these with great accuracy. This consideration, coupled with the desire to make this oft-mentioned sculpture better known, is our excuse for including in this work a large new photograph of the same. The inscription on the Arch of Titus runs in the usual laconic classic style. The Senate and the Roman people to the divine Titus, son of the divine Vespasian, and to the Emperor Vespasian. The large clear-cut inscription was frequently copied from earliest times. In the early Middle Ages, it was even made to do service as a model for boys learning to write. We still possess a piece of marble on which a beginner in the 6th or 7th century has scratched the inscription, together with all the characters of the alphabet. In this case, the inscription is preceded by the cross usual in epigraphical texts. Nor is this the only inscription which thus falls into the hands of children, for so long as a glimmer of former culture survived at Rome, the monuments of the city served as a school for youth. The view which we obtain from the Arch of Titus over the Roman Forum in its entirety invites us to consider the monuments of this area. End of section 29. Section 30 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 1, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5 continued. From the Lateran to the Vatican, a walk through Rome at the period of its transformation. Part 2. The Roman Forum in early Christian times. From the Arch of Titus, the scene presented in the direction of the Capitol was almost overpoweringly grand. It was the showplace of the world, an exhibition of monuments, witnesses all to a mighty history, having its center in this comparatively narrow space. Temples in serried ranks, vast secular basilicas, rising several stories high upon marble pillars. Triumphal arches and memorial monuments, all glorious with sculpture and inscriptions, and on the left, the towering imperial palaces of the Palatine. Such were here the surroundings of the famous Sacred Way. The Sacra Via at first descends to the right, then skirts the rectangle of the Forum, properly so called, and then again ascends in a broad curve to the Capitol, which forms the northwest boundary of this historic arena. It is possible to identify with great accuracy the classical route usually followed across the Forum during the declining days of the Empire. Every foot of ground, so to speak, on this memorable spot has been searched and examined. Following the Sacra Via, people passed in front of the Temple of Roma, under the triumphal arch of the Fabii, still standing in the Middle Ages, and thence before the high marble steps of the Temple of Faustina. After this they made their way round the temple of the divine Julius, that is, Caesar, lying in the center, passing through the triumphal arch of Augustus, and so into the Forum proper. The rectangle of the Forum began opposite the end of the Vicus Tuscus, passing between the still visible bases of the 8 memorial columns or statues to the right, and the far-stretching Basilica Julia to the left. They would reach the atrium of the Temple of Saturn, at present still indicated by the long rows of upright pillars. The Sacra Via leaves this on the left and then goes on to the Clivus Capitolinus. This steep road mounts to the Capitol under the open porticos of the Capitoline Tabularium, commanding the whole area of the Forum. From the open space at the Capitol, the road arrives to the left on the great plateau of the Temple of Highest Jove. Anyone wishing to proceed from the Forum to the 9th region or to St. Peter's would, according to the itineraries, turn to the right before the Temple of Saturn and cross the height bounding the Forum along the Clivus Argentarius. We, however, are in no such hurry to quit the great monuments of the Forum, especially as just here a number of smaller Christian places of worship, though not tittily, deserve a passing glance. Even here, in this gorgeous world of paganism, we may witness the beginning of medieval Christian Rome. We shall therefore pass in review these Christian shrines, at the same time giving a rapid glance at the classical buildings interspersed among them. We again start from our former halting place, the Arch of Titus. The first monument or building mentioned by the Einsiedel itinerary as nearest to the Arch of Titus is what it terms the Testamentum. The name never appears in earlier history and could scarcely denote a heathen structure or memorial. It might seem that the name originated in the illustrations from the Old Testament on the Arch of Titus, yet according to the context of the itinerary, it must have been something distinct from the arch itself, for we are told that to one coming from the Colosseum, it would appear on the right before the arch was reached. In the Middle Ages, there stood on this spot a tower which, owing to its being used for the custody of the archives, called Turris Cartularia. It may be that the Testamentum was a forerunner of this tower, and served for the care of public deeds, such as wills, that is, testaments, etc. The same Einsiedel guide, immediately after passing through the Arch of Titus, points out an Ecclesia Sancti Petri to the right. It was for long a puzzle to decide which church dedicated to the apostle could be thus alluded to. It was even surmised that the allusion was to the far distant titular church of St. Peter ad Vincula. There can, however, be little doubt that the reference is to another oratorium lying elsewhere on the Forum, in all probability to the chapel standing in front of the Temple of Roma, of which the origin is associated with the legends of the encounter which the Prince of the Apostles had there with Simon Magus. This point of the Sacra Via appears very early, at least in the 5th century, in connection with the marvelous tales told about Simon the magician and his attempt to fly through the air with the help of demons, as well as of his wonderful fall, the result of St. Peter's prayer. There is now ample reason for relegating to fiction the story of the flight, nor are the statements guaranteed which speak of Simon's sojourn at Rome. Still, confining ourselves to very early beliefs and traditions, it is a fact that Arnobius, in 303, speaks already of this flight, whilst at an even earlier date we find allusions to a visit made by Simon Magus to Rome, though with no reference to his flight. Such allusions are first found in Justin Martyr, Irenaeus, Tertullian, and in the Philosophumenia. So far as our sources reach, we cannot, however, trace the connection of the encounter with this spot on the Sacra Via beyond the apocryphal Acts of Peter and Paul, which at the earliest belong to the 5th century. Here mention is even made of the stones lying on the spot, which to this day are a memorial of the apostles' triumph over the magician. Gregory of Tours, towards the end of the 6th century, also tells us of 2 stones in Rome, which, he says, have been preserved unto this day, and upon which the 2 apostles left the marks of their knees when they prayed against Simon the magician. The stones were indeed preserved in a chapel built on the spot in the Sacra Via, and a popular faith in them continued firm throughout the Middle Ages. Towards the end of the 8th century, the life of Paul I, in the Liber Pontificalis, alludes to the stones and the chapel, though not to the flight. At the beginning of the 8th century, the flight had already been pictured in mosaic in the chapel of John VII at the Vatican Basilica. The Church of St. Peter, situated in the Forum and mentioned in the Einsiedel Guide, can be none else than the oratory commemorative of this so popular flight. Out of this oratory on the Sacra Via grew the church later on built in the very atrium of the Temple of Roma, which in medieval days was called Santa Maria Nova, and which is now known as Santa Francesca Romana. In this we still find 2 polygonal basaltic stones, such as were used for paving Roman roads. Simple folk are still convinced that these are the ancient stones of St. Peter and are still wont to repeat the legend of Simon Magus. It is possible, as de Rossi says, that subsequent discoveries will throw some light on the obscure question of the origin and development of the Roman legend regarding Simon. At present, it would really seem as though all the accounts of Simon's stay in Rome, in spite of their divergences, rests on the authority of St. Justin, the first to mention such a sojourn. Justin declares that the pagan Romans had erected a statue to Simon upon the island of the Tiber, and that it bore the inscription Simoni Deo Sanctu. But the opinion that he was mistaken is only too well founded. On the Tiber island there was a statue dedicated to the Sabine god Simo Sancus. Its inscription, Simoni Sanctu Sancto Deo, erroneously read as a dedication to Holy God Simon, was apparently the occasion of the fatal mistake made by Justin and repeated by posterity. Later on we shall see that the historical tradition about Simon Peter's stay in Rome is quite independent of the myth concerning Simon Magus. We mention the latter here only to explain the so-called Church of St. Peter on the Forum. As has already been stated, no real historical connection between this spot and St. Peter can be traced to any source. The huge and majestic ruins of the Basilica of Constantine, also called Basilica Nova, rise above the former temple of Roma. The open galleries, towering towards heaven, though forming but a third of the ancient building, are still the grandest group of early Roman remains on the Forum. At the west end of the vast hall, in front of the terminal apse of the central nave, was placed a huge marble statue representing Constantine seated. Its remains, found in the neighborhood in 1490, are now in the courtyard of the curator's palace at the capital. In the 5th and 6th century, when the whole building was intact and served its original purpose as a secular basilica, the roof sparkled with its costly covering of tiles in bronze gilt. This decoration was removed by Pope Honorius, 625 to 638, with the permission of the Emperor Heraclius, and transferred to the roof of St. Peter's in the Vatican. During the early Middle Ages, the Basilica of Constantine was mistakenly known as Templum Romae. It is possible that at that time one of its halls served for the same purpose as formerly the actual Templum Romae to which we are now coming. The Einsiedel manuscript seems to refer to this basilica under the name of Palatius Neronis. The name would, indeed, correspond with the position whence, according to legend, the Emperor Nero witnessed the flight of Simon the Magician. The identification of this basilica with the Vespasian Temple of Peace is a mere error of the 19th century. On the right side of our road, the Basilica of Constantine is followed by the Church of the Martyrs Cosmas and Damian. We already know that this church consists of two ancient structures. Its origin offers so many points of general interest that we must linger here a while. Pope Felix IV, 526 to 530, had received the two buildings as a gift during the reign of Amalasuntha, a queen of the Goths, who was favorably disposed to Catholics. He had asked for them in order to make them a shrine for the two Cilician martyrs in question. The larger building was the so-called Templum Sacrae Urbis, already mentioned in the storehouse of the city rolls, and the site of the marble plan of Rome. The other was the Temple of Romulus, a small son of Maxentius, which had scarcely been built ere it was dedicated as a secular monument to Maxentius's victor, Constantine the Great. The former structure was a large rectangular hall, and was adapted for church purposes by the addition of a semicircular apse and of an altar. The apse was situated in the middle of an ancient wall, which intersected the hall. Besides, this wall was also pierced by passages. Thus a space was obtained behind the altar, yet connected with the rest of the hall, and probably served as a metronium, which is women's quarters, that is, if we may judge by a comparison with other churches at Rome. On the other hand, the Temple of Romulus, or rather of Constantine, which stood in front of the rectangular building, and actually on the Sacra Via, is a rotunda. Felix IV made of it the vestibule of his new church, a passage being cut through the walls. Previously to this, the buildings, though they touched, had not had any means of communicating with each other. In former times, the rectangular hall had its entrance under a portico at the side. Such an arrangement was not considered convenient for the new church, and Felix IV, therefore, transferred the entrance to the beautifully decorated portals of the circular vestibule situated on the Sacra Via. This porch, even in the days of Constantine, was flanked with an ornamental row of columns. On the entablature of the 8 columns, even in the 16th century, traces of the inscription could be seen with Constantine's name. These columns before the entrance are no longer all preserved, but the bronze door, with its richly worked lintel, is a piece of the original work of the beginning of the 4th century. In consequence of the steady accumulation of rubbish on the Forum, this entrance to the church and the antique bronze door had to be considerably raised by Urban VIII. He had also the vestibule and the church divided to the roof by an inserted arch, adding a new pavement in order to acquire a corresponding height of floor. Owing to his works, these 2 classic buildings are now seen almost cut in half. The cruel measure of Urban VIII has destroyed the effect of the 2 venerable edifices, but it was characteristic in the history of the transformations of a city engaged, so to speak, in devouring its own self. Subsequently to the clearance, in 1879 and 1880, of the surrounding portion of the Forum, the bronze door was restored to its original position in the ancient portal. Now that the reader has learnt all about the curious commencement of this church of Saints Cosmas and Damian, the first church to be established in a public edifice of Rome, let him, when entering the church, call to mind its condition at the period of Rome's outward transformation. Felix IV was careful to leave in situ the rich marble casing of the walls of the Templum Sacra Urbis, decorated in the purest classical taste. The same thing happened in other halls expropriated for church use, for instance, in that of Junius Bassus, San Andrea Cata Barbara, of the Curia Senatus, and of its Secretarium, Sant Andriano and Santa Martina. The lights of the altar must have been very effectively reflected by the smooth marble walls decorated with inlaid figures. In Saints Cosmas and Damian's, the great figures of saints in the mosaics of Felix IV looked down solemnly from the apse upon the Christian throng. No one could seriously contemplate this priceless work of art, well nigh 14 centuries old, yet still in almost perfect preservation, without being conscious of the effect it must have wrought on the pious Christian world of its day. Its majestic figures are instinct with the grandeur of ancient art, touched by religious supernaturalism. The work ranks far above the late church mosaics of the first period of medieval art in Rome, some of which were modeled on this very picture. The composition of the subject in the concha of the apse bears some resemblance to the previously discussed picture in the apse of the oratory of St. Felicitas. Here, too, the figure of Christ stands in the center on fleecy pink clouds, with an expression of solemn, almost fearful dignity. Holding their crowns, the 2 martyrs are coming towards him from the right and the left, the motion being well represented in both the persons and the drapery. The apostles Peter and Paul, grand figures of rather large size, standing on either side of our Savior, point to him as the divine rewarder. Finally, Saint Theodore and Saint Felix stand at each end, the portrait of the latter being, however, not the original one. The whole scene is framed by 2 lofty palm trees, the outstretched branch of one supporting a phoenix with a rayed nimbus, typifying the new birth. Below may be seen the Jordan, the river of baptism and of grace, and on the lowest border are the 12 lambs, the apostles, or the faithful, coming from the cities of Bethlehem and Jerusalem to the Lamb of God. The latter stands upon a flattened hillock, bordered with gold stripes, whence issue the 4 streams, the mystic life-giving waters of paradise. Formerly, at the top of the picture, the hand of God appeared from heaven, holding the crown of glory and of victory over the head of Christ. Above this again, outside the concha of the apse, the flat surface of the wall above the arch still shows the picture added by Felix IV, and representing in an apocalyptic guise the abode of the blessed, into which the 2 martyrs had entered. The 7 mystic lamps surrounded the Lamb of God enthroned upon an altar, and 4 angels, classical airy figures, appear before him ready for worship or service. The 4 evangelists, with their symbols, now scarcely visible, proclaim that the Lamb has brought the truth into the world. Still lower, to the right and left, were grouped the elders of the Apocalypse. Clothed in imposing white raiment and offering their crowns, they unite with the angels and evangelists in endless praise of the Godhead of the Lamb. What a world of symbolism to express a single idea! For a Christian of the time lost in the study of this impressive picture, what a striking contrast between the grave calm of these heavenly forms and the old-time, worldly, heathen splendor of the forum outside the threshold. The whole period, and Rome's own trials in particular, must have moved even a casual visitor to reflect. In this hall, so near to the scene of the world's grandest pomps, before whose doors victors of nations had swept past in triumph, the grave and mighty Judge of the world, depicted on the mosaic, has found a worthy place. It is a symbol of the anxiety, one might say the terror, with which sinking Rome, so far as it realized its peril, looked up for help to the Savior of mankind. It is true that this work of art, so historically significant, betrays, when studied critically, several signs of the decline of artistic talent which had already set in. At the same time, it has retained the force and energy of Roman forms, enabling us to see how beautifully the loftiness of Christian thought blends with the vigor peculiar to the old Roman artists. Some have indeed detected a Byzantine character in the great mosaic. They are, however, mistaken, for Byzantine art began to obtain a footing at Rome only towards the end of that century. The picture is not Byzantine, but thoroughly Roman, the treatment showing no trace of the Byzantine rigidity and coldness of the next age, nor the empty parade of glittering detail peculiar to Byzantine work of the decadence. The sanctuary of St. Cosimus and Damian on the Sacra Via not only affords us a glimpse of the Roman Christian art of the period, but also of certain characteristics of Rome's service and liturgy. It is, therefore, only right that we should now turn our attention to these traits of Christian worship at its dawn. The inscription of Felix IV, of which the golden letters still blaze upon the mosaic, proclaims that this house of God, with its brilliant marble ornaments, henceforth shining with enhanced splendor through the light of faith, is dedicated to the two physician martyrs who have come to the people with the sure hope of salvation. In the East, the two martyrs, Cosmas and Damian, had long been revered as potent mediators before God in earthly troubles, particularly in sickness. It was said that even during their lifetime they had, as physicians, been ready to help the sick, having also healed them by the supernatural power of prayer. Throughout the East, in consequence, people hastened, in their need, to the tomb of these, unpaid. Anargiri was their Greek title of honor, healers. Wonderful stories were told of the astonishing miracles constantly wrought at their tomb in answer to pious demands. The Church has always held that our Lord, who by his own mouth taught us to pray for our daily bread, is also ready to listen to the saints who forward the petitions of mankind, praying for relief in sickness. By sanctioning invocation of the saints, she gave expression to the belief in the communion of the faithful of the Church militant with the departed saints, and thus met a craving of man's heart. Close association with the East brought the worship of these two saints to Rome, and doubtless also some of their relics. Pope Symmachus had already dedicated an oratory to them near the Esquiline Basilica of St. Mary. Their names were inserted in the canon of the liturgy, they being the last saints to be thus honored. Beyond these two Easterners, the only other saint mentioned in this portion of the canon of the Mass is, apart from the apostles and the Roman martyrs, the African Saint Cyprian. Africa and the East seem to be represented to prove the universality of the Roman Church. The ancient Mass for the feasts of Saints Cosmas and Damian has for its introit the words, "Let the people show forth the wisdom of the saints." Ecclesiasticus chapter 44, verse 15. In all probability, this is the very formula first used at the dedication of the new church on the Forum. The text on the wisdom of the saints may have been selected for the honor of the two wise and saintly physicians. In the course of the same Mass, the deacon reads as the Gospel, with unmistakable reference to the miracles worked by Cosmas and Damian, the words of St. Luke. for virtue went out from him and healed all. The passage in the Bible refers to Christ, to whom, as it says in that gospel, great multitudes came from all Judea and Jerusalem, from Tyre and Sidon, in the hope of relief. It was then a popular liturgical custom to apply Holy Writ to the most varied pious subjects. In this case, the passage was intended to show that Christ's healing power, to a certain extent, was shared by both these saints, though the real source was in Christ. In the gradual of the Mass, praise was offered him for his help, and again in biblical words. He delivered them out of all their troubles. He will save the humble spirit. Liturgical formulae drafted in those early ages often contain still more striking allusions expressed in the words of the Bible. As the language of the liturgies was still the popular tongue of the faithful, such texts and their application offered food for meditation and devotion to the humblest, as well as to the enlightened faith of the cultured. The original forms of prayer kept their place in the sacramentary and later in the missals of the Roman Church with wonderful tenacity. To this day, the priest celebrating Mass on September 27th, that is, on the feast of the two holy physicians, still reads the same Mass with the biblical passages just quoted, drawn up ages ago for use in the Church on the Roman Forum. Nor is this all. This Mass, beginning with the words Sapientiam Sanctorum, soon came to be used generally as the Mass for several martyrs, Commune Pluriorum Martyrum. This explains why the introit of martyrs generally dwells upon their wisdom, the reference being originally to that of our two saints and physicians. This also explains the apparent anomaly of the Gospel in the Mass for martyrs, which mainly refers to the healing powers of Christ. For elucidation of another detail of early liturgical language, we may add that the Station Mass, introduced by Gregory II, 715 to 731, for the Thursday after the third Sunday in Lent, expressly mentions our saints in the collect and emphasizes the ineffably great help which they were the means of bringing to the Christian people. To understand this, we must remember that on this day, the church which served as the station was that of Saints Cosmas and Damian. This again explains why the Gospel of the Station Mass recounts the story of the miraculous cure of Peter's mother-in-law lying sick of a fever. Finally, when in the same Mass, the priest in the post-communion implores, through the intercession of the saints, certain salvation. This expression sounds like a literal echo of the inscription of Felix IV under the mosaic in the church of Saints Cosmas and Damian, which celebrates the advent of the martyrs as a sure hope of salvation. Prayer, the lifting up of the heart to God, has at all times loved simple language, just because it is the lifting up of the heart and not of the intellect. Quitting the two ancient buildings into which Christianity infused a new life, and returning to the Via Sacra, we pass on to another group of heathen structures, which, however, even in that remote age, were already empty and deserted. They, even then, had become a mere burden on the state, obstinately clinging to memories of grandeur and of gods, for which a newer generation cared but little. The first temple was that of the deified Faustina and of Antonius Pius, adjacent to which is the oldest pagan cemetery of Rome, discovered in 1902. In later times, it was to become the church of San Lorenzo in Miranda. Even at the present day, it makes a fine picture, fronted by its 10 columns of Cipollino marble. It has also some splendid sculptures along the frieze of the side wall, made to figure griffins and candelabra. When, during the recent excavations in 1876, the lower part of the columns, until then buried, was laid bare, well-engraven heathen designs were brought to light, as well as some Christian signs, particularly 2 monograms of Christ belonging to the period of Constantine, each accompanied by the Alpha and the Omega. Though the symbols of Christ are badly executed, not having been cut with a chisel, but merely scratched with an iron point in the soft stone, yet their very presence at this spot is full of meaning. Judging by their form, they must date from the turn of the 4th and the 5th century, when the temple had already fallen under the censure of the public. A zealous Christian seems to have fancied that in this manner he might purge this abode of demons. Nor is it to be wondered at that enthusiastic Christians should have been anxious to affix the sign of the triumph of Christianity upon the gloomy, hated temples of heathendom. A certain spiteful joy at the fate which had overtaken them may also sometimes have impelled such Christians. A writer of these lines was lucky enough to find at the back of the circular temple of Mater Matua, popularly called the Temple of Vesta, one of these scratched drawings, or graffiti, belonging to an age not much later, and which we therefore figure here. At a point where the plaster had only lately been cleared away from the marble, a chalice surmounted by a cross is visible, and also a goblet or beaker, both still in the antique form of the calyx and poculum of the Romans, forms never again met with in the Middle Ages. A cross rises above the chalice. This makes the Christian sense of the designs a certainty. The circular incised objects lying near them represents loaves, as they were known in antiquity. The idea that a Eucharistic representation was intended by the draftsman was confirmed by the leading archaeological experts of Rome. An unknown Christian, probably of the 6th century, had therefore sought to sanctify in some sort these unholy walls. Other crosses of other forms upon these same temple walls must be ascribed to a like purpose. In the atrium of St. Clement's Basilica, again, a cross monogram exists upon one of the ancient columns, which, judging by appearances, originally formed part of a heathen edifice. A similar monogram with the Alpha and Omega may be seen in the atrium of St. Peter's. The temple of Julius Caesar, ages.Julii, comes next after that of Faustina as we pursue our way onward. It still has its rostrum, once upon a time surrounded by an attentive throng, though by the 5th century the stream of heathen oratorical talent must have been well nigh dry. Next comes the spacious Basilica Aemilia, furnished by Augustus with columns of Phrygian marble. After that the Temple of Janus, with its statue of the god, of which Procopius states that it was destroyed by an impious hand in the 6th century. This fine building is known to us through drawings made by artists of the Renaissance, the ruins having survived to that period. Continuing on the same side of the actual forum, we see on the farther side of the Argiletum, a street which terminates here, the open place of the Comitium, with its legendary tomb of Romulus, or lapis niger, lately discovered, and behind it the Curia Senatus, a building restored by Diocletian. The days of this building were then already numbered, for the corporation of which it was the Curia was on the point of disappearing from history. The adjacent Secretarium Senatus has also reached the end of its secular course. Both were soon to be transformed into churches by Pope Honorius. They stand to the present day as Sant'Andriano and Santa Martina. At this point, the well-preserved and majestic triumphal arch of Septimius Severus broke the line of buildings. Though this massive monument, blocking the road, disturbed to some extent the harmony of its surroundings, yet its heavy structure was not devoid of a certain grace, due to the fine proportion of the 3 openings, of the pillars and entablature, and to the rich design of the relievo work setting forth the victories of Septimius Severus over the Parthians and Arabians. Close by the Arch of Severus were the famous rostra, that one-time center of the political agitation on the Forum. How greatly Rome had changed even early in the Middle Ages may be seen from the fact that not so long after, almost on the very site of the rostra and near the Arch of Severus, there was erected the deaconry of the Greek saints Sergius and Bacchus to feed the hungry inhabitants of the fallen city. Who can say what became of the Umbilicus Romae and of the Milarium Aurum in the general wreck? There are still some rough stumps of masonry at the side of the old ascent to the rostra, where these once famous monuments stood in imperial days. The Einsiedel Guide mentions the Umbilicus in the passage in which it speaks of the deaconry just mentioned. Turning now to the eastern wall of the Capitol, which here rises high above the Forum, we shall see a great concourse of classical structures, which, so to speak, dispute every inch of ground. The ambition of the emperors, each desirous of leaving here some extravagant monument, seems to have contended for the limited room. Such crowding was not advantageous to the buildings, which all appeared crushed, one elbowing the other. The roofs and summits of these edifices, thronged with statues, rose up towards the open galleries of the Capitoline tabularium, for all the world like a forest of gilt metal and richly worked stone. They stand there under the protection of highest Jove, whose great world sanctuary, seated on the southern summit of the Capitol, had even then become the prey of the elements. The great temple of Concord is the first thing to strike us, though it is almost hidden by the Arch of Severus. Next we see the Aedes Divi Vespasiani, of which at present only the massive corner columns of the atrium survive. The Scola Xantha adjoins it to the left. Farther on, already under the ascent of the Clivus Capitolinus, the portico of the 12 gods, Dii Consentes, found its place. We already know that this has immortalized a name peculiarly obnoxious to Christians, that of Vettius Augurius Praetextatus, its restorer, the friend of Julian the Apostate and patron of the Vestals, who was city prefect in 367. The Aedes Saturni, once the depository of the treasury, stands before it. The 8 picturesque columns of the atrium owe their preservation to having been restored by one of the first Christian emperors. Opposite it was the Arch of Tiberius, only recently discovered anew. The 5 aisles of the Basilica Julia stretch towards the south. No one who has ever visited the excavated forum could forget the melancholy sight of the rows of bases, now replaced in position, which once supported these columns. These reach down to the line under which the Cloaca Maxima intersects the forum. Beside the opening of the great drain, here visible, once stood the little temple of Venus Cloacina, or the Venus of the Sewers. On the farther side of the ancient street, which ends here, called Vicus Tuscus, we come at once to the large and artistic Aedes Castoris, or the temple of the Dioscuri, Castor and Pollux. After the victory at the Lake Regillus, they appeared here, watered their horses at the Juturna fountain, and gave the Romans tidings of the successful battle. Behind this, at the north angle of the Palatine, rises a square edifice, built of particularly fine bricks, which long remained unidentified. Quite lately, Lanciani has shown it to be the Aedes Divi Augusti, a temple to the first emperor to be ranked among the gods. At the side of the shrine of the Dioscuri stood the slender little circular temple of Mater Vesta. Visitors to the forum, at the time of which we are treating, that is, in the years succeeding the downfall of the empire, would no longer see curling above the golden roof of the temple of Vesta the smoke of the perpetual fire. In the neighboring atrium Vestae, or abode of the Vestals, not a priestess remains to keep watch over the former national palladium. The building had, no doubt, become the residence of some official, owning allegiance to the German masters of the Palatine, possibly some Byzantine dignitary. The same will probably have been true of the Regia, which had formerly lodged the Pontifex Maximus, situated in the middle of the plain of the Forum. The inscriptions upon this edifice, hallowed by earliest Roman traditions, proudly announced it to be the venerable seat of the kings, the first of whom, Romulus, was descended from Mars and Rhea. The original, graven on marble, and only recently found, of this solemn attestation of Romulus's divine ancestry is preserved in the Capitol. The ancient consular fasti, outside the Regia, formerly told the people the history of their glorious past, one half of it being true, and the remainder fabulous. During the early years of the Middle Ages, one edifice in this neighborhood proved very attractive to the piety of the populace. This was an unpretentious little Christian oratory, hidden in the Nova Via, immediately behind the temple of Vesta, at the foot of the Palatine Hill. We refer to Santa Maria Antiqua, the earliest predecessor of the modern church of Santa Maria Liberatrice. This building had a remarkable history, which has been elucidated only in our own day. It is to be hoped that further information will be forthcoming from future excavations. In the church list belonging to the beginning of the 7th century, and published by de Rossi, the first churches dedicated to Our Lady in Rome are mentioned in the following order. Santa Maria Mayor, Santa Maria Antiqua, Santa Maria Rotunda, Santa Maria Transtiberis. We are now speaking of the second of these, of Santa Maria Antiqua, or Old St. Mary's. This has been thought to be that church, later called Santa Maria Nova, now Santa Francesca Romana. The name was said to have been altered from Antiqua to Nova in consequence of certain restorations. But as we have previously seen, it is much more likely that Santa Maria Nova took the place of the oratory of St. Peter on the Sacra Via. Moreover, and this is decisive, the Einsiedel Guide, when alluding to the church of Santa Maria Antiqua, which it mentions by this very name, does not place it at the spot of the Sacra Via later on occupied by Santa Maria Nova, but at the place where we last paused, that is, on the northern declivity of the Palatine, expressly indicating the right-hand side of the road leading from the Arch of Severus to that of Titus. Santa Maria Nova, or Santa Francesca Romana, lies, on the contrary, to the left, and the Church of St. Mary, mentioned by the guide, can be no other than the present church of Santa Maria Liberatrice. There are other proofs to confirm this assumption. Here, however, we shall quote only medieval traditions, which throw much light on the title Antiqua. They tell us that Pope Sylvester had already dedicated a small church in this neighborhood to Our Lady, and that near it there was a depression, or hole. As a matter of fact, the pool belonging to the Uterna fountain, made famous by the Dioscuri, was near this spot. Nor was it far from where Roman fable localized the exploit of Curtius, whose voluntary leap into the chasm saved the city of Rome. Christian legend, moreover, tells us further, embellishing the Sylvester tradition in its usual way, that 365 steps below the surface was the abode of a dragon, who battened on food brought him by virgins, but that Sylvester, after holding the liturgy on this spot, had, through his prayers, bound the dragon and confined it behind brazen portals. Thus spoke the famous Sylvester saga even in the 6th century, and we can well imagine what terror the place must have possessed for simple-minded Christians who had heard the story. At any rate, in later medieval times, a small church, standing in the low-lying ground, obtained its distinctive appellation, the name De Lacu, or De Inferno. Infernum, also meaning hell, was bound up in popular fancy with the dragon story. Even to the later name of the sanctuary there has hung a reminiscence of infernum, in the sense of hell. Sancta Maria, libera nos de poena ferni, that is, deliver us from the pains of hell. The shorter name now in use, Santa Maria Liberatrice, is only a contraction of the longer one. It requires no great critical boldness to determine the true inner meaning of the tradition regarding Sylvester's victory over the dragon. Pope Sylvester overcame the dragon of paganism at this spot by making an end of heathen worship in the temple there. Quite close by, there stood the temple of Vesta. The little church, or oratory of Our Lady, which we find here later, but which is called significantly enough Antiqua, seems therefore to have been established by Pope Sylvester, probably in opposition to the worship of Vesta. Vesta was superstitiously venerated as mother of the empire and protectress of the city. It was entirely in keeping with the frequently observed practice of the Roman Church to oppose the worship of the Holy Mother of God and protectress of the faithful to the service of Vesta. Her bishops were wont to replace foolish heathen rites by such Christian usages as offering some outward likeness to the heathen form, but were justifiable and salutary from a Christian point of view. If our suggestion is the right one, it must have been a matter of edification to converted Romans to be able to worship Mary, the best and holiest among women, to whom it had been given to bring into the world its Savior, at a spot in the Forum so near to the temple of Vesta. Here was the site of Rome's earliest traditions, and the seat of pagan pledges of the city's prosperity. Here, first of all, the dragon of idolatry must be dealt with and destroyed. The worship of Vesta proved itself the most stubborn survival of heathenism. It was so interwoven with all official notions of the state that when, under the Empire, the seat of government was transferred by Augustus to his palace on the Palatine, a special private shrine of Vesta had to be erected there, that the goddess might be at hand to protect the scepter. These facts give a peculiar significance to the Church of Santa Maria Antiqua. It occupied a memorable spot in Rome, one might almost say the most important spot in the empire. It is, at the same time, the oldest church known to have been dedicated to Our Lady in the city or even in the world. The glorious Basilica of St. Mary on the Esquiline was not built till later, when the latter, owing to its size and importance, began to assume the title of Mayor. The church on the Forum asserted its own dignity in honorable rivalry by taking the name of Antiqua. In the end, this church became a deaconry, a charitable institution being associated with it. It is noteworthy that it stands at the head of the earliest list of deaconries, dating from the time of Pope Leo III. It must also have been very early enlarged, for certain outbuildings of the adjoining Aedes Divi Augusti seem to have been annexed to it as vestibules. In the year 1702 and again in 1885, buildings evidently belonging to a church and decorated with frescoes dating from the 8th century were opened up below it, but unfortunately they are no longer accessible. Under Leo IV, 847 to 855, this deaconry was transferred, with other privileges, to the other church of St. Mary, erected by this pope on the Sacra Via beside the oratory of St. Peter. According to the wording of the Liber Pontificalis, it would seem as if the intention had been to transfer even the name of Maria Antiqua to the new deaconry. The deaconry, however, soon acquired the name of Maria Nova as a natural consequence of the transfer. In course of time, the shrine established by Sylvester, gradually declining in importance, dropped its name of Maria Antiqua, and owing to the prevalence of the legend of the Infernum, began to style itself Santa Maria de Inferno. Seeing how interesting its history is, one would wish that its modern name of Santa Maria Liberatrix could be supplemented by Antiqua. The title would then make it clear that it is the old, even the first, deliverer of the Forum from the worship of Vesta and from idolatry generally. The origin of a church on the heights of the capital, dedicated to Our Lady at an early date, is also rather obscure. In old medieval days, it was called Santa Maria in Capitolio. Since the 12th century, this has been replaced by the building of Santa Maria in Ara Coeli, which towers high above the Forum. The name Ara Coeli, as well as an altar in the church, still reminds us of the profoundly touching legend of the prediction made here to Augustus of a divine child, who should be born of a virgin and rule the whole world. What is perhaps less generally known is that a similar tale was already in existence in the 6th century, and that a church under the invocation of Our Lady can be proved to have stood here in the 8th century. The text of the oldest chronicle containing the account, and one which has only lately attracted attention, runs as follows. Caesar Augustus, in the 56th year of his reign, in the month of October, called by the Athenians, more accurately by the Macedonians, Hyperberetius, went up to the capital. This stands in the center of the city. It was his intention to ascertain by divination who would wield the scepter of the Roman Empire after his death, and the Pythoness gave answer, "By God's command, a Hebrew child will descend from the heaven of the blessed, and forthwith take up his abode in this building. He will be born without blemish, and is a foe of our altars." Upon this, Caesar Augustus quitted the shrine of the oracle, and erected a great altar on a high place in the Capitol. He wrote thereon in the Latin language, "This is the altar of the Son of God. Haec ara filii Dei est." And unto this day, after so many years, the building and the Basilica of St. Mary ever a Virgin are still standing there, as stated by the chronicler Timotheus. Thus ends the account of an anonymous chronicle, based on that of Malalas, which ends in 574, or the 9th year of the reign of Justin, Emperor of Eastern Rome. The authority invoked, the Byzantine historian Timotheus, wrote a little earlier, but we are unable to fix the exact time. The latter portion of the passage we have here quoted is, however, an addition made in the 8th century, subsequently to 740. Thus, the foundation of the Capitoline Church of St. Mary must be relegated to a date which cannot be far removed from that of the erection of Santa Maria Antiqua, near the Temple of Vesta. Where the church now stands, on a spur of the hill, a temple of Juno stood in heathen times, adjoining the old Roman fortress, or Arx Capitolina. It is, therefore, not unfair to assume that here again a Christian sanctuary was pitted against a heathen one, and that Juno was vanquished by Mary. The legend of the erection of a Christian Ara Caeli by Augustus seems to be based on some real inscription, the purport of which was misunderstood. For instance, a dedication of an altar to Juno as Dea Virgo Coelestis. In 1896, an epitaph of a priestess was found at this very place, in which the goddess was given this title. That certain Greek monks dwelt here during the 8th century is evinced by a recently discovered fragment of inscription found on the Capitol with the word hegumenos. At a later date, but still in early medieval times, these were followed by Benedictines, and their church was first called Sancta Maria in Capitolio, and then in Ara Caeli. Before quitting the neighborhood of the Forum, we must pause an instant before the Mamertine prison, not far from the Ara Caeli, and quite near the Arch of Severus. What can history tell us with certainty regarding this now famous oratory of St. Peter? The prison, as such, is one of the Roman monuments which go back to prehistoric times. At first, it was not a prison, but a pump room, called Tullianum. So far all archaeologists now agree. Since earliest days, a spring rose up at the foot of the Capitol, which still exists inside the building. By means of conduits, which still exist, it was early connected with the Cloaca Maxima. Just as in ancient Rome, the Temple of Vesta served to remind the inhabitants of the early method of publicly keeping up fire for the use of the first colonists of the city, so the Tullianum, too, served as a memorial of antiquity when it had been the sole source of supply. Thus fire and water, the two indispensable elements, had their monuments on the Forum. The pump room of the Tullianum is partially hewn out of the tufa and was at first vaulted over with huge dovetailed blocks of stone. The shape and design exactly correspond with the similar ancient pump house still extant among the ruins of Tusculum. At some date long before the imperial period, this little cell was made into a very strong state prison, buildings being added above and beside it. It was then that the pump room was provided with a flat roof, with a single manhole at the top. Through this hole prisoners were let down and then left to die of hunger. Here, for instance, Jugurtha and the members of the Catiline conspiracy ended their days. On the outside of the prison, we can still read an ancient inscription in large letters referring to its restoration and giving the names of the consuls, Vibius Rufinus and Coccalius Nerva. Originally this, like the whole frontage of the building, was visible from the road and not concealed as at present. In the dark vault below, St. Peter and St. Paul are said to have languished for months prior to their martyrdom. Here, we are told, they converted 2 jailers, Processus and Martinianus, as well as 47 fellow prisoners. There may perhaps be some truth underlying this late legend, which associates the memory of the apostles with this spot. Unfortunately, the account comes to us from an unreliable source. It is first found in the apocryphal Passio Sancti Petri, ascribed to the Roman bishop Linus, and then in the so-called Acts of the martyrs Processius, Martinianus, and their companions. In the pseudo-Linus it is, moreover, only a later addition, and as for the Acts of the above-mentioned martyrs, which gives the legend in its perfect form, critics are agreed that it is loaded with inaccurate or unlikely interpolations. In these so-called Acts, as in so many other things, legend has quite enveloped the real, but little-known fact. The Acts are also, unfortunately, at no pains to inform us how the 47 proselytes could find room with the apostles in a chamber which is barely 10 feet wide by 20 feet in length. These legends are the first to tell us that the ancient spring was miraculously brought forth from the rock by St. Peter to supply water for the baptism of his converts. This account, with its details of the martyrs and apostles, cannot go back beyond the 6th century, nor is it likely that it started in Rome. Although the existence and early veneration of the martyrs Processus and Martinianus are indisputable facts, the historian had better put no trust in the account of their connection with St. Peter, nor in that of St. Peter with the Mamertine. As late as 368, the place must still have been serving as a public prison, for, according to Ammianus Marcellinus, Doriforianus was confined here. It is also noteworthy that in this statement, the prison still bears the ancient name of Carcer Tullianus. Had it then been considered the prison of St. Peter, surely the Christian emperors would have transformed it into an oratory. Even in the 5th century, this prison is alluded to as a simple jail, still retaining its old name of Custodia Tulliana. It is in the Acts of Saints Chrysanus and Daria, written about this time, in which mention is also made of the ancient conduits with which the prison was connected. Later, however, the martyrologies of St. Calopidius, St. Xistus, and St. Stephen, like Pseudo-Linus, make use of the name Custodia Mamertini, or Privata Mamertini. It is not known whence the name arose. But in all these acts there is not the slightest allusion to the Petrine tradition. It appears only in the above-mentioned Pseudo-Linus and in the Acts of Processus and Martinianus. All the same, some have been prompted to perceive the long-sought oratory of St. Peter of the Mamertine prison in the comparatively late passage of the Liber Pontificalis on Gregory III, 731 to 741, which speaks of a church of Saints Sergius and Bacchus ad Beatum Petrum. As a matter of fact, the allusion here is not to the church of the two martyrs near the prison, but to a church in the vicinity of the Vatican, where Saints Sergius and Bacchus had a shrine close to St. Peter's, shown by Alfariano on his plan of that basilica. A passage in the Einsiedel Guide, which was thought to refer to the Mamertine, does not really do so, though the words might easily prove misleading. It mentions as existing in the 8th century a spring of St. Peter where his prison stands. But as both Bianchini and Cancellieri recognize, this topographical remark of the guide does not refer to our corner of the Roman Forum, but to a different quarter of Rome on the farther side of the Tiber. In short, even during the period which followed the publication of the Acts of Processus and Martinianus, throughout the Middle Ages, there was dead silence regarding this celebrated place, which its reminiscences of St. Peter should have rendered so dear to the Romans and so attractive to the pilgrims. According to Cancellieri, Matthias Vegius, 1406 to 1457, is the first known writer to refer to an oratory of St. Peter, or in fact to any place of worship, as existing in this prison. We must, however, add that in the 14th century, the old Roman statute already mentions a carcer sanctorum Petri et Pauli at this place. We may ask ourselves whether this prolonged silence can be accidental, and long earnestly for clearer light regarding a history of so memorable a site. No visitor can fail to experience some emotion as he gazes on the dark walls of this narrow chamber of horrors. He seems to hear in the stillness the mournful echoes of a bitter past. Though it is not possible to penetrate the mystery surrounding the origins of the Christian veneration for this prison, we have at least the consolation of knowing that many other Christian shrines share this disability, and that for those who come with open minds, obscurity is no hindrance to devotion. The 4 earliest Christian centers on the Forum Romanum are all almost equally shrouded in legendary uncertainty. The small church of St. Peter in front of the Temple of Roma, the Ara Coeli, Santa Maria Antiqua, and the Mamertine prison. Legend, which has on all sides thrown its luxuriant veil over truth, is, after all, the poetry of a faded past, and amidst the ruins of the Roman Forum, it found wider scope than elsewhere in the city. Casting back a farewell glance on the Roman Forum, our eye will be caught by the equestrian statue of Constantine the Great. This monument of the first Christian emperor, noticed by very few writers, and to which we have not yet referred, stood on a high pedestal, almost in the center of the square of the Forum. The Einsiedel Guide mentions it expressly as Cavalus Constantini, and has also preserved the dedicatory inscription to Constantine engraved below. Doubtless the figure of the ruler held the Christian labarum in its hand, the standard under which, after the overthrow of Maxentius, his legions entered Rome to establish the new order of things and to inaugurate the Church's freedom. How perfectly in keeping was this symbol of victory, as Constantine himself calls it, with the surrounding temples and imperial buildings now deserted and already touched with insipid decay, and with the rising tokens of Christian worship. The labarum held by the emperor may be seen on many other monuments. On the shaft supporting a short square banner shines the monogram of Christ, surrounded by the symbolic wreath, figuring the victory over the enemies of God and of the Church. The surrounding forum, with the crumbling ruins of its idolatrous pagan pomp, makes response to the emperor, "In this sign thou conquerest." End of section 30. Section 31 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 1, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5 continued. From the Lateran to the Vatican, a walk through Rome at the period of its transformation. Part 3. From the Forum to the Mausoleum of Hadrian. The Roman Forum communicated with the northern parts of the city, chiefly through the Clivus Argentiaris of the capital. This is the present Salita di Marforio. During the Middle Ages, the steep road was named Ascesia Prothi. This street, of which the ancient pavement is only a little lower than the modern, was, until the Via Bonella was built by Sixtus V, the only egress at the north angle of the Forum. It derived its name of Clivus Argentarius from the Basilica Argentaria, which once stood here. In ascending, the Mons Capitolinus would have been on the left, the road passing round it under the Christian sanctuary of the Ara Caeli and the ancient citadel, that is Arx Capitolina, carrying the temple of Juno Coelestis. The imperial forums lay stretched before one's eyes on the right, the Forum Iulium of Caesar surrounding the Curia of the Senate, and with the temple of Venus Genitrix, that is, of the ancestress of the gens Iulia, then the Augustan Forum, terminated in the background by the temple of Mars Ultor, beside the Arco dei Pentani, and finally the Forum of Trajan, surpassing all the others in beauty. At the end of the Clivus Argentarius, one reached the extensive plain to the north of the Capitol, near the triumphal arch of Domitian. The latter was the arch called, during the Middle Ages, Arcus Manus Carneae. It stood at the then commencement of the Via Flaminia, that long straight road, or corso, which quits the city at the Porta Flaminia, now Porta del Popolo. Domitian's arch was the first among the various arches which adorn this street inside the city. We shall not take the Via Flaminia with its northerly direction, but to reach St. Peter's we turn to the left, in other words, to the west. The way leads through the Ninth City region to the Circus of Flaminius, then to Pompey's Theatre, and behind the neighboring building of Pope Damasus, to the porticos leading to the Mons Aelius, now the Ponte Sant'Angelo. We reach the Circus of Flaminius by the Vicus Palatinae. This is an ancient street in which stood the Balnea Palatinae, mentioned by Cicero, the place where Sextus Roscius Amerinus was murdered. At present, the street is called Via di San Marco, and in its continuation, Via delle Botteghe Oscure. The titular church of St. Mark was erected in the Vicus Palatinae. As early as Constantine's reign, this church stood either in or close to the above-mentioned baths. It was thought that remains of the first Constantinian edifice could be recognized in the crypt, but closer inspection showed that this supposition was unfounded. The only reminiscence of its early days is an epitaph, probably of a reader belonging to this church, with the words Lector di Palacinus. The name Via delle Botteghe Oscure borne by the remainder of the street, arose from the extensive Circus of Flaminius, which lined it on the left. The road passed along its side porticos, and these arcades, during the Middle Ages, were known as the Dark Shops. The vast Circus Flaminius, once a place of recreation, more particularly for the lower classes, did not long survive the Western Empire as a theatre for noisy and exciting sports. Who indeed was there to fill its endless rooms at the time of our ramble? In heathen times, fine buildings, both religious and secular, had never been wanting in the plain south of the Campus Martius. This is clear from the names of the edifices mentioned by the Einsiedel guide as lying on the right of the road. He points out 3 buildings lying rather far back, probably reading them on his plan, where they were given nearer the roadway. First, the Thermae Commodiani, by which he means the Thermae of Agrippa. They must have been restored by the Emperor Commodus, and given their name from him. Secondly, the Rotunda, that is, the Pantheon, connected with the Thermae of Agrippa on the north, soon to be taken under the protection of the Church, under whose care it will be preserved as a Christian house of God, and thus escape the fate of the other monuments on this plain, all of them doomed to rapid decay. Thirdly, the Stadium of Domitian, that is the Piazza Novana, which the guide or a copyist has wrongly called the Circus Flaminius. In the meantime, we have reached a spot where the guide points out to the left a place which he calls Cypressus. This name is new in the topography of the city and has not yet been explained. It may be an unknown building, or a district, or merely a tree, distinguished by its age and size, standing in the open space between the porticos of Pompeii. It is not unlikely that these 2 famous porticos of Pompeii were surrounded by shady grounds. The name of a hospital, Xenodocium in Platana, which Pope Stephen II founded in this neighborhood in the 8th century, must have been derived from some large plane trees standing here. Our Einsiedel guide mentions on the left, immediately after the Cypressus, the Theatrum Pompeii. The 2 porticos just spoken of belong to the eastern end of this theatre. The circular ground plan of this theatre is still apparent in the ruins. The 2 porticos can also partly be traced from their remains. In the recent building and road-making operations on this site, rows of overthrown granite pillars and pedestals came to light repeatedly, as well as steps leading up to these once stately porticos. Part of the theatre is shown on the Severian plan of Rome. The whole structure, as it stood in the 5th century, can be reconstructed with certainty. The Einsiedel itinerary has preserved in its collection an interesting inscription, which must have been transcribed on the spot. According to it, the Christian emperors, Arcadius and Honorius, made attempts to preserve, by restoration, the already badly dilapidated theatre and its surroundings. Even the Gothic king Theodoric tried to shield Pompey's theatre against the inroads of time and neglect. His counselor Cassiodorus, in the king's name, gave the Patricius Symmachus urgent instructions to this effect. The letter written on this occasion highly praises the beauty of the theatre, which, according to the writer, might account sufficiently for Pompey being called the Great. All the same, as a good Christian, he cannot suppress his regret that the theatre during Rome's last days had become a perfect hotbed of moral depravity. With all his enthusiasm, seeing how steadily decay was gaining on the building, he exclaims, "What can resist thee, O age, thou who hast shaken the strength of such walls? Sooner should we expect to see mountains broken up than such solid masses of stone." This was the first stone theatre to be erected at Rome. Until Pompey built it, 55 BC, a permanent theatre in the city had been considered an impossibility and a danger to public morals. Pompey, however, erected a temple to Venus Victrix at the top of his theatre, and the tiers of the theatre continued to serve at the same time as the steps of the temple. Other small ornamental temples were also added, such as one to Felicitas and another to Annos Virtus. The existence of the theatre, in spite of the stock objections indicated by Tacitus, was thus ensured by the artificially religious character of its structure. Eventually Diocletian, more especially, took the care of this marvelous monument to heart. The two colonnades mentioned above belonged to his restorations. One he called Porticus Iovia, from his own surname Jovius; the other Herculea, in honor of the joint emperor Maximian Herculeus. While in Pliny's time the theatre could distribute 40,000 tesserae, or tickets for seats, the Constantinian Legionary Survey gives the number as no longer more than 17,580. During the Middle Ages, the small church of St. Barbara was established on the south side of the circus, where it is still standing. Straight across the space formerly enclosed by the porticos now runs the Via dei Chiovari with its filthy houses. The buildings erected by Pope Damasus, which now follow to the left of the old road, have in some sense come down to us, though with many transformations. The transformation has in this case been advantageous. To it we owe that ornamental and yet majestic production of the early Renaissance, the Palace of the Cancellaria Apostolica, to which has migrated the old church of St. Lawrence in Damaso, which used to stand in this neighborhood. Strange to say, one of the streets here still retains the memory of the medieval pilgrim's way to St. Peter's. This is the Via del Pellegrino, which was the shortest way between St. Peter's and St. Paul's. It was Pope Damasus who built this church of St. Lawrence on the ancient road. The porticos already mentioned extended on each side of the church and were intended for the custody of the archives belonging to the Roman Church. His inscription has told us that they were erected by Pope Damasus. His name also appears in other inscriptions at this place. It was this pope who did most to maintain intact the monumental memorials of ancient Christian Rome. Over the catacombs he watched with especial care, and by means of epigraphs, particularly in metrical form, he preserved their traditions whilst also enriching their decoration. In the person and in the energy of Damasus, old came into touch with new. In the same way, antiquity seems curiously blended with Christianity on the classic ground occupied by his Church of St. Lawrence and the new Office of Archives. Close to this spot was the rallying point of the four circus factions, the whites, greens, blues, and reds, and from one of the factions, the Green Club, this church received the name of St. Lawrence in Prasina. Not far from the church, in 1886, was found a leaden pipe nearly 10 feet below the surface, which, according to its inscription, had formerly carried water to the building of the Factio Prasina. During the last bombing days of the empire, few buildings were so popular in Rome and so thronged with pleasure seekers and idlers as this combined lodging house and stables of the Greens. There was no lack of eloquent monuments to jockeys and racehorses. In the courtyard of the present Cancellaria, the pedestal of a statue was standing as late as the 16th century, bearing an inscription in honor of Marcus Aurelius Liber, jockey and head of the Green faction. In May 1878, another familiar pedestal was found. It had supported the statue of an African jockey named Crescens. The inscription says that this darling of the people, partisan of the Blue Party, that is Veneta, though but 22 years of age, had already won prizes to the amount of 1,558,346 sestertia. A still more vivid character sketch is given in a boastful inscription to another jockey, Calpurnius, part of whose gravestone was, in 1877, taken out of the towers flanking the Flaminian Gate, where it had been utilized as building material at the time of Sextus IV. Our Einsiedel guide, who must have thought the inscription queer enough, copied it carefully, and remarks that the grave stood on the Via Flaminia. Not only are the victories of Calpurnius and his money prizes reckoned up with singular arithmetical precision, but even the names of the horses who had helped the happy man to universal fame are handed down to posterity. The Green faction is naturally not forgotten. A multicolored mosaic has been preserved and shows us every detail of their costume as well as of those of the other factions. We shall meet with the Greens again at the circus, which stands in close proximity to the Basilica of St. Peter. The ancient roadway of the Via del Pellegrino passes into the equally ancient Via dei Banchi Vecchi. After that, we come to the Via del Banco di Santo Spirito, direct to the triumphal arch of the emperors Gratian, Valentinian, and Theodosius. Where the first street meets the second, the original pavement was found in April 1886, no less than 18 feet below the present level. It consists of the usual huge, polygonal basaltic paving stones, and seems in good condition. About 3 feet above it were the remains of a road built in the Middle Ages. The three streets formed a part of the covered walk, or Porticus Maximae, which continued without a break from the Basilica of St. Paul at the Porta Ostiensis to St. Peter's. We already know that the triumphal arch of Gratian, just alluded to, formed the end of the Porticus Maximae inside the city. It was situated near the present church of San Celso, at about 400 feet from the Tiber and the Aurelian wall, which there skirts the river. Through one of the gateways of the Aurelian city wall, we at last reached the Aelian Bridge, or Ponte Sant'Angelo. We now stand facing the towering mass of the Emperor Hadrian's mausoleum, or Molles Hadriani, on the right bank of the Tiber. After the fall of the empire, this mausoleum was promptly transformed into a fortress. In the 5th century, most probably in the reign of the Emperor Honorius, it became a tête de pont, or stronghold defending the city against incursions from the open country beyond the river. The alterations then undergone by the beautiful building to adapt it to such a practical purpose were really quite unimportant. Later times were to treat the stupendous monument with far less respect in their efforts to make it impregnable. When the Emperor Honorius in 403 so thoroughly restored the Aurelian wall, he probably inserted battlements between the rows of statues on the entablature of the mausoleum. Beyond this, he only built 2 strong walls, opening out obliquely to the river from the monument, each being provided with 3 towers. Thus the pilgrim on his way to the precincts of the Vatican, on stepping off the bridge on the right bank, found himself forthwith under the shelter of these protecting walls. He quitted this triangular area by a gate in the left or west wall, where a portico began and led to St. Peter's. But before penetrating into the Vatican quarter, we must view a little more closely the celebrated mausoleum. Its history holds a place of importance in the history of Rome and even of the popes. It is at once the largest grave and the greatest fortress of the city. The Mausoleum of Hadrian, an imperial monument in the strictest sense of the term, was, like the adjacent bridge, almost entirely constructed during the lifetime of the emperor whose name it bears. It was built in the gardens of Domitia. The monument consists of 2 parts. The lower is an extensive square of masonry, at present almost entirely below the surface. Its fringe now supports the modern fortifications of San Gallo. Above this rose, surrounded by columns, the great round tower, or actual mausoleum, which is still preserved to a considerable height. The entrance, with its brass gate, was in the square of the ponderous substructure, exactly opposite the bridge. Each wall of this base was nearly 350 feet in length. According to Procopius, they were faced with Parian marble. The circular building, 240 feet in height, was ascended interiorly by a spiral staircase which is still preserved. This was surmounted by a pointed cupola, covered with sheet metal, at the summit being a statue of Hadrian. On the lower part of the exterior walls of the square substructure might be seen the inscriptions to the emperors and members of the imperial family, whose remains repose in the building. Besides Hadrian and Sabina, almost all the emperors were buried there, down to Septimius Severus and his sons. The inscriptions of Hadrian and Sabina were just above the entrance. A number of these epitaphs were copied by the Einsiedel Guide. But a finer decoration than the tablets with these historical inscriptions were the pilasters, reliefs, and moldings with which the walls were covered. Some of these rich moldings adorned the lower part as late as the 16th century. From early drawings, as well as through the results of recent excavations, we are now able to realize their beauty. The moldings, both on the upper and the lower building, represented tasteful garlands, broken by the customary bulls' heads, symbolizing the sacrifices. Between the pilasters above these stood rows of choice statues. The portal was surmounted by a marble figure of Hadrian, found here later, and now preserved in the Vatican Museum. Even the medieval mirabilia of Rome wax eloquent over the details of this splendid edifice, calling it, however, Templum Hadriani instead of Mausoleum of Hadrian. Their statement that the whole monument was enclosed by bronze railings has been confirmed by recent discoveries. This railing, they say, was adorned with bronze peacocks, of which 2 were taken to the Cantharis in the precincts of St. Peter's. These peacocks, thus described as having once migrated to the fountain in the ancient atrium of the Vatican Basilica, are probably still extant. They might well be those 2 masterpieces of antique bronze work now at the Vatican, near the colossal bronze pine cone in the Cortile Pigna. This cone, taken from a fountain in front of the Iseum, had also been placed on the fountain in the atrium of St. Peter's. Petrus Malleus, in the 12th century, incorporated the description of the Mirabilia, highly questionable in some of its details, in his work on the Basilica of St. Peter's, and thus rendered it even more popular. A Greek author, John of Antioch, at the beginning of the Middle Ages, was responsible for putting into circulation an extraordinary exaggeration regarding Hadrian's mausoleum, which is, however, matched by many another statement made by Greeks regarding Rome. He states that at the top of the monument was a group of monstrous size, the Emperor Hadrian driving 4 horses, through the eyes of which even the biggest man could enter. End of section 31. Section 32 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 1, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5 continued. From the Lateran to the Vatican, a walk through Rome at the period of its transformation. Part 4. The Vatican region. A very early homily included in the works of Leo the Great describes in impressive language the contrast existing between Hadrian's mausoleum and Peter's tomb. "Whoever goes to the Apostle Peter," says the orator, "must needs pass by the tomb of the Emperor Hadrian, a building of marvelous size and beauty. Yet it would never cross anyone's mind to say, 'Let us enter the Emperor's mausoleum.' People bestow on it merely a passing glance, and hasten onward to the tomb of the fisherman. Truly, great fishermen are you who have drawn the whole world into your net and fulfilled the words of Christ, 'I will make you fishers of men.' From the east even unto the west, the martyrdom of Peter and Paul is glorified, for they suffered for the King of heaven and earth. At Rome, too, the center of worldly government, it was meet they should find their resting place, in order that all the nations who here congregate might pay a tribute of reverence to the fisherman's tomb." These words find their justification in the history of Rome's transformation. As early as the 5th and 6th centuries, the Vatican Quarter might be called the property of St. Peter, owing to its rich reminiscences of the Apostle and the tokens of the pilgrim's devotion. It was consecrated to him by the very names given to the ancient historic spots. Even then, fresh names, beginning at the bridge, proclaimed to the pilgrim that he was entering the especial realm of the Prince of the Apostles. The gate opening on the city side in front of the Aeolian Bridge and affording access to the mausoleum was called Porta Sancti Petri. The classic bridge had become the Pons Sancti Petri. The other gate on the opposite bank, through which the road passed out of the defenses of the mausoleum into the long portico leading up to St. Peter's, bore the name, according to the Einsiedel itinerary, of Porta Sancti Petri in Hadrianio. There has been a difference of opinion among the recent investigators as to which of these gates was known as Porta Sancti Petri. It now seems, however, fairly clear that both were so called. It is also worthy noticing that, in a passage in the cosmography of the so-called Ithacus, dating from about the time of the 7th century, both gates were spoken of under one name, as though they only formed one. "The Tiber," says Ithacus, "enters the city through the gate of Dominus Petrus Apostolus." Further down we find also the Apostle Paul brought into conjunction with Peter, his companion. "The Tiber again forsakes Rome between the gate of the Ostian Way, which is the gate of the Dominus Paulus Apostolus, and the Portuan Way, that is, the road of the blessed martyr Felix. To the devout minds of that period, as we may see from this extract, the famous tombs of the saints were everything. So highly were they esteemed that they even exercised an influence on the topographical designations. The change of the citizens' mental outlook is evinced by the alteration of classic names, which had held the field for centuries, only to be ousted at last by those of apostles and martyrs. Towards the end of the 4th century, the poet Prudentius, referring to St. Peter and St. Paul, exclaims in a poem, "The river Tiber is hallowed on either bank. It divides the sacred remains of the 2 apostles, flowing past both their graves. On the right, the country guards Peter under a roof resplendent with gold. Verdant olives clothe the heights, whence springs the murmuring brooks which fill the font of baptism. Thither, as a good shepherd, Peter leads the sheep he sees, thirsting after the waters of Christ. On the opposite bank, the Ostian Way protects the church of Paul, at the point where the river bends leftwards round the metropolis of the world, a stronghold established by a good prince with royal magnificence." The topography of the Vatican quarter, which we now have to study, is of a totally different character from that of our previous road from the Lateran to the Capitol, thence across the plain to the Ilean Bridge. We have now quitted the city. The Vatican territory is not as yet girt by walls and towers. It is merely a sparsely inhabited district of gardens and hills. As we approach St. Peter's Church, the population, however, becomes somewhat denser. Between the gardens run the great high roads in straight and mournful lines, bordered by the sepulchral monuments of pagan Rome. The nearer they lie to the city, the more splendid are these tombs. A modest portico leads straight up to the church of St. Peter, which rises in the background. This portico covers, for the convenience of visitors to the sacred shrine, the ancient Via Cornelia, which ran in the same direction. It was probably built at about the same time as the Porticus Maximae, that is, during Gratian's reign. The old name, Via Cornelia, was used occasionally till a comparatively late period. A pilgrim itinerary of the 7th century says that the Apostle Peter is buried beside the first milestone on the Cornelian Way, measured from the Neronian Bridge, the road having started originally from this bridge, which stood below the Ilean, but which even then had long since disappeared. The road passed below the Vatican to the right, that is, north, of the Neronian Circus. Thence, after a short course westward, it turned to the northwest and entered the plain, where its progress can still be traced with tolerable certainty as far as Casale Boccia. Formerly the Via Triumphalis also started from the Neronian Bridge. This now corresponds to the present Strada di Monte Mario. It joined, as soon as it had climbed over the Monte Mario, the Via Clodia near the present Casale Giustiana. The Via Aurelia Nova, which, like the Via Triumphalis, is named in connection with the ancient church of St. Peter's, was only a short road joining the Via Cornelia, not far from Rome, to the real Via Aurelia Vetus. These roads were all so close together that their names are often confounded in the descriptions of the Vatican region. We seldom hear, for instance, of the Via Cornelia, the evident reason of the disuse of its name being that the Aurelia and the Triumphalis, although no more than its continuations, were of greater importance for traffic. Moreover, in consequence of the early destruction of the Neronian Bridge, the commencement of the Cornelian Way had to be transferred to the Ilean Bridge. This explains why, for instance, early authorities often state, with no reference whatever to the Via Cornelia, that the Vatican Basilica stands on the Via Aurelia, or on the Via Triumphalis, or in the Territorium Triumphale. We are also told that the Basilica of St. Peter stands in or beside the Naumachia. The first to speak of such a spot as the locality of Peter's crucifixion was Pseudo-Linus, who wrote in the 2nd or 3rd century the Gnostic, or so-called, Acts of Peter. He says that the apostle was crucified ad locum qui vocator Naumachiae juxta oblescum Neronis in monte, designating under the name of Naumachia the circus of Nero in front of the Vatican Hill, where the famous obelisk stood. There was indeed an ancient Naumachia in the neighborhood of St. Peter's. In the 9th century, it is mentioned in connection with the church of San Pellegrino, and was situated behind the castle of Sant'Angelo. At a later date, the name of Naumachia was extended to the whole neighborhood between the Vatican Hill, the Emperor Hadrian's mausoleum, and his circus to the north of the mausoleum, and in fact, even beyond. It was also customary in early medieval days to call many monuments in the vicinity after the Emperor Nero, whose memory was indelibly fixed in all minds. The custom arose through the presence of the Neronian circus near St. Peter's. Not only do we frequently hear of the ancient and perfectly genuine Pons Neronis, but also of a Palladium Neronis, an Iarium Neronis, a Castrum Neronis, and of a Tiburtinum Neronis, all of them quite fanciful names. To these two we must add the expression Campus Neronis, bestowed on the whole plain on the right bank of the river, bounded by the Vatican Hill and the Monte Mario. It is constantly recorded that the German emperors of the late Roman Empire, visiting the city during the Middle Ages, pitched their camp in the Campus Neronis. In the earliest Roman times, the name Vaticanus was only used of the Ager Vaticanus, that is, of the plain situated at the foot of the hill. Even in antiquity, the name was, however, made to cover the whole complexus of hills lying westward of Rome, not only the actual Vatican Hill, but the Monte Mario, and even, as it seems, the Janiculus up to San Pancrazio, were for a long time called Montes Vaticani. At last, however, particularly in the Christian period, it became a fixed custom to denominate as the Vatican Hill only that eminence on the slope of which stands the Basilica of St. Peter. A special circumstance contributed to this limitation of the name. The spur on which St. Peter's is situated had in time become in some sense separated from the remaining heights. During the imperial period, an artificial valley had been created between the Monte Mario and the actual, more southerly, Vatican Hill. The present Valle del Inferno and the medieval Vale of Hell is, in fact, at its lower reach, where it divides the hills, an artificially formed hollow. At this point, there were formerly a number of sandpits. Early Rome fetched thence its supply of material to make bricks for the vast buildings of the city and its suburbs. There, for instance, were to be found the brick fields of Domitia in the Domitian Gardens. Their product was exported not only to different districts of Italy, but even so far as Africa, as is proved by the bricks found there stamped with Domitia's mark. Thus did the prolonged labor of centuries create valleys where before there were hills, or only slight depressions. It has recently been ascertained that other valleys in this sandy district owe their origin to similar causes. At other places among the hills, long valleys cut through the rock are also the work of Roman hands. For instance, the Valle di Morti, below the village of Marino, near Rome, is merely an old quarry, whence the Romans obtained the blocks of Peperino for their structures. The lofty peak left standing still shows us the original height of the rock, cut and carried away at the cost of gigantic effort. Something similar may be seen below the hills of the ancient Tibur or Tivoli, whence the Romans procured their lapis tiburtinus, or travertine. The sight of such enormous excavations as those in the Vatican Valle del Inferno gives a better idea than anything else of the size of the ancient city. The monuments of Rome were like mountains devouring other real mountains. We can understand how the crumbling of such monuments sufficed, during the Middle Ages, to bury, as in a deep tomb, the ancient streets of the city. After this topographical digression, we may begin our walk through the Vatican quarter. Two heathen monuments strike the eye as we pass through the portico leading to the basilica. First, a very lofty pyramidal structure called in the Middle Ages the Tomb of Romulus. This pyramid stood in the vicinity of the present church, Santa Maria Traspontina. It remained almost intact until the time of Alexander VI, and is not only often mentioned in documents, but also frequently figures in early pictures of St. Peter's martyrdom or of the fortress of Sant'Angelo, being considered a distinctive feature of the neighborhood. The real name of the monument is unknown. During the 5th and 6th centuries, it was commonly called the Tomb of Scipio, but with no warrant, and only to meet the craving for a name of mark. About the year 1000, it had, however, already received the more high-sounding appellation of Meta Romuli or Sepulchrum Romuli. The fancy of the period also created monuments of Remus. Near the Porta Ostiensis, or Porta Sancti Pauli, an ancient building was called Templum Remi, and the well-known sepulchral pyramid of Cestius, matching the Vatican pyramid just spoken of, was named the Tomb of Remus, in spite of the clear inscription which bears it. Thus the twin brothers, Romulus and Remus, kept watch, as it were, over the roads leading to Rome's most sacred sanctuaries. One stood sentry near the Basilica of St. Peter, the other near that of St. Paul. The Middle Ages lacked no ingenuity even in its myths. The Sepulchrum Romuli was, moreover, not unworthy of being connected with the Prince of the Apostles. According to the Mirabili, it was faced with splendid slabs of stone, and had a forecourt paved with blocks of travertine, was well drained with gutters, and had a garden attached. The second monument to be seen from the Vatican portico was likewise a tomb. In the Mirabilia, it was called the Tiburtinum of Nero. The other more popular title, Terebinthus Neronis, seems due to a faulty reading and to a confusion with a real terebinth of the neighborhood, of which we shall speak later on. It is reasonable to suppose that the Tiburtinum Neronis was built of lapis tiburtinus, or travertine. It was a slender, lofty monument, so tall that the Mirabilia, doubtless exaggerating, makes it equal in height to the mausoleum of Hadrian. We are also told that it was circular in shape, and that 2 projecting ledges ran round it, presumably at 2 different stories, just as was the case with the mausoleum. Progressing further, we should next notice, on the brow of the hill to the left, the little church of the Archangel Michael. Pope Symmachus, whose pontificate began towards the close of the 5th century, as is well known, had it widened, and also built the flight of steps leading up to it. It is the church beside which, since the 8th century, the Frisians had established a settlement, Schola Frisanum. This still exists as a chapel of ease of St. Peter's under the name of Sans Michele e Magno. On this hill the archangel, so to speak, mounted guard over the Vatican territory committed to his charge. The choice of this site for the church agrees perfectly with a custom which was gradually becoming the rule, namely, to dedicate high places, whether in towns or on the mountains, to St. Michael. Even Hadrian's mausoleum, at the beginning of the 7th century, was to be crowned with that small chapel of the Archangel, from which it derives to the present day its name of Castel Sant'Angelo. From the Church of St. Michael on the hill, near the Vatican Basilica, it must have been possible to enjoy the best complete view of the remarkable collection of monuments, both pagan and Christian, which the district contained. From that spot, first of all, might have been seen the mighty, far-reaching Basilica of St. Peter's, with its lofty frontage, with its solemn rows of windows, between the straight lines of roof and walls. It stood there in majestic grandeur, surrounded by a sort of attendant crowd of buildings, forming quite a small town. The devotion to St. Peter, both of the Romans and of strangers flocking to this spot, had led many to take up here their fixed abode. Procopius calls special attention to this fact. There were hostels here for the poor and the pilgrims, and also several monasteries. In this matter, St. Peter's rivaled the Lateran, St. Paul's, and St. Lawrence's. The oldest such monastery mentioned in history was founded by Leo the Great, and dedicated to the Roman martyrs John and Paul. In a convent beside St. Peter's lived St. Galla, daughter of the consul and patrician Symmachus. She lost her husband during the first year of her happy married life. Hither to the vicinity of the Apostles' tomb, she withdrew during the period of Gothic rule to devote herself to the spiritual life and to the relief of the poor. Gregory the Great, who eagerly followed up the local pious traditions regarding the worship of the Apostle, only a few years later, in this very convent, was to hear the account of St. Peter appearing to St. Galla during her last illness, to comfort her with the announcement of her speedy dissolution. 2 episcopal residences episcopia seen on either side of the church date from Pope Symmachus. They form the first beginning of the Vatican Palace. In front of the basilica stands a cheerful and pleasant open place called the Campus Sancti Petri, and corresponds to the Campus Lateranensis, in front of the basilica attached to the then papal residence in the south of the city. Pope Symmachus had also adorned the square in front of St. Peter's with a fountain or cantharis, and had likewise embellished the cantharis already existing in the atrium of the church. On the left-hand side of the basilica stood also two circular Christian mausoleums dating from the Christian Empire. The one on the west was the tomb built by Honorius for himself and his family. Later it became a church and was called the Rotunda of St. Petronilla. The other mausoleum was called the Rotunda of St. Andrew. It was built for the same purpose, as a burial place for the imperial family, as soon as the other mausoleum proved too small to receive any more of the sumptuous sarcophagi. Pope Symmachus, of whom we have already heard, made it into a church of the above apostle, doubtless wishing to honor St. Peter by consecrating a church to his brother Andrew so near his tomb. He also provided the rotunda with a fine portico on the outside. Symmachus worked more than any other pope between the 4th and the 7th century to complete the vast structures which went to form St. Peter's. This is explained by the circumstances of his pontificate. Owing to the schism occasioned by the antipope Lawrence, he was not able to take possession of the Lateran. In consequence, he took up his residence near St. Peter's and did all he could to beautify the Vatican buildings. Lying round the two rotundas just described, we might then have seen the vast ruins of the Neronian circus begun by Caligula. Where its center had been, there stood the far-famed obelisk. This is the same monolith that has stood on the modern Piazza di San Pietro since the time of Sixtus V. The slender column, nearly 84 feet in height, had been brought from Egypt by the Emperor Caligula and dedicated with religious rites to his two imperial predecessors, Divus Augustus and Divus Tiberius. At the time of our imaginary visit, the obelisk was yet standing on its original site, which it also retained throughout the Middle Ages, that is, in the middle of the spina, dividing lengthway the elliptical area of the circus, and around which the horses and chariots raced. The two mausoleums stood, both of them, on the spina of the forgotten circus. A tablet on the ground in front of the present sacristy of St. Peter's has marked, since the time of Sixtus V, the direction of the spina and the site of the obelisk, thus indicating the center of that unique monumental group, consisting of the towering monolith, the two mausoleums, the remains of the spina, and the rising tiers of the circus on the left, all sheltered beneath the peaceful shadow of St. Peter's Basilica. An adjacent building also belonged to the Circus of Nero, probably serving as an exercise ground or as stables for the circus factions. Some interesting early inscriptions have been found relating to this structure, which must have stood on much the same footing as the clubhouse of the Green faction near St. Lawrence in Damaso. They were found on the spot itself, one having even been built into St. Peter's in the course of the Middle Ages. This one tells of the victories of innumerable racers, giving in full the names of each immortal steed: the white Nitidus, the gray Fuscus, the bay Decoratus, the brown Raptor, and so forth. At the present day, this extraordinary equine chronicle may be inspected embedded in the wall of a passage in the sacristy of St. Peter's. The Neronian circus itself was built in the gardens of Agrippina. It filled a rather narrow natural depression at the base of the actual Vatican Hill. It probably received its title of Gaianum, found even in the Constantinian Legionary Survey, from the Emperor Gaius Caligula, who began it, though possibly this Gaianum in the 14th region, Trans-Tiberum, may refer to Hadrian's circus. The Emperor Nero completed the edifice. He chose it as his favorite haunt, where he could display his skill as a horseman before the amazed senators and populace. That the same cruel emperor condemned Christians to die a fearful death in the neighboring so-called Neronian gardens is a fact for which we have the authority of Tacitus himself. As the Basilica of St. Peter was erected in the same depression as the circus, the latter was almost entirely engulfed in the new construction. The whole right or northern side was covered by the church. The pillars of the left wall of the nave were simply placed upon the foundation of the circus seats, which can scarcely have been adapted to carry so weighty a superstructure. So wide was the basilica that it not only covered the Via Cornelia, which ran along the right wall of the circus, but also a piece of the undulating land on the further side of the highway. As the hill was a hindrance, it was partly cut away. Only thereby was it possible to bring the much revered tomb almost exactly into the middle of the apse of the basilica, this being the main object of the whole enterprise. The orientation of the old church was the same as that of the modern one, namely, from west to east, the same as that of the circus and of the Via Cornelia. The Liber Pontificalis mentions a temple of Apollo as a monument formerly standing on the spot now occupied by St. Peter's. Nothing further is known of this temple, nor can it have been one of any importance. It may possibly have been the Phrygianum, or Phrygianum, that the Constantinian Legionary Survey mentions immediately after the Gaianum. The Phrygianum, however, must have been the grotto into which the Phrygian worship of Cybele, the mother of the gods, was performed. This worship was continued near the left aisle of the basilica, as if in mockery of the Christians, until late in the 4th century, by heathen men of rank. End of section 32. Section 33 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 1, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5 continued. From the Lateran to the Vatican, a walk through Rome at the period of its transformation. Part 5. The Tomb of St. Peter in Topography and History. After our long ramble, we have reached the Basilica of the Prince of the Apostles. Let us first bestow our attention on Peter's tomb and cast a glance back on its earliest history and on that of the numerous other tombs surrounding it. A full description of the basilica itself must stand over for another time, but such is the abiding significance of the tomb that the following historical and topographical details are indispensable at the present juncture. The ancient Via Cornelia, with its graves to the right and left, give the key for the understanding of the local circumstances of St. Peter's tomb. The Cornelia ran, as we know, from the open place in front of St. Peter's lengthwise through the space covered by the ancient basilica and eventually occupied by the new church in the 16th century. At the beginning of the Middle Ages, the sepulchral monuments on either side were still in partial or even total preservation and were to be seen all along the approach to the basilica. This was proved by later excavations. Ancient burial vaults, though concealed by the soil, bordered the highway and extended even below the raised atrium of St. Peter's and under the basilica itself. Behind the church, this line of vaults touched a Christian cemetery in use before the time of Constantine, while under the church, remains have been found of another early Christian burial ground. To appreciate these statements, we must make closer acquaintance with the results of these excavations, especially with those undertaken beneath the main approach to St. Peter's. Under Alexander VII, whilst the left or southern wing of Bernini's portico was in course of erection, the foundations were dug for a fountain to be placed in front of St. Peter's, with the result that a heathen funereal monument was brought to light, bearing a wedding represented in relievo, and of which a sketch still exists. On the same occasion, various heathen sarcophagi were also found, one being in porphyry. Details of these finds are contained among the notes of the contemporary archaeologist Pietro Sante Bartoli. Even earlier, under Paul V, during the excavations in the forecourt of the ancient Basilica of St. Peter, for the purpose of laying the foundations of the new structure, 3 ancient sepulchral monuments were discovered, July 19, 1614. In one of them was found the sarcophagus of the famous actress, Claudia Hermione. We have contemporary records of this find also. Another discovery on November 9, 1616, is described by an eyewitness, Giacomo Grimaldi, keeper of the Vatican archives. He relates how, beneath the seventh step in front of the central entrance to the church, he was taken into a heathen sepulchral cella deep underground, and found it adorned with painted stucco. He also tells us that, under Gregory XIII, a heathen sarcophagus, still containing a corpse, had been taken out of the same place, and had been set up as a fountain basin in the courtyard of the Swiss Guard. The accounts concerning the underground discoveries in the church itself are still more remarkable. We have an exact description of the excavations which took place under Urban VIII, prior to the erection of the bronze baldachin near the Confession of St. Peter and over the high altar of the church. This account has only lately been published. According to it, the works began on June 30th, 1626. It soon became clear that the place had in ancient times contained both heathen and Christian sepulchres. Funerary urns and indubitably heathen graves came to light at a depth of some 13 feet below the surface of the Constantinian basilica, also a heathen sarcophagus with the dead man depicted reposing in effigy on the lid. Above and beside these graves, bodies of Christians were also found completely shrouded, according to the Christian custom, in narrow strips of linen. They lay in simple marble sarcophagi, bearing no inscriptions. The Christian graves, though situated on different sides of the confession, were so placed that the heads of the deceased were turned towards the center beneath the altar. A wall upon which the workmen stumbled seemed to form a square around the center. Unfortunately, pious timidity prevented the work being pushed forward as far as the central point. The preceding statements are fully borne out by the accounts given us by an eyewitness regarding earlier excavations in 1615 under Paul V. The reason for these was the erection of the present confession in front of the high altar. On this occasion, too, Christian bodies swathed in the usual bandages were brought to light. The archaeologist, Francesco Maria Torrigio, states that they reminded him of Lazarus, who had been similarly bound up in a shroud before being laid in his grave. They, too, all had their heads turned toward the center. On that occasion, also, on a sarcophagus was read the name, or perhaps only the last letters of the name, Linus, the rest of the inscription being illegible. Torrigio merely gives the name of Linus without ascribing it to St. Peter's first successor. Not long after him, however, the Oratorian Giovanni Severano, seemingly with nothing but Torrigio's report to rely upon, announced that the grave of Linus, the Roman bishop, had been found. Such a discovery would certainly have been one of great import. As, however, the statement seems to have but little support, we prefer not to lay any stress upon it, though according to de Rossi, it may possibly in the future be explained by new discoveries. Pursuing our course among the sepulchres along the former Via Cornelia, we shall find again, just behind the ancient basilica, Christian graves mingled with pagan. The mausoleum of the Christian Ancii adjoined the apse of the church, and was known later as the Temple of Probus. The Christians of this illustrious family rested in the vicinity of the pagans, as is proved by the excavations. As is well known wherever the Roman Church was able to establish fresh cemeteries, for instance, in the early Christian catacombs, such promiscuity of heathen and Christian interments was never tolerated. The catacombs were exclusively reserved for the burial of Christians. A different usage, however, obtained in these common burial places along public highways, such as the ancient Via Cornelia. Here the graves lay, not in a series of underground passages, but just as we may still observe on the Appian Way, alongside the road, and mostly on the surface of the ground, where their position was shown by monuments. Besides this, the nature of the subsoil on the hill where the Vatican stands made catacombs impracticable. In its clay and loose sandy soil, no one could have constructed galleries as in the Tuffa or Pozzolana, in which the catacombs were excavated. An instructive instance of the way in which heathen and Christian tombs were intermingled in all burial places situated above ground is afforded by the Basilica of St. Paul on the Ostian Way. During the erection of the new baldachin above the high altar, a pagan place of sepulchre was found close by the tomb of the apostle, which still bears a dedicatory tablet dating from the Constantinian period. Thus, even there, in closest proximity to a renowned Christian site, paganism was represented in an ancient columbarium, buried indeed, but in perfect preservation, and yet containing its cinerary urns. A notice of the time of Heliogabalus, 218–222, alludes also to heathen tombs in or near the Vatican Circus of Nero, stating that this emperor had caused the destruction of certain tombs there because they were supposed to interfere with the games. As regards the Christian burial places, however, which we find adjoining the heathen ones at the back of St. Peter's, Pope Damasus has left us an inscription, couched in poetic form, in which he tells us how he established a channel to lead off the water trickling down from the hill, lest it should injure the graves of those who slumbered there, and had brought it down into the baptistry of St. Peter's to be used for baptism. This Damasian conduit still exists, and the burial place in question is no other than the celebrated Vatican Cemetery, the earliest large churchyard in the vicinity of St. Peter's tomb. The early Christian cemetery of the Vatican was behind the ancient basilica on the top of the hill and covered a portion of the downward slope. Its history will give us an opportunity of inspecting a whole series of celebrated early Christian monuments which have been found there. First of all, there is the tombstone set up to Licinia Ammius, an eloquent memorial of the Christian's faith. It displays the earliest signs employed in the symbolic language of Christianity. 2 fishes with the anchor of eternal hope between them. Above the sculptured figures stand in Greek the words, "The fish of the living," giving the meaning of the symbols. The fish is Christ, who is thus exhibited as the mediator and the hope of eternal life. This monument, belonging to the second or early portion of the 3rd century, was intended, judging by its shape, to stand above the surface of the ground, and serves as this Christian lady's memorial. Quite possibly it came from a pagan workshop. The remarkable sarcophagus of Livia Primitiva is also found in this place, with its representation of the fish, the anchor, and the Good Shepherd with his sheep. The symbolism and the workmanship of this piece of sculpture proves it to belong to the period anterior to Constantine, and hence too comes the sarcophagus, now at the Lateran Museum, to which, having regard to its artistic character, a date prior to Constantine must be assigned. Its decorations are antique and almost idyllic. The rich mine of the Willem Vatican Cemetery continues, even in our own day, to yield Christian memorials. A sarcophagus belonging to the 4th century, brought to light near the Vatican in 1890, depicts Jonas between 2 shepherds. But the finest discovery in this neighborhood was a sarcophagus of classical shape, now in the Lateran Museum. Between representations of the sacrifice of Isaac and the condemnation of Christ is pictured in relievo the solemn conferring of the law on St. Peter. Above Uranus with his canopy of clouds sits our Savior enthroned in divine majesty, handing to the chief of the apostles the scroll of the law, that is, authority to govern his church. Peter, a powerfully built figure with short curly hair and a round full beard, accepts the gift in his covered hands, his attitude suggesting surprise and reverence. This representation on the Lateran sarcophagus, with Uranus under the feet of Christ, cannot fail to put us in mind of the words with which the earliest preserved catalogue of the Roman bishops begins. Under the first name, that of Peter, allusion is made to the fact that Christ forsook the earth to ascend above it into heaven. After the Lord's ascension, it says, "Blessed Peter took over the episcopacy, and a succession was established, as is described in the following lists, with the names, the years, and the concomitant emperors." After this glance round the immediate vicinity of Peter's tomb and over the discoveries made there, we must now turn our attention to the central spot itself. Before Constantine's time, a crypt, or memoria, perhaps similar to an oratory, well known and deeply revered by Christians, stood upon the spot now shown as the Confession of St. Peter. It was the universal and rooted belief that it contained the body of the Prince of the Apostles. Peter, according to the tradition of the Roman Church, after suffering martyrdom in Rome, was buried at this spot beside the Via Cornelia, just as Paul, his companion in the apostleship and in martyrdom, was interred on the Via Ostiensis. Moreover, it was held, the earliest occupants of the Roman episcopacy had also found a last resting place in this same crypt. Two documents allude in detail to this burial place, though they are not of very early date. Their contents deserve respectful consideration. The earliest Pilgrim's Handbook known to us starts its enumeration of the holy places with the words, "First of all, Peter. He rests on the eastern side of the city, beside the first milestone on the Via Cornelia. At the same spot his successors, or Pontificalis Ordo, with a few exceptions, also sleep each in his own tomb." Similarly, the author of the Liber Pontificalis also embodies in his work this traditional datum. He tells us that Peter was buried in the vicinity of the Neronian Circus, beside the Vatican. He further states, probably with personal observation, since he must have seen the tombs, Linus, Peter's first successor, was buried beside Peter's body in the Vatican. His second successor, Anacletus, also erected the memoria to St. Peter, as well as other places of interment for his successors. In his notice of Pope Cornelius, he alludes to bodies of the holy bishops, reposing around the Prince of the Apostles. Our earlier study of the topography of the place and the finds made all along the road in the forecourt and on the very site of St. Peter's enable us to point out on the right-hand side of the Via Cornelia a locality rather more than halfway along the northern wall of the Neronian Circus as the spot occupied by the Vatican memoria. So certain is this result that Rodolfo Lanciani, the most eminent present-day authority on the topography of Rome, can even speak of the monumental evidence for the historical tradition regarding St. Peter's tomb. This certainty notwithstanding, let us take history as our guide and go over the earliest statements bearing upon the tomb, the life and glorious end of St. Peter at Rome. Towards the end of the 2nd century, a Roman presbyter named Gaius took up the cudgels on behalf of several doctrines of the Church against the Phrygian Montanist Proclus. In proof of the authority to which Roman tradition could pretend in matters of doctrine, he refers to the apostles Peter and Paul, who had worked in the Church of Rome, and after their glorious death had bequeathed it their tombs as trophies of victory. "For," says he, "whether you go to the Vatican or to the Via Ostia, you meet there the trophies of victory of the founders of this Church." The work of Gaius is lost, but the historian Eusebius, when composing his church history, was able to consult it either entirely or at least in part, and the context certainly led him to take trophies of victory as equivalent to tombs. In the 2nd century, we find that, both in Greece and throughout the Eastern Church, it was everywhere acknowledged that Peter had been the founder and leader of the Roman community. About the year 170, Dionysius, bishop of Corinth, a man of great repute in his day, speaks of this. He mentions the journey to Rome undertaken by both Peter and Paul, and terms the church there one of their foundations. Saint Ignatius of Antioch in Syria, writing to the Christians at Rome to announce his coming as a Christian confessor condemned to death, and to exhort and instruct them, says, "But not as Peter and Paul do I command you, they are apostles. I am but a captive of Christ." In these words he assumes it to be well known to his hearers that Peter and Paul had preached in person to the faithful at Rome. It was only some 15 centuries later that all this was pronounced legendary. It is evident that great historical weight must be attached to such remarks when the writer so readily assumes a universal belief in the fact that he is at no pains to enforce it or even to express it at all clearly. Ignatius of Antioch, whom we have just quoted, flourished under the Emperor Trajan, 98 to 117. But even from the reign of Domitian, 81 to 96, we have a similar utterance by Saint Clement of Rome, which again merely accepts the fact. after having praised the virtue and self-sacrifice displayed by the apostles Peter and Paul, he associates them, with no distinction of time or place, with the victims of the persecution under Nero, who among us, that is, plainly at Rome, in the city where he is writing, set a glorious example. Irenaeus, Bishop of Lyon, a native of Asia Minor, was acquainted with Oriental tradition as well as with that of his second home in Gaul. He had even traveled to Rome to glean the past history of that church and to trace the succession of its bishops. In his work Against the Heresies, he repeatedly traces back the beginnings of the Church of Rome to Peter and Paul. According to his words, they founded and erected it. They established its apostolic tradition. The series of their successors in office received from them an appointment and a more potent principality. The bishops of Rome, therefore, governed the greatest and oldest and the best known church. Tertullian, the great controversialist of Carthage, another seeker after early traditions, wrote at the end of the 2nd century and the beginning of the 3rd. He, too, had compared the traditions of his own country with those of Rome during the journeys which he undertook. He, too, when it suited his purpose, took advantage of the authority of the apostolic succession in Rome and the founding of the local see by Peter to silence teachers of novelties. He had no fear lest the heretics should raise any question as to St. Peter's sojourn in Rome. It is Tertullian who first has a clear allusion to the manner of death suffered by the apostle, that is, crucifixion, and to the time of his martyrdom, that is, in the persecution under Nero. Nero was the first, he says, who stained the rising faith with blood. Then was Peter, as Christ foretold, girded by another when he was fastened to the cross. Then did Paul attain in a higher sense the freedom of Rome, being born there again through his sublime martyrdom. Oh, how happy is this church, in which the apostles watered their precious teaching with their blood, where Peter was made like unto his Lord in the manner of his death, and where Paul won the same crown as John, that is, the Baptist, by the sword. At an early date, too, the Apocrypha exploited St. Peter's death at Rome. The original Greek text of the Ascension of Isaiah, recently discovered, shows us that this work contains a reference to St. Peter being handed over to Nero. The passage in question is ascribed by Dillman to the 2nd and by Harnack to the 3rd century. In the light of all these testimonies, the allusion to the first epistle of Peter to the place whence the author writes becomes clear. The church that is at Babylon, the elect and Mark, my son, salute you. In the symbolic language so dear to the Jews, the apostle describes Rome, his place of residence, as Babylon, the city of horrors and confusion. Rome was indeed the city where, according to Tacitus, all the vice and all the shame of the world congregates. This interpretation of the name chosen by Peter is so little new that even the historian Eusebius speaks of it as already old, and gives it on the authority of Papias, Bishop of Hierapolis, a man who, we know, stood actually on the threshold of the apostolic age. The authority of Papias also determined Eusebius to accept another fact, namely, that Mark wrote his gospel at Rome under the guidance of St. Peter. Thus it was from the tradition of those who had seen the apostles, or at least their disciples, that the Roman Church derived the unshaken conviction of her foundation by Peter and of her possession of the apostles' tomb, a persuasion which dominated all her thought and feeling during the 4th and 5th centuries. In the very center of a God-forsaken heathen world, a fact which should fill us with astonishment at the ways chosen by Providence, in the Babylon of moral depravity and mental error, there was the Prince of the Apostles to die, and thence was to go forth the power of the Almighty to renew the world. The tomb of Peter was to be as a seed sown in this polluted ground for higher things in the future, whilst Rome's outward position in the world was in God's plans to subserve the development of the Church upon Peter, the rock. Blessed Peter, the prince among all the apostles. So says Leo the Great to the Roman people. was sent to this stronghold of the Roman Empire, that the light of truth, intended for the salvation of all nations upon earth, might more easily spread from the head of the world throughout the whole body. At the beginning of the 7th century, a poet was inspired to sing in verse the privilege of the city of Rome, blessed by the death of the 2 apostles. O happy Rome, made holy now by these 2 martyrs' glorious blood! Earth's best and fairest cities bow, by their superior claims subdued. So prominent a fact as the sojourn of St. Peter in Rome could not fail to leave a mark in the traditions centering round local monuments, even apart from the burial places, in a Christian community which gratefully acknowledged Peter as its founder. It also happened that genuine traditions of this sort, in course of time, became mingled with various spurious ones. This was all that could be expected. When one's popular devotion has seized upon an object, the historical tradition relating to it must needs be exposed to the risk of distortion. Hence it is in many cases as difficult to sift the claims to a connection with St. Peter urged by several churches in Rome, even since earliest medieval times, as to extract the underlying element of truth concerning St. Peter's work and sufferings in Rome from the reports of the early apocryphal writings. More than once already have we been obliged to describe the legends bearing on these subjects as mythical or incoherent. For instance, the story of St. Peter's struggle with Simon Magus in the Forum, and tales clustering round the Mamertine prison. On the other hand, there are certain features in the traditions of the city, especially in those associated with the monuments, of which we can affirm that they, in some measure, support and confirm the fact, otherwise vouched for, of St. Peter's sojourn in Rome. Particularly in this case, when these features are considered cumulatively. This is, however, not the place to analyze critically each question bearing on the subject. Better opportunities will probably present themselves in the course of our work. We may nevertheless mention here some facts upon which an argument might be based. Stress has been laid upon the detail that the Ostian cemetery on the Via Nomentana was known during the 5th century by the name of Ad Nymphas Sancti Petri, being thought identical with the place where the apostle was wont to administer baptism. At the same spot in the 6th century, a cathedra was exhibited as the quondam throne of the apostle Peter. Sedes ubi prius, sedit Sanctus Petrus. Further, a festival of the Cathedra Petri was kept at the Vatican in the 5th century, and even earlier as a feast in honor of St. Peter's primacy. Moreover, according to an unbroken tradition, the Romans believed that they possessed the actual throne or chair of St. Peter, and continued to use it in the ceremony of the papal enthronization. The present church of St. Pudentiana is reputed to stand on the site of the house belonging to the senator Pudens, who gave shelter to the apostle during his work. The Aventine also prides itself on possessing in the church of St. Prisca the transformed residence of Aquila and Priscilla, with whom Peter worked. The constant recurrence of the name of Peter among the early Christians interred in the catacomb of St. Priscilla, and nowhere else, confirms the legends regarding Peter and St. Prisca, as the catacomb of St. Priscilla is linked with the memory of Prisca. Finally, the preservation of to a certain extent, reliable type among the manifold portraits of Saints Peter and Paul, displayed at Rome from very early times, seems to agree well with the fact of the apostles' sojourn in the city. With regard to this last statement, great store is set on the large antique medal in the Vatican Museum, found upon Roman ground, and commonly assigned to the beginning of the 3rd or even of the 2nd century. It has been pointed out that no other city was able to preserve such traditional portraits of the 2 chief apostles. Even though we be disposed to minimize the importance of these historical and traditional data, and though the contents of such traditions stand in much need of criticism, yet with regard to their cumulative value, we must make our own the words of the Roman archaeologist, de Rossi, on St. Peter's sojourn in Rome. The striking harmony so repeatedly evinced between history and the language of the monuments cannot here be mere coincidence. It is rather a guarantee for the truth both of the monuments and of history. Special stress was rightly laid by de Rossi upon a monumental testimony to Peter and Paul, not alluded to in the list just given. In early days, a certain hallowed spot was revered, where, according to tradition, the bodies of Peter and Paul lay hidden for a period before the time of Constantine. This was the shrine termed Platonia, on the Appian Way, ad Catechumas. On it stands now the Church of St. Sebastian. The Roman so-called Philocalian calendar of the feasts of the year 366 already mentions, under June 29th, that is, on the feast of Saints Peter and Paul, the station which was made both here and at the Vatican, and also on the Via Ostia. A canticle of the 4th century likewise hymns the praise of a feast celebrated here as well as at the other two churches. We also possess the text of the metrical inscription placed by Pope Damasus in this venerated and famous early sepulchre of the apostles on the Appian Way. It proclaims to the visitor that Peter and Paul once rested here in their tombs, watched over by the Romans as fellow citizens. Damasus himself built the church which preserved this venerable memorial. Originally it was the church, not of Saint Sebastian, but of the apostles, its name being evidently derived from the two tombs here preserved. Probably the double tomb of the two chief apostles was situated in the middle of the Damasian basilica, and not in the adjacent chamber or mortuary chapel, which a relatively much later tradition points out as the site of the tomb. Early in the 6th century, legend had already woven its myths around this solemn site, as we see from the writings of Gregory the Great, where we are told of the attempt made by certain messengers from the East to steal the apostles' remains. This does not, however, detract from the truth underlying the authentic tradition, but on the whole it is best to take this tradition in its broad outlines, as it existed previously, and not to seek when and why and how long the bodies of the apostles were concealed in this place by pressing a doubtful passage of St. Gregory's. Still more careful must we be in dealing with the apocryphal writings which speak of the works of the apostles at Rome. Not indeed that we should reject them as utterly worthless, seeing that some of them can occasionally be of use, and in fact have furnished us with certain local data regarding the tomb and place of martyrdom of St. Peter. Only on account of such topography as they convey shall we avail ourselves of them here. Such information was never easy to invent. On the contrary, what was invented must usually be explained by some definite local tradition. Among the local indications furnished by apocryphal writings, we very early hear of a terebinth beside which Peter was buried. This great tree, serving as a landmark for the grave, is first mentioned by Pseudo Marcellus, who made certain additions in the 4th century to the apocryphal Acts of Peter, written by Pseudo Linus, and retains a place in most subsequent accounts. It is certainly significant that Pliny, in his Natural History, mentions as a curiosity of this very neighborhood an enormous oak of exceptional size and beauty. It would seem but natural to suppose, and some have gone as far as to affirm, that Pliny's tree was identical with that beside St. Peter's grave. In the Middle Ages, the tradition of the terebinth underwent a curious transformation. A lofty pagan sepulchral monument in the Vatican Quarter, which even in the Mirabilia was still called Tiburtinum Neronis, was renamed Terebinthus Neronis, the traditional tree thus becoming a stone monument. It was then thought, though erroneously, that this memorial had been associated by the ancients with the martyrdom and death of Peter, whence we find it figuring in pictures of Peter's martyrdom, though in reality this was enacted at a considerable distance from the monument. Another interesting note in the apocryphal accounts informs us that Peter's martyrdom and burial occurred at the place which is called the Naumachia, near the obelisk of Nero on the hill. This statement may be regarded as accurate and to the point, for as we know, an obelisk did stand in the middle of the Neronian Circus, or Naumachia, whilst the hill can be none other than the Vatican. According to the traditional topography of the Middle Ages, Peter was executed inter duas mitas, that is, between the two end pillars of the circus, or in other words, on the spina, which ran down the middle. So surprisingly exact a localization may possibly be correct, and at least there is nothing to say against it, as it has been definitely accepted that Peter was crucified upon the Vatican Hill in the Circus of Nero. His martyrdom might well have taken place upon the center of the spina. Hence it is quite possible that the obelisk which once stood in the middle of the spina, and which has survived so many eventful centuries, may also have been a dumb witness of the bloody end of that apostle, the forecourt of whose basilica it was itself later to adorn. During the Middle Ages, there was an oratory in the middle of the circus at the foot of the obelisk, commemorating the martyrdom of Peter. The tiny church existed up to the time of Innocent III, when it disappeared. In the modern St. Peter's, on the spot nearest to its site in the circus, that is, in the southern transept, there is an altar to the crucifixion of Peter, which may be considered the descendant of that oratory and its memory. According to what has gone before, Peter's grave would be quite near to his place of crucifixion. That the martyrdom took place inside the circus is confirmed by statements other than those derived from apocryphal works. The author of the Liber Pontificalis, circa 530, is particularly clear in expressing the conviction of his time, namely, that Peter was martyred juxta Palladium Neronianum in Vaticanum, and again, in Montanum aurum in Vaticanum Palatii Neroniani. The palace of Nero, according to the language of the time, is the Circus of Nero, and the Golden Hill, Mons Aureus, was the name bestowed on the Vatican Hill, on account of its golden sand. So far we have dealt only with the primitive form of the tradition. In the course of time, this tradition, in its bearing on the place of Peter's crucifixion, was variously emended. A few words must therefore be said of these alterations. In the Middle Ages, the memory of the Naumachia in the Vatican region was preserved. The building even appears to have been still in existence at a time when the Circus of Nero had already entirely changed its aspect. The custom which then arose of speaking of a large portion of the Leonine city, even as far away as the Castle Sant'Angelo, as the Naumachia, led, however, to the site of the apostle's martyrdom, which, according to the old accounts, took place in the Naumachia, being transferred to this part of the city. As the term obelisk of Nero, which had also served to indicate the place, had also fallen into desuetude, the real obelisk being now known as columna major or agulia, that is, needle. It came about that a new tradition was formed, according to which St. Peter had been crucified near a lofty monument in the neighborhood of Santa Maria Traspontina, the monument being none other than the pagan tomb described on page 272. The ignorance of the period accounts for its being described in the Mirabilia as Terebinthus or Tibertina Neronis. In the Ordo of Benedictus Canonicus, it makes its appearance as Obeliscus Neronis. Not far from St. Peter's, there stood the Mita Romuli, a pagan memorial in the shape of a pyramid. For a time it was believed that Peter had been crucified between this tomb, or Mita, and the other just alluded to, inter duas mitas. This mistaken notion prevailed from the 12th to at least the 14th century. Another ancient and much used guide, the Liber Pontificalis, adduced, among other topographical data whereby to identify the spot where Peter died, a certain Mons Aureus, or Golden Mount. This name was responsible for a new change in the tradition. On the Janiculus, there was an oratory of St. Peter, of which the existence can be traced back as far as the pontificate of Gregory X, 1272 to 1276. In the course of time, the name of Mons Aureus, or Montorio, came to be used more and more exclusively of the Janiculus. This oratory soon began to claim the honor of marking the spot of Peter's martyrdom. Its splendid situation overlooking the city, and the powerful patronage of the kings of Spain, into whose possession it came, after having been for a while in the hands of the Franciscans, helped to substantiate its claim. Even at the present day, the Roman populace is still convinced that it was there, in the full sight of all Rome, that the apostle consummated his sacrifice. In spite of this, not even the classic grace of Bramante's construction near the restored church will avail to preserve to this spot the associations which it has usurped. At the very time when the latter opinion was predominant, it was assailed by scholars, though a few did, in fact, endeavor to show that at least something could be urged on its behalf. Matthias Vegius, or Veggio, the humanist, 1406 to 1457, though personally attached to the tradition of the Vatican martyrdom, was willing to allow that both expressions, mons aureus and inter duas mitas, could be applied to the Janiculus and its oratory. The two Mitae, he argued, might well designate the Mita Romuli in the Leonine quarter and the Mita Remi near the Ostian gate, a straight line from one to the other passing directly over the Janiculus. Not long after Veggio, another scholar, Flavio Biondo, in his Roma Restaurata, whilst favoring to some extent the claim of the Vatican, adds, "It is commonly said that Peter died at the terebinth between the two Mitae, though it is difficult to say where this spot was." On the other hand, Pietro Alfarano, in his manuscript, notes now in the archives of the Basilica of St. Peter's, brings forward excellent arguments against the Janiculus. He alleges as his authority Giulio Ercolano, who not long before his time had examined the antiquities of the Vatican Basilica. Both refer the words inter duas mitas to the two Mitae of the Circus of Nero, that is, to the two high spots at either end of the spina along which the chariots had to run, and which in antiquity, though not in the Middle Ages, were actually termed Mitae. Panvinio and Bosio also adopted this view, though Baronius here, as on other occasions, allowed himself to be influenced by the views prevailing in his own day, and gave his assent to the claim of the Janiculus, under the mistaken impression that he was thereby proving his conservatism. Such was the weight of Baronius's opinion that for long afterwards no one ventured on a protest. Even one so well versed in Roman matters as Giovanni Severano was unwilling to call into question directly the authenticity of the site on the Janiculus. At the same time, Severano, better acquainted with the authorities which could be urged on behalf of the Vatican, leaves it to his readers to choose for themselves which of the two sites they please. Among other yet later writers, Filippo Lorenzo Dionisi, in his trustworthy work on the antiquities of St. Peter's, did his best to restore to its position the older tradition, and brought forward in its defense many names and arguments. In spite of all the obscurity due to legendary accretions and alterations, the existence of St. Peter's tomb in Rome remains incontrovertible, thanks to the early testimonies. For some time, nevertheless, this tradition was opposed by a school which was an outgrowth of Protestantism. Gregorovius borrows its language when, in his History of the City of Rome, he says, "History knows nothing of the presence at Rome of the Apostle Peter." And when he goes so far as to speak of St. Peter as the legendary founder of the Roman Church. Everyone knows the result of the far-reaching recent effort of negative criticism against the Roman tradition. Adalbert Lipsius, following the course of Bauer and the Tübingen school, did his best to deduce from the ancient Petrine Apocrypha and from the legendary development of tradition the conclusion that the whole story of Peter was a myth. Lipsius, with singular obstinacy, and relying far more on fancy than on his learning or clear-sightedness, sacrificed a life of literary effort to this object. Yet his criticism was blunted by the rock which it assailed, and even before his death he had the mortification to find himself forsaken by the leaders of his own party. Lipsius was accustomed, in his controversial writings, to assign a great age to the apocryphal accounts of Peter and Simon Magus, in fact to ascribe them to a date which would have made them more ancient than the witnesses which we call on behalf of the true Petrine tradition. This done, he would insinuate that the evidence of Peter's death at Rome and the whole tradition was based only on inventions. At the present day we can, however, prove that the apocryphal accounts make their first appearance only in the 4th century. the legends do not deserve the honor which Lipsius thrust upon them by placing them on the same footing as the real sources. It is hypercriticism with a vengeance, writes Louis Duchesne, to cite such legendary inventions as traditions. What, however, settles the matter, as against Lipsius, is that these very fictions themselves assume the sojourn of Peter in Rome as a thing already clearly established. Any unprejudiced person must recognize this in the exactness of both their statements and of their topographical data. So much so, indeed, that we did not hesitate to cite them, though of course no one who knew them would dare to borrow any actual proof from them. They simply served to embellish for some theological or edificational purpose a fact already otherwise established. As scholars are at present tolerably agreed upon the subject, we can only rejoice at the historical advantage, which has been an indirect result of the hypotheses of Bauer and Lipsius. Unless we are much deceived, the time is no longer for such attacks upon the Roman tradition. Ever since the 16th century, when the denial first took form, it has borne too clearly the stamp of theological prejudice and party feeling. Nowadays, there is no scientific ground left for such polemics, and historians, as a general rule, are no longer anxious to continue the controversy. Had this historical question been always calmly faced, this much would have been seen long before the critical discussion of recent days. If a tomb of Peter existed in Rome, it could never have been forgotten, and if such a thing never existed, it could never have been invented. The burial of the apostle within the precincts of the city, the teaching, the traditions, the personal example of the founder and first leader of the Roman Church, these were things which, when once delivered to history, must have continued to live in the Roman Christian community. So long as the new faith and the new life retained a place in their hearts, the knowledge that they sheltered his burial place in the midst of their city could never die out, seeing that the spirit of Christian worship could never fail to urge them to honor his memory by venerating his tomb. A yet greater impossibility would it have been for the Christians in the capital to have invented the story of St. Peter's death in their midst and burial in the Vatican, and to have imposed this on the credulity of the rest of the world. Rome was no place for such a fraud. The crowded metropolis, with its strenuous public life, was exposed, more than any other township in the Roman world, to the scrutiny, the curiosity, the comments of all the remaining Christian churches. A baseless claim to the possession of the tomb of the Prince of the Apostles would necessarily have been disputed by others which believed themselves equally favored. Yet in Christian antiquity, not one of the other churches ever even questioned the Roman tradition. Not one made the slightest effort to establish a counterclaim to this tomb despite all the privileges and honors which were involved in its possession. In all her earlier struggles with schismatics and heretics of every shade, not once was Rome's claim to the Apostolic See, sanctified by St. Peter and his tomb, called into question. We conclude these remarks on the worn-out Protestant thesis with a quotation from the Chronologie der Altchristlichen Literatur, 1897, of the Protestant critic Adolf Harnack. The martyrdom of St. Peter in Rome was contested first through Protestant prejudice and later through a similar critical prejudice. In both cases, the mistake led to the recognition of important historical truths and has consequently been productive of good. But that it was a mistake is now perfectly clear to every sincere investigator. The whole critical armory with which Bauer attacked the ancient tradition is now rightly regarded as worthless. The Emperor Constantine set a seal and a kind of majestic sanction on the tradition of the first 300 years regarding the tomb of St. Peter, when at the instigation of Pope Sylvester, he built the glorious Basilica of the Prince of the Apostles on the site of his entombment. Of this great enterprise, the writer of the Liber Pontificalis relates what still lingered in the recollection of his contemporaries and what he had himself gathered from existing monuments. He writes, "During Sylvester's time, Constantine Augustus built for Blessed Peter the basilica beside the temple of Apollo. He adorned the tomb of the blessed apostle, where his body rests, in the following manner. He then describes the tomb and the inscription dedicated by Constantine, which he knew well. He tells us that Constantine had brought thither a golden cross, weighing 150 pounds, with this inscription in Nelio work. Constantine Augustus and Helena Augusta adorned this royal house, surrounded by an equally radiant hall, or aula coruscans. The little mortuary chamber, or lucullus, was covered over by Constantine, according to this well-informed authority, by an immovable covering of bronze. The body itself was left undisturbed in its place. Over the mortuary chamber, the emperor had a little decorative shrine, or cella, or to use a later name, ark, or arca, erected. This ark glittered with gold. The royal house spoken of in the inscription must refer to this, for it was the special home of the regal saint, to whom the whole basilica, the radiant hall of the inscription, was dedicated. The popes entered the ark on certain days to offer incense. In a similar but smaller chamber above the tomb, which is the present continuation of the early ark, are now deposited the palladiums meant for archbishops. In the center of the floor of the ark, a shaft descended into the actual vault, thus connecting in some sort the ark itself and the basilica with its worshippers, with the venerated remains beneath. Down this shaft small objects, strips of fine linen for instance, could be let down and thereby be blessed by touching the vault. This shaft still exists. The same arrangement may be seen at the tomb of St. Paul on the Via Ostia, where it is in even better preservation. The notice in the Liber Pontificalis, to the effect that Constantine had both tombs built over in the same manner, is corroborated by this resemblance. On the floor of the ark in St. Paul's, we may still read the inscription, engraved in large characters of Constantine's period: To Paul the Apostle and Martyr. In both cases, however, the shaft leading to the lower chamber, at an unknown but certainly remote period, was blocked up to a certain depth with stones and rubbish. Only one case is recorded of a glimpse into the actual tomb of St. Peter. This was in 1574, in the course of the raising of the floor level in the neighborhood of the Confession. According to an account by Francesco Maria Torrigio, several persons, including Pope Clement VIII, were able to see the monumentum of St. Peter through an accidental or newly discovered opening. Though this communication is reliable, it is so laconic that it does little or nothing to elucidate the brief statements of the Liber Pontificalis. To return to the Liber Pontificalis. The altar which Constantine erected above the ark was furnished with porphyry pillars. These would be the 4 columns supporting the baldachin, or tabernacle, over the altar, or ciborium. Other columns, adorned with sculpture representing twining vines, had been procured. Such, at least, was the opinion of the 6th century, vouched for by the book in question, From Greece by Constantine. These are the spiral columns, still preserved, which from the first had their place in front of the confession. Odd-looking columns such as these often made their appearance at Rome during the debased period of the late Empire. Constantine had the altar table itself made of silver, edged with gold, and set with 60 precious stones. Before the ark hung a golden candelabrum, corona aurea ante corpus, into the composition of which no less than 35 pounds of gold had entered. It was adorned with 50 figures of dolphins, probably one beneath each of the 50 burners which it carried. At the 4 angles of the shrine stood 4 metal candlesticks, richly worked in silver, each weighing 300 pounds. All these details are carefully recorded in the Liber Pontificalis. The same work also enlarged on other parts of the decoration, which we here omit, and even mentions the estates in the East and in Egypt, which the generous emperor had bestowed, partly for the maintenance of the lamps perpetually burning in great numbers before Peter's tomb, partly for building purposes in the basilica, and for the support of its clergy. These lists, with their minute statements, including, for instance, the amount of annual income derived from the various properties, can have been derived from no other source than the archives of the basilica. Here, however, a few other historical facts may follow, which may serve to acquaint us better with the structural details surrounding the far-famed tomb, and throw even clearer light upon the foundation of the Emperor Constantine. Almost above the tomb sprang the lofty arch of the basilica, which closed the nave, and was called the Triumphal Arch. Under Constantine, this was adorned with a large mosaic. Until quite recently, no one was able to conjecture what the picture represented. Only in 1883 was it identified through a hitherto neglected description. According to this, as late as the 16th century, the main scene upon the arch could still be made out, the figure, namely, of the Emperor Constantine, presenting to our Savior and the Apostle a model of his newly erected basilica. An inscription in big gold letters contained the explanation of the picture in the following words addressed to Christ. Since under thy guidance the world has risen triumphant to the skies, the victor Constantine raises this Allah to thee. Moreover, at least up to the 9th century, a dedicatory inscription of almost the same date decorated the inside of the apse. It says of a father, Constantine, and his son, probably Constans, that they had left, in condition it deserved, the building that, seat of justice, house of faith, and hall of virtue. Early collectors of inscriptions copied on the outside, in the front above the portico, certain graceful lines of Constantine inscribed under his own portrait. From this poetic text, to which little attention has hitherto been paid, we learn that the emperor had suffered 10 months from a severe illness. He had given up all hope, since medicines only made him worse, but at last St. Peter's intercession, of that at least he was convinced, helped him. "Oh, to what honor," exclaims the emperor, "has Christ raised the apostle! The life which Christ gave me was again granted me by Peter." The 4 melodious distichs are perfect in style and bear the classical imprint. It is possible that the Sylvester legend about the emperor's leprosy and its cure on his baptism at Rome had its origin in this inscription. Finally, the connection of Constantine with the building of the basilica will be remembered through all time by the clay bricks of which it is built. During the demolition of the early apse, many such bricks bearing the stamp of Constantine the Great were pulled out of the walls. They have been found nowhere else in Rome, and it must have been expressly made for the construction of St. Peter's. Regarding the antiquity of solemn public worship at this spot, we must recollect that in the 4th century, June 29th, the Feast of the Apostle was kept here, and on the same day, at the Basilica on the Via Ostia, was observed the Feast of St. Paul. We also know that in the 4th century, the Vatican was a great place for the poor to assemble, and that they continued to flock thither all through the Middle Ages. Here they hoped to receive alms from pious visitors to the basilica. According to Ammianus Marcellinus, Lepadius, when praetor, on a certain occasion, had the poor fetched from the Vatican. The plebes had been clamoring with more noise than usual for public games, and to spare expense he decided to dispense money to the needy. This occurrence must have taken place before 354, for by the time Lampadius had long ceased to be praetor and was already praetorian prefect. The event in question cannot have happened very long after Constantine's time. Though a fuller description of this church, built by Constantine for St. Peter, must be reserved for another part of this history, yet we must point out that the aula of the Prince of the Apostles was far more spacious than the basilicas erected by Constantine above the shrines of other Roman saints. Its proportions far exceed those of the sanctuaries of the martyrs St. Lawrence and St. Agnes, and even the earlier church of St. Paul. Except the Lateran, no other of Constantine's structures but St. Peter's have 5 aisles. These aisles were separated by 2 stately central rows of pillars and another row on each side. On leaving the lofty edifice, we should have come into the broad square forecourt, the atrium or quadriporticus, later called the Paradisus. In the center bubbled the Cantharus, a fountain like that found in front of all the larger basilicas. A broad flight of steps finally led down outside from the bright and pleasant atrium to the open piazza below. The top of the steps, overlooking the Campus Sancti Petri, with its view over the Vatican Quarter, Hadrian's Mausoleum, and the broad city, is a suitable spot for us to halt a while and recall the reminiscences and impressions which an open-hearted and observant Christian visitor to Rome in those early days would experience after wandering the Campus Lateranensis to the threshold of St. Peter's. Here in front of the Basilica of St. Peter there was matter enough to excite his loftiest feelings. If he recalled the glories of the Forum through which he had just passed, he could well say to himself that the most stirring and impressive theatre of the world's history lay no longer amidst those crumbling temples, but in the Vatican region and especially at St. Peter's. If he dwelt upon the splendor of the Colosseum and the other once frequented haunts of pleasure and of luxury, the circus, the theatres, the baths, it would be borne in on him that the world had grown wiser through the preaching of an apostle, crucified like his master. At his basilica, what was taught was something very different from the wild pleasures of the Colosseum. Here to St. Peter's tomb, how many preachers of the faith and missioners to distant lands came to seek strength in fervent prayer for their future efforts and sacrifices, and then departed to teach others how the restless, erring heart of man can find true happiness and everlasting joys. Casting his eyes at the burial place of the great world ruler, Hadrian, could he fail to make a comparison, like so many of his contemporaries, between the honored tomb of the simple fisherman, now a world-famed sanctuary, and the grand mausoleum of the emperor, now neglected and desecrated? And yet he could never have guessed how greatly the fame of the tomb of Peter was yet to increase in centuries to come. This chosen spot of the earth, the goal of thousands of faithful, fervent souls, subjects of the far-stretching Roman Empire, members of the rough, newly converted tribes, this pride of ancient Rome, now bent before the cross, this stronghold of the papacy, soon to replace with its spiritual supremacy over the world the quondam material supremacy of the emperors, this holy resting place of Peter, became during the centuries of the Middle Ages the true pivot of the history of the world. The spectacle meeting one in the Vatican Quarter in the 5th century, and even in the time of Prudentius, on the Feast of the Apostle, the mass of enthusiastic devotees, both strangers and Romans, surging to the threshold of the lowly fisherman, was but a foretaste of what was to come, when the whole world would be drawn to Peter, to his doctrine, and to his successors, an impulse which made itself felt with incredible force during the Middle Ages, and in spite of all the difficulties attendant on the long journey, sent forth out of their country crowds of people to lament their sins or give thanks for their deliverance at the tomb of St. Peter. Prudentius, who describes the hubbub on the day of the feast, does so in words which apply also to the future. All are crowding to one place of jubilee in denser throngs than ever. Tell me then, my friend, whence comes it that Rome's streets are so thronged with hurrying, happy crowds? Because today recalls the triumph of the apostle, the day which was ennobled by the glorious blood of Peter and Paul. Prudentius of set purpose, in another passage, puts into the mouth of the Roman martyr deacon, Lawrence, words which express the grand hopes of a future. Grant, O Christ, unto thy Romans, that their city may prove of service to the religion which creates unity of minds and unity in sacrifice. Behold, all members joined together in unity. The universe bows down before the law of faith. The two princes of the apostles have here established their government. One summons the Gentiles, the other has received the cathedra, and as the chief, he opens the portals of eternity committed to his guard. End of section 33. Section 34 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 1, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Bishops of Rome down to the fall of the Empire. Part 1. The Roman Primacy during the first centuries. The Apostle Peter had founded his see in the metropolis of the empire, that he might there create a succession, as willed by Christ, in the high office which he himself held. The mission of the first among the apostles and of his successors in office is expressed by the short, pregnant charge of the divine founder of the Church. Feed my lambs, feed my sheep. Peter, the humble fisherman, endued with a heavenly dignity, was made leader of the Church to secure its oneness. Those to whose care his own small Roman flock was afterwards transmitted, the bishops of Rome, however modest their place may be in public history, and however small their prominence in early days, undertook this same task of maintaining the unity of the Christian Church and of watching over the whole work Christ left behind him. The highest spiritual power is laid in their hands. The bishopric of the Roman city and the primacy of the whole Church are indissolubly united. The kingdom of the Church visible, willed by Christ, the unity of all believers in one faith and one worship, necessarily required one head, that the whole organization might not be upset in the turmoil of a windy day. Christ's words of promise for all time applied as much to the bishops of Rome as to Peter. Thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. Not less those other words regarding the keys of the kingdom of heaven, which our Savior gave into the hands of Peter, with the general power of binding and of loosing, words known and hearkened to through all ages, and everywhere repeated by pious tongues where the good news of the gospel has been able to penetrate. It was not, however, to be expected that the primacy should appear at once in the history of the Church in its full outward development. The Church was subject to the law of gradual growth, and only in the course of time did she bring to perfection the powers which had been entrusted to her. Even the primacy was subject to this law, which rules all things living and organic here on earth, whether of the natural or of the supernatural order. In the office of the Bishop of Rome and successor of St. Peter, the germ was already present of that perfect development to which, in later times, their spiritual jurisdiction over the Church would attain. There were then, however, no set forms to define clearly their powers in detail. No human foresight could devise a scheme or system which should exhaust the Church's infinite capacity for expansion and government. The Roman bishops themselves were cautious in interfering or exercising their authority, and usually adapted their actions to the circumstances in which they found themselves, that is, intervening only when this was necessary to preserve the unity of the Church, or to uphold the faith committed to them, or the moral law. The preceding statements explain why the sovereign power of the popes in earlier times was far less apparent than later. So far from being surprising, this state of things was in keeping with the Church's supernatural guidance by her divine founder. When he said, "Behold, I am with you all days, even to the consummation of the world," he had in fact so ordered things that, to begin with, only the broad foundation lines of God's kingdom should be laid upon earth, its detailed structure and the manifestation of the plenitude of its powers being left to the future. His promise was a guarantee that the coming development of Church organization would be at variance in no essential point with the rules he had himself instituted. A development of the hierarchy and of the primacy is thus a fact, but it was a development like that of the doctrines of faith, from within outwards, just as the oak grows up from a tiny root, till it attains the status of a mighty tree, bidding defiance to the storms of ages. The spiritual primacy had arrived at such a state of development and maturity, at least by the 4th century, at the epoch of the great Arian struggle. Roman bishops of high intellectual standing, like Julius and Damasus, stood forth then, in the view of all, as champions of unity against both East and West. By counsel, warning, and command, by preaching and penalty, they fought against heresy, defended the faithful members of the Church, and when necessary, opposed the encroachments of the state with assurance and energy. The spiritual side of medieval papal power had therefore been already made evident, and all that lacked was temporal grandeur, and that political influence which was a result of its later growth. The condition of the primacy in the 4th century will occupy us later on. Our present task will be to trace its earlier exercise. It would be a great mistake to imagine that before the rise of Arianism, the primacy had no occasion to make itself felt. On the contrary, there can be no doubt for the historian that even then the bishops of Rome were firmly persuaded of their spiritual preeminence, and that this supremacy was recognized by the Church and its leading bishops. A brief glance at the history of the gradual establishment of the spiritual supremacy of Rome will suffice to show this. Already in the 1st century, during the first generation after our Lord, we are face to face with the preeminence of the Roman Church. When, about the year 94, news came to Rome that the Church of Corinth was torn by internal dissensions, it was admonished by Clement, Bishop of Rome, in an admirable epistle which we still possess, to keep the peace. Irenaeus of Lyon speaks of this letter as a powerful word, which brought back the faithful to unity. The author of the epistle not only admonishes and teaches, but commands and threatens, with a full consciousness of his jurisdiction. He reminds those who had formed an opposition against their spiritual pastors that spiritual authority in the churches was a divine institution. He points to the Old Testament and shows how the Church adopted an organization handed down by tradition. For this reason, in the New Covenant, the community had its high priests, its priests and Levites, that is, bishops, priests, and deacons, of whom, according to him, only the high priest is a true superior. To him he imperatively commands the refractory to be subject. The apostles had, so he says, lost no time in appointing their first converts to be bishops and deacons over future believers. They further, he says, gave order that when these bishops and deacons fell asleep, other well-tried men should receive their office. Here we have evidence of the existence of an episcopacy in the Church and of the organization of a hierarchy, which clearly corroborates what we read in the canonical books of the New Testament. Ignatius of Antioch, a disciple of the apostles, in a letter which he addressed to the Roman Church, bestows on it the title President of the Society of Love, that is, head of all the brethren united in charity throughout the world. Another disciple of the apostles, Polycarp of Smyrna, came to Rome and informed the then bishop Anicetus that the churches of Asia Minor followed, in the reckoning of Easter, a practice different from that introduced by the apostles at Rome. In the course of the same discussion, Bishop Victor, towards the end of the 2nd century, gave orders for synods to be convened everywhere. In consequence, they were held throughout the Church, from Gaul to Pontus and Osrhoene. Then Victor issued the command to the bishops of Asia Minor to accept, on pain of excommunication, the Roman practice. Irenaeus of Lyon, while subjecting to the harshness of the latter measure, fully acknowledged the Pope's right to intervene, and ultimately the Roman practice came to prevail even in the East. To Irenaeus, the Gallic bishop and martyr, was the famous declaration due that with the Church of Rome, on account of its more distinguished origin or situation, believers throughout the world must agree, since in it apostolic tradition has been preserved inviolate. According to this father, the tradition of this most great and glorious Church, founded by the apostles Peter and Paul, is alone sufficient to confute all teachers of error. This is why he and other apologists not seldom drew up careful lists of the bishops of Rome from Peter down to their own day, on the basis of the official church archives. All these bishops, according to them, exercised the same authority as Peter. Just as secular corporations, according to Roman custom, kept their fasti, that is, lists of their officials, so the different churches, and especially that of Rome, had their fasti episcoporum, of which remnants are found in the catalogues of the popes after Hippolytus and in the statements of the Liber Pontificalis. They gave the birthplace and the date of the consecration and of the demise of the earliest popes, as well as the length of the vacancy in months and days, all in perfectly regular form. All sees are prone to attach great weight to this legal attestation of their succession, were it only in order to preserve intact their rights and claims. An unknown bishop of Rome, who in the 3rd, if not indeed towards the end of the 2nd century, issued a circular letter against the immorality of dice-playing, expressly claims power to issue such general enactments, ascribing to St. Peter the foundation of the Roman cathedra, which is itself the origin of all genuine apostolate. Cyprian is a writer to whom particular attention must be paid by one who would study the history of the primacy in early Christian times. In the language of Cyprian, bishop of Carthage, the see of Fabian, bishop of Rome, 236 to 250, is simply the chair of Peter, from whom its occupant derives his power by succession. Communion with the Roman bishop Cornelius, 251 to 253, Fabian's successor, is again described by Cyprian quite simply as communion with the Catholic Church. According to this African church writer, who, like Cornelius, died a martyr's death for the gospel, the Church of Rome stands forth as the chief church, whence the unity of the priesthood takes its rise, the foster mother and root of the Catholic Church. It was founded, still according to Cyprian, by Christ upon Peter for the sake of oneness. The faith of the Romans, he says in yet another passage, is praised by the Apostle Paul, and among them no corruption of the faith can find access. It is a matter of common knowledge how Stephen, 254 to 257, another bishop of Rome, was obliged to defend a point of doctrine against Cyprian's African countrymen, and even against Cyprian's own involuntary error, that namely, of the validity of heretical baptisms and of their non-iteration. But it was just this dispute concerning baptism which made manifest the importance of Rome and the general consciousness of the divinely appointed preeminence of this church. To ensure the purity of its own doctrine, the East frequently turned to Rome during that same period. For instance, under Stephen's second successor, Dionysius, 259 to 268, the Alexandrians began to harbor doubts respecting the orthodoxy of their learned bishop, also named Dionysius, in his views on the Trinity. The latter was obliged to exonerate himself at Rome, and in an admirable epistle, the Pope at once laid down the rules as to the manner in which the Trinitarian doctrine was henceforth to be presented. The exposition of Dionysius of Rome excels by its depth and lucidity, and was of a nature to cut away the ground beforehand from beneath the great Arian heresy. The question of the Trinity during the course of the 2nd and 3rd centuries was over and over again to furnish the Church of Rome with the opportunity for defending the traditional doctrine. She had to maintain the just mean between a falsely exaggerated distinction and an equally exaggerated union of the three divine persons. This she succeeded in doing, in spite of the evasions and dialectic arts of sectarians, with wonderful tact indeed, but nonetheless decisively, courageously, simply, and with preternatural foresight. The Mother Church of Rome also bestowed temporal gifts on the distressed communities, both of the West and of the East. Cappadocia extolled the charity of Pope Dionysius, who had sent messengers to redeem the Christian captives from the hands of the barbarians. The consolatory letter sent by Dionysius to the oppressed districts was reverently preserved at Caesarea in the time of Basil the Great. The same Basil tells of how it had ever been a happy custom for the see of Peter to aid, restore, and guide the Orientals. In proof of this statement, he might have cited the Roman bishop Soter in the 2nd century, whose high-minded liberality in succoring the poor communities in the East is warmly acknowledged by Dionysius, bishop of Corinth. The Roman primate, rich in temporal resources, particularly through the donations received from wealthy converts of the metropolis, and honored by all other bishops on account of his spiritual supremacy, could not fail to attract the notice of the Roman civil authorities. He, least of all, could escape persecution. To this, the not unfrequent instances of martyred popes bear sufficient witness. During the first 200 years, history records a whole list of such popes. Among the popes of the 3rd century who gave their blood for the Church of Christ were Callistus, Urban, Pontian, Fabian, and Cornelius. Lucius had at least to suffer banishment. Stephen was found worthy in the 6th century of being numbered among the martyrs. Xistus II is the most famous, and also the most venerated, of the papal martyrs. He was slain for the faith while offering the Eucharistic sacrifice amidst his faithful in the catacomb of Praetextatus. The ancient title of Saint Xistus, or Sixtus, in the first region, was dedicated to him. At the beginning of the 4th century, yet 3 other popes bore witness to Christ by their death or by their sufferings. First Marcellinus, then Marcellus, and finally, the last to suffer violence for the faith during that period of persecution, Pope Eusebius, who died in exile in Sicily, about 309 or 310. Other successors in the chair of Peter during this period may also have died martyrs, but the only safe authority, that of early documents, is lacking, and it would not do to rely upon the popular tradition which ascribes a martyr's crown to almost every pope before Constantine. All who visit the catacombs of Callistus may reverently inspect there the few fragmentary epitaphs which remain of the old bishops of Rome. The onslaught of that world power which fancies its existence threatened by the new faith had been directed with cruel instinct against the metropolitan of Rome, especially since the Emperor Decius, that champion of ancient imperialism. After Fabian's martyrdom, when the Holy See was vacant, Decius issued an order to prevent the election of a successor. Of course, this was to no purpose, and a priest was found ready to offer himself as a victim. It was at that time that Cyprian voiced his view of the dangers of the situation. It would be more tolerable to Decius for a usurper to raise the standard against him at the head of his legions than for the Roman Church to elect herself a new pastor. 2 decades later, when the worst storm had subsided, during a period of peace for the Church, a decision of the Emperor Aurelian proved in a very different manner how well the government understood the rank and importance of the Roman popes and of the bishops of Italy. The empire condescended to reckon with the popes in order to settle a point in dispute. The occasion for this was the doubt which then existed as to which church party at Antioch in Syria could rightly claim the episcopal residence, Paul, bishop of Samosata, having been deposed for heresy and forced to vacate his see. The imperial sentence was to the effect that the residence in question belonged to whichever party held communion with the bishops of Italy, and particularly with him of Rome. Not only the heathen authorities, but also the heretics and schismatics were perfectly aware which bishop possessed the leading influence in church matters. Their conduct shows that they believed that the church and her rights were, above all, embodied in Peter's successor. Hence their ceaseless efforts to obtain papal sanction. To establish themselves by deceit and dissimulation in the bosom of the Catholic Church was their constant, steady aim. This was true of the Montanists, the Gnostics, the anti-Trinitarians of the school of Theodotus and Artemon, the Patripassians, the Sabellians, the Subordinatists, and so on. And though the Church of Rome invariably unmasked and repulsed them, though it was known throughout Christendom that the bishops of Rome ever held aloft the standard of true doctrine, heresy never ceased to found on Rome its delusive hopes. It is certain that Rome, as capital of the empire, exercised in every field a great power of attraction. Everything and everybody was gathered together in this heart and center of the circulation of the whole world. No one would go so far as to say that the countless believers, true or false, that found their way to Rome were induced to come thither solely by the fame of its bishops or of the tombs of Peter and Paul. Even when religious or supposed religious interests were in question, the pilgrim may well have counted also on sharing some of the many advantages which the metropolis as such afforded. This we must also bear in mind if we wish to take a fair and comprehensive view of the events and circumstances occurring in the history of the primacy in the early Church. Unquestionably, the Roman primacy rose more rapidly into notice, owing to the see having been established in the very focus of Roman imperial power. At the same time, it is entirely false to insinuate, as has been done, that the bishops of Rome derived their spiritual authority merely from this external circumstance of their see. They did not hold it from the state, nor was it a result of the importance of the city, nor had they it by delegation from the other churches, who, in deference to the seat of empire, had acquiesced in the Roman bishop's claim to supreme power. How could even the most venerable traditions of a city or its greater brilliancy have decided so many high-minded members of the episcopacy, all jealous too of their independence, to submit to the dictation of a single bishop without the justice of his pretensions being made the subject of a general inquiry? Were such the case, we should have here the veriest riddle of history. No problem, however, exists for those who know how to value and appreciate the power for all believers of Christ's words. Thou art Peter. These words bent and vanquished the proud hearts of the ancient Roman world as soon as they were converted to Christ. The magic name of the city certainly contributed to their success, as we have already admitted, in increasing considerably the veneration and respect of the faithful for its bishop. The natural element combined with the supernatural. In fact, from the earliest times, it was widely accepted in the Church that its divine founder had chosen this brilliant summit of the world's grandeur for his own wise purpose, and had directed Peter to wend his steps towards Rome, and to fix his abode and that of his successors in this central point of the Roman state. Among the many distinguished bishops who came from afar as pilgrims to Rome during the early centuries was Abercius of Hierapolis in Phrygia. He may serve as a representative of those men who, in their ardent desire to see the great city and the great church, came from their remote homes full of religious zeal and Roman pride, with no fear of fatigue. They deemed themselves well rewarded by the reinvigoration of their faith, subsequent on their finding it one and the same throughout the church, by the sight of Rome, the richly decked, radiant queen of earth, the city in which dwells a people, to use the phrase of Abercius, holding aloft the glorious seal, that is, the confession of the Christian faith. Saint Abercius came to Rome as early as the 2nd century, under the reign of Marcus Aurelius. Of this bishop we possess a most remarkable monument in memory of his journey. It was the epitaph composed by himself, a part of which has only quite recently been discovered. According to the prevalent view, the middle of the stela was inscribed with 22 lines, with 5 additional lines above and 6 below. The rescued fragments now adorn the Christian Museum at the Lateran, and their decipherment has given rise to a perfect flood of publications. This inscription, on account of its thoughtful and instructive contents, is rightly deemed the most interesting of all early Christian epitaphs. Abercius, or Avercios Marcellos, Bishop of Hierapolis, mentioned with distinction by Eusebius, left a great name in Phrygia, through being associated with the history of the defense of the faith against the errors of the Phrygian Montanus. The unity and purity of the apostolic tradition was his most sacred care. It must have been this care which, above all, drew him to Rome, for in his epitaph he tells us that the divine shepherd, who watches over every nation, had impelled him to undertake the journey. He bears solemn witness to the inviolate doctrine of the Roman Church, and to the agreement of all the brethren everywhere in faith and charity, and in the use of the same mysterious channels of grace. The inscription, where it speaks of that means of grace which is the Eucharist, is intentionally obscure to the heathen and intelligible only to the Christians, having for its object to encourage them if they be true believers, or to confound them if they be heretics. Accordingly, agreeably with early Christian usage, it makes use of symbolic expressions, substituting, for instance, the word fish for the Eucharistic Christ. The language throughout is pervaded by the figurative style of its time, of which the Spirit enters us as we read its words. I was a disciple, says the bishop in his epitaph, of the pure shepherd, who feeds his sheep on hill and dale, whose far-seeing eyes annihilate distance. He has taught me the true doctrine of salvation. He it is who sent me to Rome to see the king and queen clothed in golden raiment, with golden sandals. There I saw the nation which holds aloft the glorious seal. I also saw Syria's plains and all the cities, even Nisibius beyond the Euphrates. Everywhere Paul was my companion on the road. But for my guide I had ever faith, which everywhere set before me the fish fresh from the spring, the powerful, the pure, which the Immaculate Virgin had taken. Everywhere it gave it to its friends for food, fetching forth true wine, which it offered mixed with water, and likewise bread. Several expressions in this epitaph sound almost like an echo from the Roman catacombs. They correspond to figurative representations which Abercius had evidently seen in the places of worship of his glorified queen. Some of these have in fact been rightly assigned by archaeology to the date of Abercius's journey to Rome. In the crypt of Lucina, in the catacomb of Callistus, we find twice portrayed the Eucharistic fish, depicting symbolically the divine fish eaten by believers, and in front of it, that no doubt of its meaning may remain for the initiated, the species of bread and wine. In the so-called Greek chapel of the catacomb of Priscilla, there is the celebrated scene of the Eucharistic meal, where the head of the community and 6 other persons appear at a table. He is breaking the bread, while the chalice and fishes lie before him, and the mystic 7 baskets of bread stand around, the whole being on a newly discovered picture from the earlier part of the 2nd century. Then there are the other memorials on early Christian epitaphs, which display the 5 loaves and 2 fishes of the gospel miracle, in allusion to the Eucharist as a pledge of the resurrection. Further, there is the picture, so often introduced on Christian tombs, of the Good Shepherd, full of youthful beauty, dignity, and grandeur, whose eyes are on his flock. In the catacomb of Domitilla, we even find the hills and dales mentioned by Abercius. Finally, there is the Immaculate Virgin who has taken the powerful pure fish from the spring. That is Mary, represented as the chosen Mother of God. On a picture in the catacomb of Priscilla, which certainly dates from the 2nd century and probably belongs to its first half, she points to the divine infant at her breast, while the prophet Isaias stands beside her, his hand raised toward a star, to testify that the powerful and pure fruit of her body is that promised star which came down to her from heaven. The picture retains all the characteristics of classical Roman art at its best. Thus did the Roman Church, as the faithful guardian of tradition, teach by works of art that faith which it was her task to plant in the innermost heart of mankind. The language used by the head at Rome, whether vocal or pictorial, was understood by Christians at the farthest corners of the world. Even today, after the lapse of 18 centuries, the venerable voice of the Mother Church can still make itself heard, not only among her children, but also among those brethren who, though separated from her in faith, can still with unprejudiced minds appreciate the sacred antiquities of Rome, those witnesses of her past and of her grand historical traditions. End of section 34. Section 35 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 1, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, The Bishops of Rome Down to the Fall of the Empire, Part 2. Development of the Primacy in opposition to Arianism, Pope Damasus. Christian emperors had scarcely begun to reign upon the too long polluted throne of the empire, when from Rome also the voice of the Church's head made itself heard more frequently and more energetically throughout the provinces of both East and West. The period of the first Christian emperors was occupied with the struggles against the Arians. It has already been pointed out that it was during this Arian controversy especially that the Roman primate asserted himself and the powers inherent in his office. This is so true that some authors imagine the origin of the primacy itself should be ascribed to this date, that is, to the 4th century. To do this, however, they have to shut their eyes to its earlier evolution. In spite of this, they are nearer the truth than those who hold another prevalent opinion, namely, that Leo the Great, in the following century, was the originator of the spiritual power of Rome. The mighty development of the primacy in the 4th century was mainly an outcome of the war which the popes were forced to wage against the Arian heresy. Arianism assailed the essence of the Church's faith at its very root. The Savior of mankind, the second person of the Trinity, was, according to the Arians, no true Son of God and true God, equal to the Father, but simply one of God's creatures, a temporary emanation of the deity, an aeon in its pagan sense. It cost incredible effort during half a century to overcome this fatal distortion of Christianity and to guard against it the Roman Empire only recently made fully accessible to the preaching of the gospel. The heresy was ultimately compelled to seek a home outside the Roman boundaries, among the newly converted barbarians. That it was exterminated within the empire itself, that the name of Christianity did not become an empty sound, this was the fruit of the Church's efforts in defense of her unity and of the steady support given by her faithful to the cause of tradition. But above all, it was the result of the indefatigable activity of her head at Rome for the maintenance of that faith and that charity, which is the link which unites all Christians. Through their efforts in the cause of unity, it stands to reason that the divinely appointed guardians of the Church, the successors of St. Peter, steadily advanced in importance and esteem. Of course, there is no doubt that the favors accorded them by the state served to enhance their position. The Roman Church owes everlasting gratitude to the goodwill of Constantine the Great. She could also well thank Providence that the same emperor transferred the capital of the empire to Constantinople, as thereby Rome was left to the popes, who could now both act with greater independence and make the city the base of their operations in far-off lands. Perhaps, after all, the favor of the Roman state was less useful to the Bishop of Rome than its opposition to his increase of dignity, which over and again he had to withstand with the moral weapons at his command. The emperors, time after time, allowed themselves to be led astray by the Arian heresy. In these circumstances, the popes never failed to contend against the rulers, in spite of the latter being surrounded by a slavish court, which almost worshipped them as deities. At such times of stress, it was no uncommon thing for the churches of the provinces to seek refuge on the immovable rock of Peter. The need of a firm common center during the disorders was strongly expressed by the writers who then undertook to advocate the claims of the Roman See, whilst the measures taken by the popes, in response to the dictates of duty and carried out with a deep sense of responsibility, were eventually crowned with success, and issued in the complete, peaceful, and joyful submission to Rome of the two great halves of the empire. We have now to show this by a general survey of the events of the period. The Nicene Council of 325 clearly laid down the course to be pursued by advocates of Catholicism by its decision that the Son is of the same essence as the Father, that is, homoousios. At this first general synod of Christendom, Hosius, Bishop of Corduba, presided as the representative of the Roman bishop Sylvester, 314 to 335. Sylvester had also sent two presbyters from Rome, Vitus and Vincentius. These three delegates of the Roman See signed the acts previously to any other father present at the council. The Emperor Constantine merely occupied a place of honor assigned him, and not even the pompous narrative of his doings at the council, given by his favorite Eusebius, can avail to transform his mere honorary chairmanship into a real presidency. At the end of the council, Vitus and Vincentius returned to Sylvester carrying with them the acts. After the short intermediate pontificate of Mark, a Roman, Sylvester was succeeded by Pope Julius, also a native of Rome, 337 to 352. He was promptly obliged to take the field in defense of unity against a new outburst of Arian activity. The heretics even forestalled the Orthodox by launching an appeal to Julius. The Eusebians, anxious to remove Athanasius, the principal Eastern advocate of the Nicene faith, from his archiepiscopal see at Alexandria, chose the course of slandering him in a hypocritical letter of complaint addressed to Pope Julius. Athanasius was, however, able to justify himself to the Pope, first by letter and then by a personal interview. He traveled to the apostolic throne, to which, as he writes, no one can approach save with reverent awe. The Romans then beheld with wonder the Egyptian monks who attended him, clad in their coarse habits, living examples of penance and contempt for the world, especially to that ease-loving city of Rome. Other celebrated Oriental bishops also visited the Apostolic See in search of protection: Marcellus of Ancyra, Paul of Constantinople, Asclepius of Gaza, and Lucius of Adrianople. On them, too, persecution had laid a heavy hand. As head of the Church, Pope Julius now convoked the opponents of these bishops to a great synod in Rome, where the complaints might be strictly investigated in his presence. The summons was carried to Antioch by the Roman presbyters, Elpidius and Philoxenus, but the heretical party, to escape the council, and in contradiction to their own appeal, saw fit to question the right of the Roman bishop to intervene. In spite of this, Julius held the council in 341 with 50 bishops, and Athanasius was acquitted and honorably restored to his see, the same happening to other bishops also. The letter regarding these matters, which Pope Julius at once dispatched to the opposite faction, stands as a landmark in the history of the Roman primacy. The Pope sharply censures the recent intrigues. Even had the accused bishops been guilty, he says, "Do you not know that, before summarily deposing them, you should have, according to ancient usage, first written to us, in order that justice might take its due course?" In the stern language of a judge, he reprimands them for having kept away. He points out that bishops have not feared to brave the journey from Thrace, Coelesyria, Phoenicia, and Palestine, while presbyters too had come, especially from Alexandria and Egypt, to help right to prevail. An echo of this subsequently famous letter is found in the words with which the church historian, Socrates, reproaches the Arians with not having feared to act unfairly towards Athanasius and the Nicene Council, when, according to the papal note, such decisions or canons could not be made without the participation of the Roman See. 2 years later, Pope Julius received satisfaction against these refractory bishops at the Great Council of Sardica, 343. This highly respected synod, of which the decisions were placed on the level with those of Nicaea, was summoned to effect a reunion between the Orthodox and the Arian party. About 100 Orthodox and many heretical bishops met for this purpose at Sardica, in eastern Illyricum, midway between the two halves of the empire, having been convoked by Constans and Constantius, the two sons of Constantine, at the request of Pope Julius and other bishops. Once more Hosius of Corduba presided in the name of the Bishop of Rome, and was supported by 2 Roman presbyters, Archidamus and Philoxenius. These 3 again take the first place among the signatories. The effort at reunion was a failure. The heretical faction separated from the rest, and accentuated the opposition by holding a synod of their own. The fathers of Sardica, notwithstanding, took all possible steps to effect what had been already decided in Rome. They solemnly recognized the right of appeal to the Apostolic See, the refuge of all who sought help, and the indispensable pledge of religious security, particularly in troublous times. In order to do honor to the memory of the Apostle Peter, they lay it down that, in the case of any bishop, an appeal may be made to the Roman See whenever a provincial synod has decreed his deposition, if he still believes himself in the right. Amongst other things, they also expressed their conviction to Pope Julius that all bishops in the provinces should supply detailed reports to the head, that is, to the chair of Peter. It was an exceedingly gratifying result of the many efforts made by the Western episcopacy, and especially by the Roman bishop, when Athanasius was at last allowed to return in peace to his see of Alexandria, from which, however, he was to be repeatedly evicted later. This glorious champion of the faith during his first exile had spent more than 3 years at Rome, associating with Julius and his clergy. Now, after the Council of Sardica, Julius, in a joyous letter, congratulates the Alexandrians on their having once more among them as their pastor the undaunted fighter, whose many sufferings have won for him the glory of a confessor of the faith. He encourages them also to show for the future the same zeal for the faith as they have hitherto displayed towards Athanasius, in spite of the great afflictions which it involved. The Pope was also cheered by the submission of several heretical bishops. For instance, Valens of Murcia and Eurasius of Singadunum, deposed at Sardica for their Arian tenets, sent him an orthodox confession of faith, beseeching him to restore them to his communion. In it, they expressed their gratitude that Julius, in his charity and kindness of heart, had shown his readiness to pardon their errors. Julius was succeeded in the Roman see by Liberius, also a Roman, 352–366. In his pontificate again, in consequence of the Arian controversy, The strong bonds are everywhere visible, which unite the Roman primate and his supreme power with all the branches of the Church. Very soon after Liberius's accession, the Egyptian bishops began to send him letters informing him of the new attacks to which Athanasius was being subjected. No sooner had the Emperor Constantius changed his opinions and set himself as the head of the Arians than the despot found in the Roman See his natural and most energetic opponent. Constantius had reckoned that by force and fraud he would gradually establish Arianism everywhere as the state religion, and this with the bishops' consent. This scheme was, however, impracticable if opposed by Rome. At the Council of Boulais of Milan in 355, he had to a large extent his own way owing to the compliance of the bishops, but he had not gained everything, for as Ammianus Marcellinus remarks, the emperor desired intensely that his work should be confirmed by that authority which distinguishes the bishops of the Eternal City. Constantius accordingly bombarded Pope Liberius with representations and requests. The highly placed eunuch Eusebius commanded him, in the emperor's name, to receive the Arians into his communion and to throw over Athanasius. Being repulsed, he ventured to leave in the Basilica of St. Peter's the presents which he had brought. Liberius, however, had them gathered up and restored to their bearer. The next measure was an order of Constantius to bring the Pope to the imperial camp. Even there, Liberius fearlessly persisted in defending the true faith, nor did the emperor's threats make him swerve an inch from his duty. Banishment was the result, and he was exiled to Beroea in Thrace, where he was compelled to live isolated from all society, except the company of a few orthodox friends. There is wanting strict historical evidence to prove that, towards the end of his banishment, in a fit of depression and weakness, he consented to sign the so-called Third Sirmia formulary, which failed to reach the standard of the Nicene faith. Still less can there be any question of his having been converted to the heresy. On this occasion, also, we have proof that the Arian bishops recognized the huge importance of the primacy of Peter. If we can only win over Liberius, they said, all the others will quickly submit. On his return, Liberius was received at Rome by his orthodox flock with great jubilation. Throughout the city rang the cry, "One Christ, one shepherd." He denounced the new synod summoned by the Arians at Rimini and called upon all bishops who wished to rejoin the Church to join him in launching an anathema against this new council and its Arian heresies. On the death of the tyrant Constantius, when at last a great movement back to the Church began among the schismatics, he issued general decrees directing how the penitent Arians and semi-Arians were to be treated, and also laying down rules concerning the validity of the baptism they had conferred. By a solemn letter, he also readmitted to the Church's communion some 60 Oriental bishops of the semi-Arian faction. They had deputed as their delegates to him Eustathius, Silvanus, and Theophilus, Bishop of Sebaste, Tarsus, and Castabale, respectively, who had handed in a profession of faith conformable with the Nicene Creed. Liberius, finding, as he says, that this document agreed with his own profession and with that of all the bishops of Italy and the West, there was now no further reason to hinder the ratification of the union. An anonymous papal epitaph, which has lately been ascribed with much probability to Liberius, highly praises the departed pope for his painful and laborious struggle on behalf of the faith of Nicaea. It speaks of him as a teacher of the divine law with a perfect heart, a mighty witness, a dove with no bitterness. On the splendid carved wood door of the Basilica of St. Sabina in Rome, well known as a unique work of art belonging to the 5th century, in one of the scenes covering the great panels, figure the founders of the Church of Rome, Peter and Paul, who are portrayed holding up a cross towards a youthful glorified figure of our Savior, who stands above them encircled by the crown of victory. Between them stands in quiet majesty the Mother of Christ, in the attitude of an orante representing the community of the faithful, or the Church of God, and spouse of Christ. The whole of this grandly conceived and skillfully executed carving brings clearly before the spectator, if our view is the correct one, the idea of the Church in her unity, that is to say, the Church which both in this world and the next is cultivating her supernatural life, while in the undimmed luster of the world to come Christ sits enthroned as her hope, ready to receive the elect of God's kingdom. The Church is active here below, during this transient life, in maintaining the faith symbolized by the cross which Peter and Paul preached. The two chief apostle martyrs of Rome, in this representation, as in so many others, where they appear similarly associated, cannot fail to awaken memories of the high privileges belonging to the Roman chair of Peter. For though Peter and Paul seem here to stand on an equal footing, yet all were aware that the right of preeminence in the defense of unity was exclusively embodied in the divinely appointed office of Peter, Paul being associated with him as the teacher of the Gentiles and as symbolizing the Catholicity or universality of the Church. Among the series of carvings on the door of the Aventine Basilica, it seems to me that we find depicted not only the Church, but also the Christian Roman Empire. If this be true, then we here find the twin powers artistically combined. The empire is symbolized by a ruler clothed with a chlamys, standing with outstretched arms before a temple, and accepting the applause or acclamatio of the bystanders, who are divided, just as in the similar scene on the Arch of Constantine, into two groups, the nobler sort wearing the toga, and the common people in simple planeta, or painula. The Christian building, surmounted by a cross which rises behind the emperor, appears to signify the high office which he fills in the outward affairs of the Church, whilst the winged angel, visible on his left, may have been introduced in place of the winged Victory to figure the help from above, which the ruler invokes or upon which he may rely. This work and the previous are by different artists. It is nothing surprising to find the ideas of Church and State thus embodied in a work of art, at a period when the spirit of the age concerned itself so much with these two powers and their mutual relationship. If this remark applies to the 5th century, in which the splendid door of Santa Sabina was carved, it holds good no less of the earlier period when the great Arian disputes raged. Another energetic pope succeeded Liberius on his decease, and followed in his predecessor's footsteps. This was Saint Damasus, 366 to 384. The Liber Pontificalis describes him as a Spaniard, but from his childhood he had dwelt at Rome. Damasus, too, was filled with a sense of the duty which devolved on him, as head of the Church, to make every effort to protect her against the Arian heresy. During his pontificate, mainly in consequence of these struggles, many indeed were the testimonies of the best and most influential men of the day, who saw safety for the threatened Church only on the divinely appointed spiritual supremacy of Rome. Like Liberius, Damasus considered the rejection of the Rimini Concilia Bullum a matter of life or death. This assembly, he writes regarding the proceedings of this pretended council, is utterly without worth, for it never secured the consent of the Roman bishop, whose opinion should certainly have been sought beforehand, nor that of Vincent of Capua and of other bishops. On the contrary, everything has been carried out by force and deceit, and in defiance of all Church rule. This decision, together with the demand for the universal acknowledgment of the Nicene Council, was the outcome of the first known synod which Damasus held at Rome in 369. From this same synod, the Pope and other assembled fathers sent to the Eastern bishops a formulary which should serve as the standard of belief, a Thomas or typus. This they were to sign without demur if they wished to be readmitted into communion with the Church. "We have come to a decision," writes the Pope, "and whosoever wishes to feel himself a Christian may learn from it to what he must hold fast in order to keep within the bounds of the tradition handed down to us by the apostles." At the Synod of Antioch in the year 378, Eastern bishops, to the number of 146, subscribed to this doctrinal standard, their signatures being deposited among the archives of the Roman Church. Whoever was in this manner acknowledged by the Roman See was acknowledged with no further ceremony a lawful bishop. For instance, to the Synod of Tyana there came Eustathius, bishop of Sebaste, who had been deposed by another Orthodox synod at Melitene. On producing a letter of recognition from the Pope, he was without further ado admitted to sit and to vote in the assembly. Nor did Pope Damasus display the slightest fear in proceeding against even the most eminent bishops in the empire when they leaned towards Arianism, and by his use of the penalty of deposition, he proved himself to be the primate. Auxentius had thus to vacate his prominent see of Milan on account of his semi-Arian attitude. The Pope also rejected the election of the heretic Maximus Synicus, who had been chosen bishop of Constantinople, and directed the holding of a fresh election, which resulted in the choice of Nectarius, an Orthodox prelate, the election being then confirmed by papal authority. He ratified the election of Peter, bishop of Alexandria, that is, of the most important see of the East, who, like his predecessor Athanasius, had come to Rome in exile and distress. Antioch, the next most important see, also received his attention. It had been disturbed by the Melitinian schism, which stood in outward communion with the Arians. Under Damasus, the right of the successor of Peter to confirm bishops was exercised at Antioch, though the division only healed very slowly. It was on the occasion of these disturbances at Antioch that Jerome wrote to Pope Damasus in a celebrated letter. I know nothing of Vitalis. Meletius I reject. Paulinus is a stranger to me. These were the three bishops whose claims to the see of Antioch were under discussion. Following no one else but Christ alone, I am in communion with thee, that is, with the chair of Peter. I know the church is founded upon one sole rock. Whoever attaches himself to the chair of Peter, he is my man. The other great spokesman of the church during the progress of this dispute at Antioch, which proved to be the touchstone of the consciousness of unity existing in the East, used no other language than Jerome's. A whole series of renowned fathers flourished at this time: Chrysostom and Basil in the East, Ambrose, Jerome, and Augustine in the West. For the palmiest days of church literature, matured as it was by these mental conflicts, coincide partly with the period of Damasus. All stand in marvelous agreement in the support of papal rights, whether in connection with Antioch, or regarding the measures to be taken against the Arians, or any other questions. According to their witness, Peter, the chosen fisherman, continues to reign in Rome. Peter, the prince of the apostles, and the head of the church, and the vicar of Christ. Where Peter is, exclaims Ambrose, there is the church. Ubi Petrus, ibi ecclesia. It was Ambrose also who dictated the words which the famous Council of Aquileia in 381 addressed to the emperors Gratian, Valentinian, and Theodosius, namely, that they must accord their protection to the Roman Church, the center whence the rights of the venerable communion radiate on all. Under Pope Damasus, besides the schism at Antioch, different other sects joined the Arian movement. Everywhere they were opposed by the Roman primate. This did not occur from any wish to display his power, but from the consciousness of his duty to make every effort to re-establish the Church's unity. It thereby became clear that the body of the Church could not suffer without the Bishop of Rome manifesting his sympathetic concern. The evidence of history is that even then, ecclesiastical Rome was playing the part of heart and head in the body of the visible Church. We need only give a few details here of these conflicts with the sects. Apollinarianism arose out of an erroneous, one-sided opposition to Arianism and was repeatedly condemned by the Roman See at synods. Damasus directed St. Jerome to compose a confession of faith dealing with its tenets, which in the name of the Pope might be presented for the subscription to those Apollinarists who were ready to revert to the fold. In his letter to the East, which had turned to him in the difficulty, the Pope declares that Apollinarius had been condemned by the judgment of the Apostolic See. The sect of the Luciferians also owe their origin to having taken up a false position towards the Arians. Damasus had rightly shown more readiness to pardon repentant Arians than Bishop Lucifer of Corrales, or Cagliari, and even blamed the latter's misplaced rigor. But the party of the headstrong bishop continued to hold together, and on their trying to regain a footing at Rome, Jerome began to assail them with all his force, in a violent tract pointing to their folly in trying to make out that their little community, schismatically separated from Peter, was the only true church. The salvation of Christians, he reminds them, depends on the dignity of the high priest. If we do not recognize him to be superior to all the faithful, then the church is dissolved into as many sects as there are bishops. Entirely removed from Arianism, or at any rate only very loosely connected with it, were the Priscillianists of Spain and Gaul. The movement inaugurated by these were more concerned with profound moral questions. They too looked to Rome, and their leaders fully recognized the rights of the primacy. Among the recently found tracts ascribed to Priscillan is one which he addresses to Damasus, Bishop of Rome. He therein lays the whole question before him, because, as he says, the Pope holds the highest rank and is first among all. According to him, the bishopric of Rome came to be the apostolic see through the dignity of Peter. Again, Priscillian, after his condemnation at the Synod of Saragossa, appealed for a new impartial trial by the Pope and his synod. The language used by Basil the Great to the Pope is still more impressive and disinterested. Harassed by the semi-Arian and Macedonian sects, which had sprung from Arianism, he turns for help to the apostolic chair of Old Rome. He saw with pain how men infected with every variety of semi-Arianism, under cover of that moderation which was the inheritance of Arianism, were invading all the seas of the East. He was one of the first to perceive the peril in the doctrine of Macedonius, especially directed against the divinity of the Holy Ghost. But at the same time, he felt that the East was too exhausted to be equal to its new and heavy tasks. The impulse of self-preservation induced him, therefore, in the name of the whole East, to turn for help to Rome and the chair of Peter, and to the orthodox believers of the West. Of them all, Basil begs, on behalf of the Greeks, with pathetic urgency, the sending of doctors for the sick, as he says, and teachers for the sound. As far back as 371, this zealous archbishop of Caesarea had laid before Pope Damasus, by a remarkable embassy, his wish that legates could be sent to the East, as had been done by the predecessors of Damasus. They would be able to detect the guilty, and to move the repentant to seek readmission into the church. This call for help, brought by the deacon Dorotheus, was responded to by the Pope, and the deacon Sabinus was dispatched to Basil. The encouraging letter which Sabinus conveyed with him did not, however, give full satisfaction to Basil, and he again urged that a full empowered delegation should be sent throughout the churches. "We regard with care," he says to the Pope, "that your love can bestow on us as our only hope of safety. Even in former times, your marvelous sympathy for us served to sustain and comfort us." Basil had confided to his great friend, Athanasius of Alexandria, the steps he had taken to obtain the vigorous intervention of Rome. "It seemed suitable unto us," he writes to the now aged defender of the Church, "to address ourselves to the Bishop of Rome, in order that he might take the state of affairs here into consideration." He tells him also that he had proposed to the Pope, as at the time it was impossible to hold a synod at Rome, to make use of his own prerogative and cancel the decrees of Rimini, making them inoperative throughout the East. It seemed almost like a presentiment of the disaster which was afterwards to overtake the Eastern Church, when one of its greatest men thus proclaims the need in which it stood of outward help, and looks longingly to the West and to Rome as its only support. It was not until after the Arian persecutor, Valens, had perished in a battle against the Goths, that Theodosius the Great, having become Emperor of the East, sanctioned the holding, in 381, of the Council of Constantinople against the Macedonians and other Arian sects. This synod, reckoned the Second Ecumenical Council, proclaimed solemn censure on the Macedonian heresy, denying the divinity of the Holy Ghost. The position of the Roman primate at the assembly is in several ways remarkable. The council had not been convoked as a general one, but only as an assembly of the bishops belonging to the Eastern Empire of Theodosius. Rome, therefore, took no part in its convocation, nor did she assume the presidency. Further, the Synod found the main question at issue, namely, the doctrine of the divinity of the Holy Ghost, already settled by a decree of the Roman See, Damasus having already previously proceeded with great energy against the Macedonian errors, especially at a Roman council. This invaluable decree is now known to us. The lucid and beautiful doctrinary formulary regarding the Holy Ghost, which stands at the beginning of the so-called Gelasian Decretal, has been recently, and rightly, declared to be the work of Damasus. The council of the Greek capital entered vigorously upon the course thus traced for it beforehand by old Rome. Theoretically, this false doctrine was now done with. In the West, so far as the faithful had any knowledge of it, the denial of the divinity of the Holy Ghost had never found many supporters. Hence the project which was mooted by some Western bishops to summon another general council in Rome was quite purposeless. It was perfectly sufficient for the bishops of the great Eastern Synod, which had reassembled at Constantinople, to send delegates to Rome, namely, their brethren Cyriacus, Eusebius, and Priscianus. Through them the head of the Church and the Western bishops were informed of what had occurred, and received a report on the condition of the East. Photius was of opinion that Damasus confirmed the measures taken by the council for the defense of the faith. What has been said shows, however, that no formal ratification of the council was required. The decrees of the Synod of 381 were never fully communicated to the Roman See by the Greeks, and this for a very weighty reason. Among these decrees was one, the third on the list of canons, which they did not wish to force on Rome's notice. This, in an arbitrary and unfair manner, exalts the See of Constantinople at the expense of the two other principal sees of the East. The canon runs, "The Bishop of Constantinople shall take precedence in rank after the Bishop of Rome, because his city is New Rome." There can be no doubt that this new rule would have been condemned in the West, but the Easterners notwithstanding, here bear flattering testimony to the preeminence of the chair of Peter. They acknowledge the Bishop of Rome as the primate of the whole Church. At the same time, they disturb the early order of precedence in the Church by trying to raise the hitherto unimportant bishopric of Constantinople above Alexandria and Antioch. Nor was this all. They also handed over to the control of the Bishop of Constantinople the whole diocese of Thrace, formerly governed by the Bishop of Heraclea. The Bishop of New Rome, residing under the aegis of the imperial throne, could in time become the bishop of the whole Eastern Empire, with spiritual jurisdiction over all the bishops of the East. Such was later on to be the steady aim of the bishops of Constantinople and still more of the Eastern emperors. The future already casts here its shadow upon the Council of 381, in spite of the latter's splendid achievement in rooting out Arianism. The firm and clear attitude of the Church of Rome in face of the canon in question reduced the risk which it involved, and again brought the primacy of the popes into evidence. For a long time the Church refused to recognize this alteration in the ancient Christian canons. The papal legate, Lucentius, at the Fourth General Council, Pope Leo I and Pope Gregory I bear witness to this. Even though, under Gregory the Great, circumstances forced the Pope to concede to the bishop at the court the title of patriarch, and even a certain precedence over other patriarchs, any formal recognition of a higher spiritual jurisdiction over the above diocese was remarkable by its absence. The Roman primate, however, gave his sanction to the dogmatic decrees of this synod, and at all times they have been considered by the popes binding formularies of faith, and in consequence strictly enforced. Pope Vigilius speaks of the Synod of 381 as a general one. Pope Gregory I likewise, though solely on account of its doctrinal decrees, places it in the category of the four general councils, that is, held before the 6th century, for he makes no allusion to the 5th. He says he values all four as highly as the four Gospels. All deserve as much attention and reverence as the Word of God. End of section 35. Section 36 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 1, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Bishops of Rome Down to the Fall of the Empire. Part 3. Pope Damasus on Church Government and Holy Writ. We choose to close this short notice of the Roman primacy under Damasus, the most influential pope of the 4th century, by dealing with two decisions of his, which contain fresh and until now unknown witnesses to the history of Roman supremacy. These two weighty decrees, each a landmark in the development of church doctrine and legislation, have only recently been ascribed to Damasus by competent critics, having formerly been placed at a later date. The first decree was promulgated by the Pope at the Roman Council of 374. It is the earliest decision which gives a complete list of the sacred books of the Old and New Testaments, and is therefore deeply important in the history of the canon of the Bible. It serves to prove that, even then, the same sacred books were recognized and read in the Church as having been written under the operation of God, as those which are still accepted by Catholics as inspired or canonical. The list begins thus. The list of the books of the Old Testament, which the Holy Catholic Church accepts and reveres, is as follows. The formula implying that it is a rule of faith based on the earliest traditions, especially of the Roman Church, and teaching mankind in which books the Word of God is contained. We have indeed received the Bible from God, but in a certain sense from the Church also. Not long after Damasus, two African synods also drew up a canon of the Bible in accordance with the traditions of the country. The synods, namely of Hippo, 393, and of Carthage, 397. Their lists agree with that of the Roman See. The fathers of Hippo, moreover, end their lists with the memorable words, "The confirmation of this list shall be settled agreeably with the Church beyond the seas." Thus did the traditions of the See of Peter become an infallible compass by which other churches might regulate themselves, testing their traditions by those of Rome. For instance, 12 years later, Bishop Exuperius of Tolosa asks, among other matters in which he wished for instruction and certainty, for an authentic list of the books of the Bible, and this was sent him by Pope Innocent, the Pope adding that all other works which might lay claim to inspiration should not only be set aside, but also condemned. The wording of the Bible canon established by Damasus and his synod shows signs of having been previously prepared by Jerome. Jerome tells us himself that he was working side by side with Pope Damasus, and the very connection in which he mentions this shows how the papal authority was appealed to on all sides. I was at that time obliged to answer the synodal questions, he says, which reached the Apostolic See from the west and from the east. The other pronouncement of Damasus which we wish to mention here concerns the patriarchates of the East and the primacy of the Roman See. In his decree regarding the patriarchates, he touches on the disputes we have just spoken about concerning the precedence to be accorded the great Eastern bishops. Possibly, indeed, the decree stands in historical connection with the events spoken of. But what is more important is his emphatic utterance on the subject of the supremacy of the Roman Church, founded by Christ on Peter, a decree which sets, so to speak, the crown upon all previous pronouncements on the primacy. It begins thus. The entire Catholic Church, spread over the globe, is the sole bridal chamber of Christ, but the Church of Rome has been placed above all other churches, not by decrees of councils, but by the word of our Lord and Savior in the Gospel, who gave it the primacy when he said, "Thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. And I will give to thee the keys of the kingdom of heaven, and whatsoever thou shalt bind on earth, it shall be bound also in heaven, and whatsoever thou shalt loose on earth, it shall be loosed also in heaven." Pope Damasus then goes on to state that Peter suffered martyrdom in Rome with Paul, that they had consecrated the Church of Rome to Christ the Lord, and that, by their presence and their triumph, Rome had been raised above all other cities. The first see of St. Peter is therefore the Roman Church. which indeed he continues in biblical language, is a church without spot or wrinkle or any such thing. The second see was consecrated at Alexandria in the name of St. Peter by his disciple Mark the Evangelist, for Mark was sent to Egypt by Peter, and there, after preaching the word of truth, endured a glorious martyrdom. The third chair of Peter, however, at Antioch, is of equally distinguished rank, for there Peter had dwelt himself before he came to Rome. There, too, the name of Christians was first bestowed on the new converts. According to this explanation of the origin of the patriarchates, which was to be repeated by later popes, such as Gelasius and Gregory I, it was the hallowed name of Peter, the Prince of the Apostles, and the dignity of his see which gave unity to the different chief dioceses of the Church. Various views have been offered regarding the origin of the patriarchal dignity. The above papal decree has the great advantage of being the earliest and of emanating from the best authority. Evidently, the idea prevailed at Rome and in the West, and with good reason, that the superiority of the patriarchs had its foundation in a closer share of the power and dignity of the center and source of church unity at Rome, and was not the outcome of the successful efforts at self-aggrandizement of the patriarchs themselves, or of the political rank of their sees. Hereby, of course, the view was not excluded that the historical commencement of the preeminence of Alexandria and Antioch was also largely a result of the good work done by these churches for the spread of the faith throughout their wide spheres of influence. As a fact, both become parent churches to numerous bishoprics of their own foundation. Unfortunately, precise data are wanting which might enable us to trace the earliest historical development of their patriarchal institutions. As regards the principle, however, it must be borne in mind that any preeminence above other bishops of patriarchs or exarchs or archbishops was merely an outcome of historical circumstances and not of any divine ordinance. The only exception was the primacy of Peter. The Gospels and tradition assure us of this one, but of this one only, that it is to continue by divine ordinance as a lasting office embodied in the heirs of Peter, the head of the whole Church. Accepting all this, we repeat that no more satisfactory explanation than that of Pope Damasus could be given regarding the existing preeminence of the patriarchs of Alexandria and Antioch, as, according to it, these two greatest of the Eastern bishoprics appear as, in a certain sense, sees of Peter. The Roman successors of Peter have no ground for any jealousy against them. On the contrary, they enjoy and share the honor pertaining to those sees. The patriarchal dignity, so far from being a source of discord, will be strengthened and confirmed by the holder of the Roman see. As the East makes a loud and joyous confession of the unity of the Church, we cannot but take it that the precedence of the patriarchs is founded upon a certain derivative authority which they have from Peter's plenitude of power. All acknowledge that Christ did not found three churches, but only one, and that as a living, perfect society which, consequently, can have but one head. End of section 36. Section 37 of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 1, by Hartmann Grisar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Bishops of Rome down to the Fall of the Empire. Part 4. The Roman Bishop as Patriarch and Metropolitan. In the above decree, Pope Damasus mentions only two patriarchs beside himself. He does not yet know of one at Constantinople, which city he regards as a simple bishop's see. The bishopric in question, far from having been associated with the history of Peter or any other apostle, had been, previous to the transference of the imperial residence to Byzantium, a quite unimportant and almost unknown place. The other patriarchate, which was to be heard of at a later date in connection with the previous, that of Jerusalem, was likewise unknown to Damasus. Jerusalem, or Aelia Capitolina, was indeed a venerable see, of which the bishop, as was acknowledged by the Council of Nicaea, enjoyed special privileges in Palestine. Only in the first half of the 5th century, however, did this see blossom into a patriarchate, the General Council of Chalcedon bestowing on it the government of the 3 Palestinian provinces. On the other hand, the patriarchs of Alexandria and Antioch are mentioned by the Council of Nicaea 325 as respectively first and second in order, just as they are by Damasus, the council confirming their extensive jurisdiction. That of the Bishop of Alexandria extended over the political diocese of Egypt, that is, Egypt in its narrower sense, Libya, the Pentapolis or Cyrenaica, and the Thebais. The Bishop of Antioch had under him the political diocese of the East, consisting of the provinces in and around Syria. The Nicene Council further in the same decree speaks also of other eparchies, that is, wider ecclesiastical jurisdictions in the East, in which, as it says, the churches shall retain their existing privileges. What is of considerable importance is the fact that the Council of Nicaea includes the Roman See in the same decree, not indeed that it formally decided anything concerning the primacy, which is only quite erroneously supposed to have been either confirmed or acknowledged at Nicaea. There was then no occasion to deal with it, as there was in the case of the Eastern Patriarchates. The existence of the Western Patriarchate was only instanced as a parallel where the canon of the Council says regarding the 2 Eastern Patriarchates. The Bishop of Alexandria, and consequently the Bishop of Antioch too, shall have power over his provinces, seeing that the Bishop of Rome enjoys such power. Which evidently means that, just as the Roman bishop exercises patriarchal jurisdiction, so those 2 bishops may henceforth exercise it. In this manner, the special position of the Roman bishop in the West was indirectly recognized or assumed, though the Nicene Fathers have nothing to say of the supremacy of the Church of Peter over both the East and the West. The Bishop of Rome, as a fact, is also a patriarch, and his patriarchate comprises the whole of the West. In this vast field, no one but himself holds the rank of patriarch. One could better say that the Bishop of Rome, besides the supremacy which he holds over the whole Church, exercises a closer supervision over the bishops in the West, similar to that acquired by the Eastern Patriarchs over their own provinces. There exists something similar between the bishopric of Rome and the metropolitanship of Italy. Though the bishop is primate of the whole Church, he governs, as bishop, only the city of Rome. In the same way he directs, as metropolitan or archbishop, only certain dioceses of Italy, such as are not under other archbishops, but belong to the Roman province. Thus, taking his titles in the ascending order, the Pope is first Bishop of Rome, then one of several Italian metropolitans, then Patriarch of the West, and finally Primate of the whole Church. The usual title assumed by the popes was always Bishop. We thus find them immortalized in their earliest inscriptions, and with this word Episcopus, the name of Pope Damasus II comes prominently before us in the catacombs on the marble tablets, which remind us of the work he undertook for their adornment. These various dignities, one differing from the other in their sphere of action, continue to assert themselves throughout the earlier period of Church history. The patriarchal dignity of Rome especially was so well known that the Council of Nicaea could quote it in confirming the rights of the Eastern Patriarchs. But generally speaking, the 4 offices were so closely interwoven that they are scarcely ever mentioned apart. In fact, we have no right to separate them as if their distinction amounted to a difference, seeing that they are all 4 founded upon the Pope's title to the successorship of Peter. In their directions and decisions, when desirous of emphasizing their supremacy, the popes accordingly trace their privileges to Peter and the preeminence which Christ conferred upon him, this being the case whether their supremacy is brought into play in the city of Rome or in their Italian Church province, or elsewhere in the West, or even outside the Western Patriarchate, that is, in the East. In the letters which they have bequeathed us, They scarcely seem aware of the distinction between the 4 degrees of their office. At least they make no distinction when justifying their claim to intervene. In the language of the popes, and also of their contemporaries, it is always Peter who is the medium of all their power. The bishops of Rome are one, so to speak, with Peter. On the other hand, however, their measures naturally depend very much upon the circumstances of place, applying, for instance, sometimes to Rome alone, at other times to their own patriarchate, and sometimes to both East and West together. Thus there are circular letters of the early popes giving disciplinary directions intended only for the clergy and people of the city of Rome, simple pastoral letters and nothing more, which some have been far too ready to impose as rules on the whole church. Other encyclicals and Roman councils published decrees which were to hold throughout the Roman province, but not elsewhere. There are also a few enactments and charges intended for the whole patriarchate. Their comparative rarity is explained by the fact that the popes usually preferred to address themselves to the whole church whenever a matter was of sufficient importance to concern the whole wide Western patriarchate. Finally, decrees addressed to East and West, such as were repeatedly called for during the struggle with heresy, form the 4th and highest acts of papal government. The doctrinal decrees, moreover, in all such acts, no matter what name they bear, always stand on the same footing as the administrative deeds, and when dealing with questions of faith or morals, the popes do not, like ordinary teachers, speak theoretically, but show their determination to impose on the faithful obedience and agreement. The actual extent of the Roman Patriarchate after the division of the empire in the 4th century was the following. It embraced the prefecture of Italy, those of the 2 Gauls, and that of Eastern Illyricum. The first prefecture contained the 3 political dioceses of Italy, Western Illyricum, and Africa. The second prefecture included the dioceses of Spain, of the Septem Provinciae, that is, Gaul, Belgium, Germaniae Prima and Secunda, etc., and Britain. The third prefecture was that of Illyricum Orientale, with the dioceses of Macedonia and Dacia, which since Theodosius I had formed a portion of the Eastern Empire. Since the time of the same emperor, the popes had paid especial attention to Eastern Illyricum on account of their jurisdiction which was involved. In consequence of the annexation of these provinces to the Eastern Empire by Theodosius, the Eastern Church showed some inclination to exercise control and guidance over the local bishops. Accordingly, to maintain the existing state of things, Pope Damasus, or possibly his successor Siricius, had founded the Apostolic Vicariate of Thessalonica, of which the archbishop, as the pope's vicegerent, was to watch over and exercise papal jurisdiction throughout the vast church provinces of Eastern Illyricum, which formed a part of the Patriarchate of the West. After the time of Siricius and down to the 7th century, the popes continued to appoint apostolic vicars for Thessalonica, and these vicars, though their importance went on steadily diminishing, helped materially to organize ecclesiastical life and to lighten the task of the central church government in those far distant regions. Quarrels and confusion of course arose, such incidents being unavoidable in frontier districts. The See of Constantinople, with its projects for self-aggrandizement, found its way hemmed in this direction, by the papal vicariate of Eastern Illyricum. Another vicariate of the Holy See was created in southern Gaul about 30 years after the death of Damasus, where the Archbishop of Arles became the papal delegate. The arrangement was frequently altered and can scarcely be considered to have been definitively settled till the time of Pope Hilary. Though on the whole it was less successful than the popes had expected, yet it helped to give expression and permanence to the union with Rome of the church provinces of southern Gaul and to avert the risk of schism. Apart from these 2 vicariates, until the 7th century, there was only one episcopal see in the West, exercising steady control over several church provinces, that being the See of Carthage. As early as the 3rd century, Carthage stands forth in dignity and influence among the North African church provinces on account of its very numerous bishoprics, and the Bishop of Carthage appears in a certain sense as primate of North Africa. The authority of the Roman See was, however, too strong in these regions to allow of the formation there of any institution at all resembling the patriarchates of the East. On the contrary, owing to its nearness, Rome could easily supervise these regions, and always kept them under her especial control. The gospel had also been first preached to North Africa from Rome, and it was only because the capital, Carthage, had been the natural starting point of the first missioners to the country that it acquired a certain spiritual predominance over the rest of Roman Africa. In many other places throughout the West, missioners sent direct from Rome had similarly founded churches and bound them by obligation to Rome. Such missioners sought out the larger towns, commencing their work at the seats of Roman provincial government. It was from these political centers that the conversion of the surrounding countries was usually undertaken. A consequence of this was that later on, the greater towns frequently assumed metropolitan rights over the surrounding sees. In fact, it is usual to find the seat of the archbishop side by side with the seat of the civil provincial government, the ecclesiastical and the political province being so often identical. To state, however, as has been done, that this arose owing to the state having itself established ecclesiastical power and appointed its holders, would betray an extraordinary misconception. If we now start to review the various metropolitan centers of Italy and the position of the early popes as local metropolitans, it must first be noticed that the Roman Church province long remained the only one for the whole of Italy. This province, therefore, originally included all the dioceses of the country. The first province to break away was that of Milan, whilst in Spain and in Gaul, the metropolitan system is not heard of till the close of the 4th or beginning of the 5th century. Milan was already a thriving church metropolis in the 4th century. This city, with its large suffragan sees at the time of St. Ambrose, and when the Western emperors made their residence within its walls, almost vied with Rome. The church province of Milan coincided with the extensive political diocese of Italia Annonaria, that is, embraced the northern portion of the peninsula, and in the 5th century also Raetia Prima. At the beginning of the 5th century, the See of Aquileia was detached from Milan and became the metropolis of the northeastern Italian diocese, its example being followed soon after by Ravenna for the southeastern portion of the old unwieldy province. Finally, at Salona in western Illyricum, that is Spalato in Dalmatia, another important archbishopric was established. Rome retained as its peculiar province the whole remaining portion of Italy and the adjacent islands. In time, however, a metropolitan see seems to have been established at Caralis or Cagliari. At least Gregory the Great bestows the title of Metropolita on the Bishop of Caralis and speaks of ancient privileges associated with the title. The suffragan bishops of the Roman province were numerous, particularly in southern Italy, and generally their dioceses were small, like those of North Africa. They thus differed greatly from those in northern Italy, and still more from those in the other provinces of the Western Empire, where for special reasons it had been the custom from the beginning to make the dioceses few in number but vast in extent. By far the larger number of the 60 bishops assembled in council at Rome by Pope Cornelius in 251 belonged to the petty sees of central or southern Italy. Two special prerogatives belonged, as we know, to the metropolitan. He had the right of consecrating all bishops elected in his province, and of convoking them to ordinary or extraordinary councils at his own city. Hence the whole body of suffragans of Milan, Ravenna, and also of Rome were frequently spoken of, sometimes as the episcopate of the consecration or ordinario of the bishops of Milan, Ravenna, or Rome, sometimes as the concilium or synod of their respective metropolitan, whilst they generally are called his bishops. At Rome, the Pope personally undertook the consecration of his bishops on certain Sundays in the year. As regards the periodical provincial councils, however, the original rule, observed elsewhere, also held good for Rome, namely, that they should be held twice a year at the appointed seasons. Alterations, however, occurred in this rule, mainly on account of the numerous exceptional cases which were constantly requiring the bishops to assemble. Nor must we overlook that these two official functions of the Roman metropolitan, that is, the consecration of his bishops and their convocation and council, were scarcely distinguished by the Pope from those actions which he performed as Patriarch of the West or Primate of the whole Church. Thus, frequently enough, foreign, non-Italian bishops were consecrated at Rome, particularly such as had come thither for this purpose, whether they were meant for already existing sees, or were to go forth as missioners to unconverted heathen lands. It is almost always of such bishops that the formula is used which so frequently recurs in the Liber Pontificalis. The Pope consecrated bishops for divers places, per diversa loca. At the Roman provincial councils, the Pope's primacy would also be exercised over the whole Church, as, for instance, when at these simple synods uniting a comparatively small number of Italian bishops, decisions were taken regarding the affairs of distant churches. Important and far-reaching resolutions, even on questions of dogma, were repeatedly come to at these tiny provincial councils. Certainly, as a rule, the foreign bishops who happened to be present at Rome were all convened to the Roman synods, and it is no rare thing to find among the signatures of quite unimportant gatherings strange-sounding names belonging to such visitors from afar. Their presence was welcomed as lending additional weight to the assembly, and as an expression of the lofty thought that every act of the Pope, even his most trivial deeds as bishop, owing to the primacy of Peter and the position of the first metropolis of the world, are stamped with the character of universality. We often find the names of the other metropolitans of Italy among the signatures at the Roman provincial councils, those, for instance, of Milan, Aquileia, Salona, Ravenna, and Corrales. It would seem, however, that attendance at synods held by the Roman metropolitan was obligatory only on the Archbishop of Ravenna, who stood in very close connection with the Pope. He had risen from being a simple suffragan bishop of the Roman province to the dignity of a metropolitan, and in consequence of the nearness of his city to Rome, he retained a good deal of his former dependence. The bishops of Ravenna were also obliged to receive their consecration at Rome, which was granted only after the acts of their election had been previously examined. Perhaps at an earlier date there existed a similar obligation on the part of the Metropolitan of Corrales to receive consecration and attend councils at Rome. On the other hand, it was not essential that the archbishops of Milan, Aquileia, and Salona should be personally consecrated by the Pope. It sufficed, when their election had duly taken place, that it should be ratified at Rome, following which the bishops of their respective church provinces could proceed without further ado to the consecration of their new chief. For the metropolitans of the West, presiding over more remote church provinces, a different custom prevailed, by which they were enabled to manifest their unity with and submission to the Pope. They announced their installation to the Pope only after having been elected and consecrated, and then received in their turn, from Peter's successor, the usual brief assuring them of their communion with Rome. Finally, those bishops who belonged to no province may be said to have simply acknowledged the Pope as their metropolitan and immediate superior. Pope Gregory says of a case in question, "This bishop is a dependent of the Roman See, for the apostolic see is head of all the churches." Whilst the Western episcopacy, as a general rule, was united to the Bishop of Rome through the medium of the metropolitan, the regular and permanent attestation of the East's union with Rome is the exchange of letters which the patriarchs were each obliged to commence after their elevation. They sent him the so-called synodica, that is, the letter published at their first synod, proclaiming their entry into office and expressing communion and affection. Further intercourse depended upon circumstances, the East appealing to the Pope's help whenever it required it in the interests of unity. But even without being invited, the Pope intervened when the need arose, addressing his remarks not exclusively to the patriarchs, but even directly to the metropolitans and simple bishops. On their side, newly elected popes were wont to send their synodica to the patriarchs. This address, with the reply of the patriarchs, being deemed of themselves a sufficient manifestation of the union of the head with the distant members of the Eastern Church. As the metropolitans stood under the patriarchs and the bishops under the metropolitans, the intercourse of the popes with the patriarchs was the means of infusing into the whole body of the Eastern Church the lifeblood of union with the Apostolic See. It would be exceedingly stupid at the present day to fancy, like some of the earlier theologians, that in those ancient times the government of the Roman Church was as highly centralized as it became later. This development had to be preceded by an age-long expansion of national life and ecclesiastical conditions before matters could lead up, almost of necessity, to the supremacy of the Bishop of Rome being exercised more generally on the bishops directly, with a concomitant lessening of the power of the metropolitan intermediaries. Nevertheless, in the extraordinary exercise of their office, for instance in cases of grave peril for the whole Church, the popes even of early times sometimes held so tightly the reins of government that it is difficult to make a clear distinction between their conduct then and now. The mistake of earlier writers, who were better theologians than historians, and who, in good faith, put their trust in spurious documents, consisted in taking too much for granted, and in seeing a fully developed primacy in the ordinary exercise of authority of the early bishops of Rome. On the other hand, the following passages, which we cull from Gregorovius, and which voice views current of recent years, fail to do justice to the primacy. These passages were inspired, not by historical truth, but by controversial interests, and their true value may well be appreciated in the light of what we already know concerning the decided attitude of the papacy in the Arian struggles, and the power and independence of action which it exercised under Damasus. The Roman bishop, at the beginning of the 5th century, was a man much looked up to on account of his position, but still a mere priest appointed by the emperor and his humble subject. The distinction between church and state, between spiritual and temporal power, was as yet unknown. These Roman priests, whose proceedings are veiled in obscurity until well on in the 4th century, lived and labored under the shadow of the empire, hidden and unnoticed. Even in the 5th century, till the time of Leo I, no single bishop of any historical importance had sat on the chair of Peter. But the successors of Peter, the legendary founder of the Roman community, endeavored, with Roman perseverance, to obtain an apostolic supremacy for the see, which they occupied in the Lateran, and for their church a primacy over all others in Christendom. Gregorovius unhappily makes these very passages the starting point of his history of the city of Rome and of all it describes. The most recent Protestant historian to write upon Pope Damasus finds, however, the beginning of a papacy invested with authority over the churches in the fact that Damasus was appointed by Valentinian I, chief judge over the bishops. But this imperial appointment he does not consider to have been over the whole church. Damasus, he says, was made supreme head of the highest ecclesiastical judicial court of the Western Empire. A separation thus arose in the West between the ecclesiastical and civil jurisdictions, and this at least led up to the subsequent primacy. Only by abstaining of a set purpose from all study of earlier times and from any consideration of the ancient historical sources dealing with the papacy and the church was it possible for this author to make such ideas his own. In the 16th century, the Magdeburg Centuriators described even more drastically the origin of Rome's spiritual power out of the temporal power of the emperors. Their well-known work, edited by Flacius Illyricus and intended as a historical defense of Lutheranism, takes neither Damasus in the 4th, nor, as it is now more usual, Leo the Great in the 5th, but Boniface III in the 7th century as the first holder of the primacy, and that by favor of the emperor. It was, forsooth, that cruel and vicious tyrant, the Emperor Phocas, who went so far in wickedness as to make out of the Roman bishop, Boniface III, a monster like himself, an ecumenical bishop. After immense efforts, we are told, Boniface attained his aim. In this wise was Antichrist set up in the house of the Lord. The centuriators differentiate, in Luther's language, between Antichrist who secretly goes about, and Antichrist who publicly rules upon the earth. As early as the 1st century after Christ, the hidden one had given unpleasant proofs of his existence. At Rome it was not, correctly speaking, a single person, but rather a whole hostile realm which had gradually and unobtrusively established itself by dint of fiendish force and fraud. Then came that scoundrel Phocas, and embodied the idea of Antichrist in the person of the popes. Antichrist having begun to govern publicly the church, another Antichrist, according to the centuriators, promptly made his appearance elsewhere, namely, Mohammed, who 6 years later arose in Arabia. In their eyes, the Pope of Rome and Mohammed clearly make quite a well-matched pair. Some readers may also be interested to learn that the same authors relate how, when Boniface III secured the primacy under Phocas, a comet appeared in the heavens, visible everywhere through its fiery glare, a lucid admonition to look up with eyes and heart to the truth of God's word, and to learn that the head of the church and the holder of the primacy is Christ alone, who reigns in heaven. There is also certainly a deep mystery, they remark, in the fact that both parties concerned in the transaction perished miserably. Boniface of Rome, the bearer, and Phocas of Constantinople, the imperial founder of the papal power. End of section 37. End of History of Rome and the Popes in the Middle Ages, Volume 1, by Hartmann Grisar.